What's up, Kayfabers? We have a special treat here. My name's Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And I'm Tom Scioli.
Special guest in the house, man. It's the year 2019, and depending on which version of AKIRA you read, because we've just discovered that some of them say that it takes place in 2030, we'll go by the anime. 2019. To my taste, why not give AKIRA a reread? I don't need much of an excuse. In fact, I pretty much reread the manga once a year. It doesn't take long. You could get through it in a weekend. Of course, in Cartoonist Kayfabe fashion, we're going to come through things at a little bit of a side angle. Rather than just talk about AKIRA specifically and give you just like a synopsis of the story, that's boring, that's basic. We're cartoonists with, between the three of us, 40 years of experience cumulatively. Now, the AKIRA manga and the anime, they're often considered a masterpiece, and I think that there are maybe a few contrarian douchebags out there who would say otherwise, but they're the schmucks who hit the thumbs down button on, perfectly sensible, nice, and beautiful YouTube videos. So fuck them, we say, man. We could assume that a cartoonist masterpiece is rarely their freshman effort. We assume that there's toil that goes into working up to that level. Personally, I have a kind of working philosophy that seems to hold true when you point to most cartoonists. It takes you about 20 years in order to get to a place where you're publishable. Now, you could start that clock ticking at age 3, like an Olympic athlete. And then after that 20-year mark, another 20 years, the cartoonist will generally hit their masterpiece, their magnum opus. There are exceptions to the rule.
I don't know if 20 years is the right timeline. If you think of Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hours, that's about 5 years of working 40 hours a week. Depending if you need more than 10,000 hours to create your masterpiece, that would give you a time frame. So working full-time, 2,000 hours a year is like a full-time schedule.
Dick. Maybe I'm saying that to myself just so that I can feel good about not achieving my masterpiece yet. Anyhow, there are instances, though, where we have this piece of work that is out there, that exists, that the wider culture acknowledges as a masterpiece. And there are a few examples where you can point to that creator's work and you could draw direct lines to that masterpiece by way of their earlier work. And I think we have that here clearly with Katsuhiro Otomo, the mangaka who created the AKIRA manga and director of the anime. He did 2 big pieces of work right before this that led up to AKIRA. The first one being the manga that we'll be talking about in this episode, Fireball. Just a 50-page story that tackles a lot of the themes that he will explore in greater detail in his later works. The next will be Domu, that kind of builds on top of some of the set pieces and things that he establishes in Fireball. And then, of course, we'll get to AKIRA and we'll lay it down then. Question for the Kayfabers out there, and maybe just for us, something to keep in mind for like the next episode. There are 3 volumes of Domu. Do we cover a single volume at a time and then make this like a 10-part thing? Or on the next episode, do we just talk Domu, get in, get out, so that we could get to the heart of the matter, the AKIRA manga? There are some other fun examples out there where you could see how people led up to their masterpieces. The one that comes to my mind, just in a pop culture sense, is Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell's Evil Dead 2, whereby they basically made the same a version of the movie 2 times previously. There was Evil Dead 1, which is basically the same thing, minus Sans chainsaw hand. And then before that, the earliest effort was Within the Woods, 30-minute short film. You can find that on YouTube, no problem. Do you have any examples off the top of your head about anything that...
I mean, I think of like J.R.R. Tolkien, like he kept telling like the same story over and over again, and like The Hobbit is almost kind of like a dry run for The Lord of the Rings. It like follows like a similar arc, just in like a condensed form, and he's sort of somebody who's famous for doing the same story over and over and over again. And he even wrote like a short story about that, a short story about a painter who painted the same tree over and over again throughout his life, and that was the only thing he painted, and then he dies, he goes to heaven, the tree's there waiting for him, but like Tolkien.
Yeah, I think you see this in filmmakers. I don't know if it's always the exact story retold, but often filmmakers are... Martin Scorsese famously talks about kind of telling the same story, dealing with the same themes over and over. One example with him that comes to mind is Mean Streets, which was an early ensemble piece about, low-level street criminals and kind of their connection to one another, and then cut to Goodfellas, which is kind of the same type of story, but told with, through a kind of a master filmmaker's acumen. A cartoonist example that I thought of would be, I'm a big fan of Dan Clowes. You think of the comic book series 8 Ball as his kind of work in progress and development, and a culmination with Ice Haven, which was kind of a series of short vignettes that all form together to kind of make a whole world. Not exactly the same, but you can see those themes being refined and really kind of coming together in Ice Haven.
Sure, that makes perfect sense. And then we could even talk about, like, Kirby working his way up to Fantastic Four by way of, what do they call it? Challengers of the Unknown? Yeah. What we plan on doing is going through Katsuhiro Otomo's early efforts leading up to Akira. Then we'll cover probably a single volume of those once per episode. I don't know what we should call this. I was thinking Making a Masterpiece, Akira, something like that. We'll figure a title out for this baby. But without further ado, let's talk about his Fireball story that he began in 1979. The version of Fireball I read is in this Memories book, and this is like a little tip out there for everybody who's interested in more Otomo work. If you go onto his Wikipedia page and you take the Japanese title of those comics that were not translated into English ever, you take that title, copy paste it into eBay, and you will find those collections, like some of the collections that we have here. That's how I got them. Cover price. They were printed in large multitudes. You could get them for cheap, and they're accessible. One more pro tip is you don't necessarily just have to shop on Amazon.com. So I went on AmazonCo.uk because this is not on Amazon.com. I got this Memories book through the British vector for Amazon and pay a little bit more shipping, but Katsuhiro Otomo's work is a premium here, rare morsels. So you take what you could get, and this is basically the only other thing that's been translated into English, except for like maybe that Farewell to Weapons, Domu, Akira. This is it.
I'll have to order that before this airs, and they all get like taken out of circulation by the viewers.
1979, Katsuhiro Otomo's doing tons of small work, volumes and volumes of this small stuff. The thing he does before Fireball is just, it's like jellyfish humor comic. They ask for more of that, the editors, and he lets them know that he wants to do some hard sci-fi. He's kind of done with this like small, little humor things with little punchline endings. Fireball is the result of that. There's that main image of Fireball where it's the robot hand holding up that orb. And I was mesmerized by that image because you see like what they would call it like 6-point perspective in the orb to create all the bendy forms, and it all looks right. And I'm like, how the hell did he do that? And then I discovered the MC Escher, the famous portrait or whatever he did there, man.
It took me a couple readings because like the first time I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, there's an MC Escher reference, and just kept going on. But then it was like the second or third time I read it where I'm like, oh, that's a headless robot, and that orb is his head.
Yes.
Like, I'm surprised that took me like that long to like figure that out.
It pushes the surrealistic boundaries even further when it's like a robot looking at its own head. Then you start to think, well, how does he see it? On page 1 of Fireball, we see things that are going to be in Akira. There are riots. There are like freedom forces. There are saboteurs who are trying to like usurp the government.
Well, I mean, I was always like curious, just from like reading Akira and stuff. I was always curious about that sort of imagery, and just kind of, and I've seen it in other manga, and I think maybe Tatsumi might have talked about it in like maybe A Drifting Life or something else. But that this, like what we're seeing is the iconography of the sort of student protests, the youth protests in Japan in like the 60s and 70s, and that there was actually like this this like youth movement, this youth protest movement that kind of dates back to like the post World War II era, where they were called like the Sengakoren, or I'm sure I'm butchering that name, but it was these student groups, and their initial like sort of main purpose was to protest and undermine the American occupation and of Japan. And so you can imagine like just when your country's occupied by a foreign power, like it kind of changes the nature of the student protest, because and again, like in the 60s and 70s, it was kind of part of that sort of global youth protest moment that was just happening like around the world, that like we're familiar with here, but that was what was going on there. And they were sometimes protesting the Vietnam War and just American intervention in general, and so it's just like that much more urgent when it's this like occupying power.
That fascinates me because now I think about all of the baggage that must have been on the shoulders of the cartoonists of Otomo's generation, because I mean, he's a baby boomer, but where did that boom come from? Right after America dropped 2 giant bombs on his country. So that theme is explored in its own way in these 3 works that we'll be covering on this program.
So beyond the military and government distrust is the telekinesis, the psychic power. That's something I have questions about. I'm not sure where it comes from, but clearly that's a line through all 3 of these works. And I wonder about that as weapon, right? There's mistrust of military and weapons in general, but it's manifested in his works as a person, usually a young person, but as this psychic power as opposed to, a bomb or a piece of hardware. It's the human being. And I don't know where that comes from. Like I was thinking about Carrie is a recent work that I've read that has that type of character. Obviously telekinesis and psychic powers go back forever.
Right.
But it's front and center in all 3 of these works.
Otomo said that the Fireball story, initially, what he had in mind was to tell a very simple story about these it's like Freedom Force that overthrows an evil director's supercomputer. They sabotage this giant computer mainframe. And then about 20 pages in, this telekinesis idea kind of crept into it. And right at that moment, he was almost done. Like he almost didn't want to finish the comic. Ultimately, he does not finish the big broad story that he wanted to tell that he initially sold to the editor, we'll say. But he still had to do about 30 more pages of story to just wrap up what he was working on at that very moment. Otomo he's influenced by manga. Akira has the number 28 on his hand, and there's no way I'll be able to say it in Japanese, but the American translation in anime, it was Gigantor. Gigantor, the Japanese name for Gigantor translates to Iron Man 28. And in Fireball, there is a kind of sentient artificial intelligence, like supercomputer called Atom, that is a direct reference to Tetsuwan Atom, I could say that, known in America as Astro Boy. And then the character Kaneda comes from some old comics, like maybe Cyborg 009, and that cartoonist is from the same town that Otomo's from, so maybe it's it's an homage in that way, where it's the hometown hero, something like that. The storytelling stuff is interesting because in Akira, Otomo's known for cinematic comes to mind, right? Mm-hmm. And I see examples of him trying to do that here. There are rough edges. There are a lot of rough edges. There's confusion.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. That was my biggest criticism reading this. And, I'm familiar, he talks about his film influence in every interview I've ever read or seen of him. So it's apparent in this story, and one of the ways that leads to confusion on my part is we're often cutting locations, cutting settings, time, and place without any real indication. Being in black and white makes it even harder to distinguish, now time has passed and, we're in a new spot. So that's one of the areas where some confusion comes from. The other part is it tends to cut and it's almost middle of the action. There's not a lot of explanation as to what's happening. It's sort of okay, cut, and now characters are coming through the door and doing their thing. And it would take me a minute to identify, wait, we've shifted, we're with another set of characters, what are they doing? So I read it several times preparing for this, and I still had questions afterwards, some of which I'm sure comes from cutting a story short. It seemed like he laid the groundwork for a lot of characters that we didn't revisit then, and go unresolved. But the editing part I made a note of as well, because it is very cinematic, and it's not totally successful, at least from my reading point of view.
Even some of the some of the action, because that's another thing that Otomo is known for. You could choreograph a good fight scene, and when we see the freedom fighters go up against the Imperial Guards or whoever, some of the action is very wonky. Like if you look at the map of like how to draw comics the Marvel way, when it's like the map of an action where it's like, okay, this is the image that you draw, and then there are all the images like leading up to the big one. It's almost like he purposely used all of the more dull images, like the Billy Club on impact, but nobody's moving yet. Maybe a millimeter away from cracking a dude in the head. Things from behind, like this is cartoonist kayfabe, so like the idea of if you're in a hold, if you're getting fucked up, you got to sell your face to the crowd, and we didn't get any of that, like in certain early sequences. And then in those early sequences, when the Imperial Guards or the cops in this instance, the SWAT team, when they are busting heads and everything, it gives Otomo the ability to put a bandage on his character's face, so that for the rest of the thing, so it's like that this guy with the bandage face is this character, and that's like a very like easy and like cheap way to like sell a character, is just like put a patch on his eye. The one guy with the patch on the eye, you'll never forget who this dude is.
It's comic shorthand and it's very effective. I have no complaints about that. That's one of the parts I didn't have trouble following that character.
No,
around.
Of course, yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like that was like him taking the easy way to.
He does that in several places though, where characters will come into a scene. One has a mustache, one has glasses, which good.
Yeah.
That
that's
again,
cartooning.
that's cartooning 101.
Yeah.
Right.
Very basic but effective. When we talk about the cinematic stuff, I think a lot of times American comics very influenced by cinema, by movies, but it's often influenced by lighting, by shot composition, and I think clearly the influence that is front and center in Fireball is the editing. So there's things like cross-cutting, which sometimes works really well. There's a scene where they're talking about the computer, because I think it might be the first time that we see the resistance fighters mention it. And whenever...
And they're mentioning like the idea of the computer, like they're not 100% sure...
That it even exists.
And at that point, we cut then to the director who is working directly with the computer, and we see the computer speaking, and then we cut back to the resistance fighters. So it's like now we've got this information that they're just kind of like speculating on. They don't know for sure the nature of that. So some of the editing really does work well. Some of it not as effective, as you say. Some of the action, some of those shots maybe could be more influenced by a traditional cinema influence in terms of composition.
I mean, I think about like, okay, what's the context for a work, and like our context as readers, we're sort of trained by how to read comics the Marvel way and that way of thinking. Like so much of what we've read is that. So when like the action doesn't quite have that oomph, like that's a very specific thing. Like that's a very specific thing that we sort of naturally look for. And when the action doesn't have that oomph, or when things aren't super over laboriously explained and crystal clear, where like that kind of like confusion, a lot of movies are kind of like that, where you're sort of not sure exactly what's going on, and it takes a little while before things start to click, and the longer you take with it kind of it does, and so I kind of went into it like giving it that kind of like leeway, that I'm not necessarily gonna get everything in this. And like another contextual thing, like we were talking about, like where's the
Can I
sure.
interject?
Yeah.
One of the interviews I saw with Otomo, he was speaking about specific film influences, and I mean, very big film aficionado, seeing everything that would come out. But 3 movies that he cited were Bonnie and Clyde, Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, and Easy Rider.
Yeah.
And so, the 70s American movie landscape is mythical for being like, this is a bunch of outsiders or people that were working outside of that Hollywood system, which in some ways would be similar to the Marvel method of comic storytelling. So once these guys take their cameras and hit the road and leave the studio, they do start to make these choices that are very much outside of that norm and the expectations of the audience. And it seems like he's in touch with that and thinking that way.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that influence in the violence. And again, like, he talks about, like, I was making youth comics. Like, that was, like, a genre there. It's, like, youth comics and youth. And so, like you got to understand that sort of, like, 60s youth thing that's, like, emblematic of those movies and stuff. And, I mean, just, like before we get too far into this, just, I wanted to just say a thing about the psychic phenomenon, the power, because again, I'm trying to understand like what's the context, because this is like before our times, different country, so we have a very different, so we have to try to backwards piece it together.
That's a good point.
And like I was just thinking of like when I was like really little, you'd see like these guys like Uri Geller and like psychic surgery and all this stuff. So it's like that was like right then, right there, this sort of thing of like these people who could like reach into your chest and like psychically pull out cancer, and like I remember seeing photos of like Uri Geller and guys like that like levitating, and it's like, man, how's he doing, and bending spoons, like all that stuff you see in like the Matrix and stuff. So that was like current event. That was like in the news back then.
We should say, who knows how long this Fireball series was initially planned, but we're talking about 2 chapters. 2 chapters of the thing are out there. So our homeboy with the bandage on his face is arrested by the SWAT team or whatever, and it turns out that the psychic warrior of Fireball happens to be a SWAT member, and it's his brother. So the bro recognizes him in the line, talks to like the lieutenant, and it's like, oh, let me talk to this jerk right here. Let me get my hands on him. Takes him to the locker room, and then they could talk, have a frank conversation, and like, I thought you were gonna, participate in the you were gonna join SWAT or whatever, and he's like, I was thinking about it, no, and then the boy could tell that his brother has some of the touch, man. I think this is one of the confusing parts, because I believe that there was like another brother that we just see like a psychic flash of who isn't with them. It's like it was like a ghost image.
Okay, that's not how I interpreted that ghost image, but
what was it?
I'm learning a lot about this story just from hearing you guys.
What I thought you were going to say is, whenever they're in the locker room having their talk, there's a moment where the psychic brother's cup starts to like jiggle with no hands around it, and then at one point the younger brother reaches out and like appears to have the cup, like he pulls it out of the air or something. It's not totally clear that's what happens, but that was that was one of those moments that was unclear to me. It's not a big issue for the story because both brothers are aware he has this psychic ability.
Right.
But it's just a strange choice. It's a small sequence, but it was kind of like... So I looked at it a couple times.
So what was that psychic vision? What did you think that was?
I thought it was... It's whenever he drops him off and he drives away.
Yeah.
I thought it was him just kind of like exhibiting the psychic ability. Kind of like demonstrating it, and I thought it showed some link between the two, like a psychic link.
There's definitely
we
the
will
link.
see again later.
Yeah.
So I thought it was just establishing that. One more note on that scene. Whenever these two brothers are kind of reunited, it's implied that they've been apart for a while. They're catching up. They don't know what... He's surprised he's a cop. He's surprised he's a rebel or whatever. So they're catching up. They talk about an uncle dying, and they talk about their dad dying. And I'm not sure that either is related to the narrative in a direct way, but at one point I was like, are these guys cousins and not brothers? There's a lot of ambiguity just with relationships, and that might speak to this was going to be a much bigger story.
Right.
Which, from a cartoonist point of view, Tom, I think is interesting, because there are several of these almost like seeds are planted.
Yeah.
That could be explored or not. It turns out they're not, but in a way, I assume that's something of a manga technique. Yeah. Like, okay, what's this person's story? What's the setup?
When we get to AKIRA, we're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's a function of the serialization where it's like, you can't have a down week. You better be writing about something, man. So you better throw some softballs up in the air and, some stuff that you could catch later.
Like we're talking about these guys as like sort of resistant fighters and things like that, and we're sort of using terminology that's almost like sci-fi terminology and stuff. But like again, like these are like, this is like kind of real. Like this isn't as sci-fi as it seems. Like this, like the way those those police look. Like those that is pretty much generally like what the uniform looks like, and this, like I saw photos, from like the 60s and 70s that weren't too different from what's in this book, and I think they refer to like that like under the resistance or whatever, they refer to them like in the comic as like anarchists, which like sounds really cartoonish to, like you think of like the bomb with like a fuse in it or something, but it's like
that Grant Morrison fan.
That's like part of that's like part of what was like that's what they called them like at that time, these student protests. They're anarchists, and of course they wanted an end to government, because again it's this foreign government, it's this occupying government. Of course they want an end to that.
Yeah, so I mean, sci-fi works this way, where you're talking about like very real issues in this like veiled way.
I mean, the thing though, like my encounter with Otomo's work, what like the first thing that got to me was like the exoticism of it, of like, oh, this is like some wild, crazy like sci-fi fantasy, like the world just doesn't look like this. And then like as I learned more, I was surprised just how much like his actual world he lived in did look like this. That's like slight tweaks where I thought like the, the buildings and things like, they're not as far out as they were to me as a kid, where my world looked nothing like any of this.
That's one of the themes I noted as being similar, is that city.
Oh yeah,
And like he comes from a rural background, and I can relate to that idea where like the city is this exotic place where adventures do take place. In our world where superheroes live. But the perfect setting for these larger than life stories that he ends up telling, and it is a very cinematic element of the settings in all three of these stories. It stands out. It is an amazing. I agree with you, Tom. It's this amazing visual location that feels exotic and sci-fi, and then you realize Tokyo's like Mega City 1 or something.
Some story elements will lead into the next points that are similar with AKIRA and Domu to some extent, but the brother who exhibits this psychic ability has a meeting with the evil director lady who is the mother of this supercomputer, this sentient supercomputer, and it's like he can't turn it off. He's waiting. He's in the lobby waiting room, and he's making pens levitate, and the director, she sees that he has this ability, and she, offers some sort of carrot on the stick, like, hey, come with us, and then, you'll receive these sorts of rewards or whatever. It leads into basically the end of the AKIRA movie when we see AKIRA in the anime, and it's just eyeballs in a test tube and a brain in a test tube. Like, the idea in Fireball is they are going to dissect this bastard and leech his, like, psychic ability and sort of upload that into the supercomputer that's basically running the city. So we get some really great imagery of like all of these like almost like the Sentinel things in the Matrix with the little knives and the little scalpels and shit are just like tearing this dude to shreds, pulling out all the harvestable material that they would need to upload his consciousness or whatever.
Tom, would you interpret that sequence the same way? Because a question I had was, what's the computer trying to do to this guy? Are there other psychics? Like as soon as they discover he has this psychic ability, it's like, okay, we've got the system, plug him in. But I don't understand what they're trying to do. Your explanation, Ed, makes a lot of sense, but I did not get that. That was one of my biggest questions from this read is, what are they trying to do with him? What's going on there?
Yeah, that was like way more in depth than what I got from, like, for me, like it was just kind of like I think of like Frank Miller's Ronin or something, where like the female supercomputer is kind of, she's doing stuff for her masters, but she's also going rogue a little bit, and kind of like just her like natural curiosity of like taking this thing up, and like how much of this is sanctioned and how much of this is her becoming like more sentient and having her own like curiosity, and her lack of empathy or humanity that just comes from being a computer.
That what I explained is like sort of the first thing I'm going with, but the other idea that I had was that it was the supercomputer is like studying the enemy, so to speak. Like if there are more psychic warriors out there, like we're gonna have to cut these off dudes off at the pass, figure out everything we can about them to prepare some kind of defense, or antidote or
like we got these shields,
eugenics or something.
We have these masks. What's the next thing they're going to throw at us? Psychic powers. What's the I get it. Yeah.
There's a lot of ambiguity around the computer for me.
there's this one panel too where the director and the computer, like the director's standing like this looking out at the city, and the computer is like looking out on the city too. It's pretty ridiculous. I love it, but it's very silly.
I think the computer is an amazing villain. So that's a difference, right, between AKIRA and in this story, or Domu in this story. As you mentioned, the computer kind of shows up, and the psychic warrior shows up, and Otomo is like, I'm moving on.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, he's done with it. He loses interest in it. Reading the story though, and especially now, I feel like the computer, the idea of like AI is directing the government,
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
an amazing. You know, like it plays really
Spot
well
on, yeah.
now.
Here's the thing that he's pretty hip to as well, even in the Fireball story, because, you know, this computer's established, and then you see it several other times, and it looks different. So it's actually not it's like a computer network,
Right,
because
yeah.
because this thing gets killed, but it doesn't get killed, just like this version. You know, this.
Yeah, and the resistance fighters recognize that too. At one point, they reference that it's part of the mainframe. Like we just can't destroy the console and be rid of this thing. Where's it at? You know, like where's it stored or whatever? Where does it live, so to speak? But I also can't get a sense of, is it a tool of this director who is evil, or is the director a tool acting on behalf of the computer? Is the computer calling the shots, or is the director calling the shots? The director, of course, being referred to as Mama
Right.
by the computer. It's such an interesting concept, and that's another one that's not totally formed, and then he seems to lose interest in, from a story standpoint, you know, pretty quickly. But one of the more interesting elements in Fireball for me.
We're going to see why the story's called Fireball very, very quickly after we start to cut our psychic guy open, after we establish the director and the computer's relationship. They at least are cordial, we'll say. That we do know. But the brother who was arrested earlier, part of the resistance, is going to take one more big shot at pulling some kind of trip on the government building. I guess an effort to discover if the atom computer is real, and if it is, then to somehow sabotage it. So they infiltrate the big facility where the computer is being warehoused. Things go wrong. The SWAT team shows up. One guy gets murdered, and then our guy with the bandage on his face, because I don't even remember if they establish a name for the character.
No.
We'll call him Bandage Face. He catches a bullet in the arm. Theme and AKIRA, like those little old kids, how they all psychically are linked. Before he even hits the floor, he shouts for his brother's name. And the brother, who's still just like, every time you see the poor psychic brother, is just, there's less and less
Yeah,
of him.
Really gross.
There's less of getting his eyeballs cut out and wires put in, and like, so at that stage when he's just being vivisected, he hears this like psychic calling and snaps to. Great image when he comes to.
Yeah.
And he just erupts. Like he just is encircled in a blast of energy, really great image, and destroys the facility. Like Otomo's idea was that the heat of these psychic warriors are in opposition of the coldness of computer technology. And as soon as they establish this, the manga pretty much ends. But at the end we discover, you know, the one psychic brother who's being cut apart, he's got the energy of the sun, but there is no doubt that his brother who just got shot has similar power as they encroach upon amazing 2-page spread of them just kind of like over top of that facility.
Yeah, that, like, speaking of that facility, like one of the hallmarks with Otomo is just like the background. Like the backgrounds are the star, I think, of like his comics, and like how precise everything is. And that facility, that double-page spread, like if I drew it, I'd be so proud of it. It's like but it's kind of sloppy for his thing. You know, it's like a little like it doesn't have a lot of structural integrity. Kind of like for comics in general, it's this great sci-fi lab, but it's a little wonky compared to like even like Domo is like everything's on point, every background.
Yeah, Ed, whenever he's shot and he reaches out to his brother, to me that kind of answers that initial, whenever the brother drops him off and drives away and there's the ghosted
Right.
image, it feels like that was the setup to, there's a link at least between the two of them, even if it's directed by the brother whose psychic powers we've established.
Yeah.
You know, where Bandage Face seems surprised by it, like, I didn't know I could do this or hear this or you could do that or whatever. You know, and then it's the callback whenever he's shot and he's reaching out.
Cinematically, there's a scene like right before he gets shot, another guy gets shot, or maybe they had to shoot a guy, but there are like 3 or 4 panels that just document the guy falling from the gunshot wound.
He also makes a comment about how loud it was. So, you have the guy react like, oh boy, our cover's blown, and then you slow time down to where it's like, now everything is in slow motion. The adrenaline's released. People are we're in trouble now. The story moves fast.
It does.
It's not just that sequence, but the whole story is just really propelled forward quickly. Even the characters reference that. So whenever they're planning their break-in, it's like, our spy's been found out, we've got to make a move. We were going to do it a week from now we're going to do it tomorrow. So like, everything is just racing, almost the entire story.
As far as the story goes, I mean, I think we pretty much wrap that up. Do you have any other major notes before we sign out? I have maybe 1 or 2 things to say about this work in relation to Domu, and then I think I'm good to go.
So in terms of that editing style, I mentioned that there were moments of confusion whenever they would cut space or time. I see parallels in some of the Love and Rockets storytelling, because it is such a clean style, and especially if you're following the same set of characters. Occasionally, whenever I would read Love and Rockets, and they would jump either in time or space, but it's the same characters, it would take me a minute where I'd have to go back and reread a couple of panels to be like, oh, we switched scenes. Because the background, it's black and white. It's a very sparse style, and so if you're not really tuned in, you can miss those changes.
I love that you said this, because maybe a week ago on Dash Shaw's Instagram, he found some old Otomo ephemera where Otomo is promoting Love and Rockets comics. So he knows the stuff, man. That blows my mind, man. So that's Fireball. The next big work that expands upon these themes is Domu, A Child's Dream, I believe it's called. I always forget the subtitle. Part of what I think steered him in that direction to handle this psychic phenomenon in Domu is the idea that, yeah, this is cool. Like the psychic thing, that's fun, all well and good. But if you put those abilities into a young child, like now we're talking. Like now we have some real storytelling possibilities, man, because talk about a ticking time bomb. And these are some of the things that he's going to explore in that story.
It's a really interesting way to couch that, thinking about he's progressing towards a masterpiece. So he's halfway through Fireball, he's playing with these ideas, and then it dawns on him, this is a much better treatment of this idea.
Right.
I need to get out of Fireball and get on with this better version of this concept, putting it into a child.
Yes, and he expresses his complete idea with Dome. Like it's a complete story. Yeah. So our future episodes are going to be just more. There'll be more meat to the bones, man, because we're talking about 100 pages of comics as opposed to 40 or 50 pages of comics.
Yeah.
Do you have any sign off?
And he was with Fireball. We're seeing a young artist kind of figuring things out, and again, there's some jerky transition, some sort of flabbiness where it's a guy just kind of learning his thing. But Domu doesn't feel like that at all. So I don't know what came between this and Domu, if there was a ton of woodshedding or whatever. But Domu is a masterful work. It is tight. It is there's none of that other stuff we were talking about in Domu.
One thing I often enjoy in young cartoonist work is this bursting of ideas. Fireball has that, where it's there are a bunch of story threads here, what's going on with this character, what's the center, there's all these directions that it could take, and a lot of young artists, I'll see that, and I think the idea is you spend a lot of time getting to this point where you get to write your own story, or you have this publisher that enables you to do it, and there's a sense of, man, if this is the only chance I get, I'm going for it, I'm putting it all in there. And I often enjoy that energy, and Fireball has that energy. As we were just discussing it, there's lots of different places where it's you could see more of that, you could see more of this, what happens to this person.
Right.
And, maybe after doing that, you see that refinement. Okay, I have a million of these ideas, I'm going to focus on this one that I think's really good. I'm going to hone in on it. So, that's part, I think, of the development of not just a masterpiece, but just a maturing of any kind of storyteller. I have another note that would be put back somewhere else. So, in terms of cinematic, Tom, you mentioned setting. I think that's a big piece of the cinematic puzzle that we're seeing in his work that you don't see in everybody's work. And if you think of like how rich set design and props and all of these elements can be, there's that documentary series Every Frame a Painting. One of the episodes just focuses on chairs. Like, what can you do with chairs and the chair that you pick? And I think his attention to detail and setting, it's a great example of that. You know, like here is a storyteller that's looking at what tools do I have at my disposal. Setting's a huge one, but it's not one you see, especially in young storytellers. You know, we don't draw backgrounds. That's not the first thing the aspiring cartoonist learns how to do, but what a huge storytelling tool that is. Like, at some point you do learn to do backgrounds because that's rich.
Absolutely.
And he seems to hit the ground running with that skill, which may be influence from filmmakers. You know, I mean, set design is certainly celebrated in film.
Just think about the opening sequence of Rear Window, where it's like a camera pan, and it's all exposition in one like 30-second camera pan. It's like, okay, this guy's an award-winning photographer. His camera's broken. Why is his camera broken? Here's a photograph of a fucking race car tire coming at your face. And whatever else I'm leaving out, man. But then I also think about Dan Clowes talking about how he would make efforts to get to know his characters so that he would know what kind of environment, what their apartment would look like. You know, a certain kind of person is sleeping on a futon, and rather than, you know, show not tell, like, you don't have to have exposition to explain the kind of person he is. You could show the piss bucket in the corner or whatever.
Yeah, and you can find lots of examples of storytellers talking about this richness. Linda Berry, in one of her exercises in that syllabus book, talks about envisioning, you know, when you're 7, what kind of car did you ride in? You know, now picture that, and you're filling the detail, the space. It is a tremendous opportunity for story without, you know, dipping the words.
Talking to each
exactly,
other.
without actually going to saying it, where you can show all of this stuff. So Rear Window, that's a good example, but there are a lot of them throughout film history.
Totally. I think that's a good place to leave it as any, man. Next time you guys see us, we'll be talking about Domu, either Volume 1 or the complete. We'll see what we feel like doing. We certainly will be receptive to your comments as well. I don't know about you fellas. I have some tight deadlines, man. I have some comics that need a drawing.
Yes, indeed.
All right, my name's Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
I'm Tom Scioli.
We'll see you later. Here we are, Kayfabers. Episode 2 of our Katsuhiro Otomo overview, where we're tracing his early works as they build up to his magnum opus, AKIRA. My name's Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
I'm Tom Scioli.
Today we're going to be talking about Domu. We decided to talk about Domu in just this one episode. Why force too much foreplay on the Kayfabers out there? We all want to get to AKIRA. We'll handle Domu in this one episode. We'll be in, we'll be out. And when you see us next, we'll be talking that Volume 1 of AKIRA. So where we left off, Fireball, 1979. He starts to work on Domu in 1980, 81. It's collected in 1983. Katsuhiro Otomo, he comes from rural Japan. Makes his way to Tokyo finally in an effort to become a mangaka. And the setting of Domu, the apartment complex, is basically the apartment complex that he lived in. It's practical for him because he could take photos as needed and just step outside of his door. He doesn't have to go traveling to find the perfect location as you would in a feature film or something like that. One of the things that really inspired him to write this story is when he's a little farm boy and he comes to the big city, he reads in a newspaper about some apartment complex not far away. There's a rash of suicides that are taking place in this place, and it kind of sparks his imagination. So, like, that's how these ideas come up. Like, there's a little germ of something that kind of infects your consciousness, and then you can't get it out of your mind. In Fireball, he was already playing with the idea of telekinesis, and those ideas were in his mind. Reads about these suicides. He's living in this new, scary, big apartment complex. He doesn't know who's above him, who's below him, who's to the left or right of him. Elements of that are a part of this story. Jim, what are some factoids that we could say about the thing before we get into the body of the work? I know that 500,000 copies of this baby came out whenever it was first printed.
Yeah, I think that's important, especially in light of moving towards AKIRA, is the reception, the public reception of this work. Great critical acclaim. Won a very prestigious science fiction award, only graphic novel, only manga to ever do that. And it really kind of, I don't want to say it puts him on the map. I think people recognized him as very much an up-and-coming manga artist. But this was like a tour de force. For most people, this would be the masterpiece. And the reception backs that up, both in sales numbers and in critical acclaim. Also won Cartoon Awards. You know, it's not just the science fiction award, but it kind of starts to point at his work gaining this transcendent audience, an audience that's not limited to comics, limited to manga, limited to any specific, in any way. It's like he's a breakout hit with Domu, both in terms of sales and critical response, and people beyond just comic readers, manga readers.
The aesthetic of his artwork was a watershed paradigm shift in Japanese comics, too. We sort of popularly know that, a mangaka has to churn out 20 pages a week, and most of those manga that are churned out that way, we never see. It doesn't hit our shores. When you get a hold of a Shonen Jump or the less well-known weekly manga that are out there, you see that this stuff is pretty dashed out.
Yeah,
and
it looks like it's 20 pages a week.
Absolutely. So he is taking his time and just making the best work that he possibly can, and it absolutely raised the bar. You could see on episodes of Man Ben, Naoki Urasawa saying, like, when Otomo came out, like, we had to change our game a little bit. There's precious little that I was able to glean from the internet with Otomo in interviews where he's talking specifically about Domu. One of the things that I did pull out was, I think it was like at a Venice film festival or something, where they're talking to him, and he mentioned that, yeah, Guillermo del Toro has the rights to the film. If it ever was going to be made into a movie, Guillermo would be the guy. I let Dark Horse publish it in America. Guillermo directed the Hellboy flick, so as far as I'm concerned, it's in good hands. Things just haven't worked out at this point. But the way that I wrote the story was almost as a film. I wrote it with a filmmaker's mindset. The pacing, the flow, the art is basically the storyboards for the movie. He says this, and he's not shy about that.
That's an interesting approach, and I wonder how much that varies from other manga. It's not just the detail, but that idea of being so film conscious.
Yeah, well, that's like the default setting for comics making right now. Everybody's doing, not us, but everybody else is doing it like, oh, this is just to hold things over until the movie comes out. This is all in preparation for having a movie. Fuck comics.
Yeah, and fuck those guys, I say, man. Scam artists.
While we're talking about film similarities, one thing that struck me reading this or rereading this is similarities to Kubrick's Shining adaptation in terms of location, which seems obvious, and I don't know if we're ready to dive into the actual manga, but the location is going to be a big crux of this story. We talk about location or setting as character, and whenever you said, Ed, he had moved into an apartment, basically this apartment building that he used as reference, it reminds me of the way often storytellers will reference real people for their characters to give them sort of that sense of life, especially in the early days of designing a character and trying to figure out a sense of who someone is. It totally makes sense that the building itself is the character, and based on a building he knows very well.
Yeah, I mean, you could go down the list of similarities with The Shining, because it's like, these little kids with kind of psychic powers getting into the world of kids and how small you are in this giant world. And there's even a thing that seems to me is directly from The Shining, is this bouncing ball that keeps coming into this story. This bouncing ball keeps rolling over, just like the little ball that shows up in The Shining. And as the story goes on, it escalates and comes and pays off in a really big way. And then just sort of like the gallons of blood that are in this story.
Otomo is a Kubrick aficionado, and in fact, he drew a pretty amazing pinup portrait of Stanley Kubrick, which is probably showing up on the screen at this very moment.
When was Shining the movie made, though?
Late 70s?
It was like 1979.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And
Wow.
Another movie that I just sort of like happened upon serendipitously the night before we're filming this, but I was watching West Side Story. And like West Side Story has got to be an influence on this. Even the opening shot of this, where you're pointed straight down on this, sort of playground, spare background, but you just see kids in little corners, playing their different games. There's shots like that, and the approach to the background, like the first quarter of West Side Story is this sort of like urban blight, and the background is massive. It's massive, and deep focus and spectacular, and then even. One of the main characters in West Side Story, Bernardo, he's like a gang leader. He's wearing the colors of Canada So I think like we'll see some more similarities to that movie when we get to Akira eventually.
Let's talk about even the first storytelling page of Domu. We see the sort of shrouded interior shot of this specific apartment, a dwelling where a guy lives. And that page begs rereading because the words that you read on the page are kids talking about Takashi, 6ix9ine's hat, Treyway. When you first read it, you're imagining, you could easily interpret that as the person that they're talking about, we're seeing an interior of their apartment. But upon rereading, you realize that it's a foreshadowing of whose apartment it really is when we see old Cho's apartment with all the tchotchkes and trinkets that he's been stealing over the course of however many years. We're sort of jumping ahead a little bit there, man. Should we talk a little bit about the broad strokes of the story?
Yeah, do you want me to read the Dark Horse summary on the back of their edition?
Yeah, do it.
A twisted old man gifted with extrasensory powers silently holds sway over an entire block of apartments. The occupants are puppets for him to control. Life is his to give and take. But suddenly there is a new voice in his head, and before he knows it, a young girl with her own battery of psychic abilities has arrived to challenge him. One of the issues I have reading this and rereading it is what I know as a reader. Even from reading the description on the back, it sort of gives away certain parts that makes for a very strange reading experience. So the story is science fiction and horror, would be the genres I would say clearly he's playing with here. Difference between that and Akira, I think, is more of sci-fi and action. But there's so much that once you've read this and you know who the players are, it does change how you read it. It takes away certain parts that are very scary if you don't know exactly who is doing what. And I found that very hard on rereading it and preparing for this, to kind of like separate it back and imagine like the first reading.
Yeah.
How scary is this? When do you realize what's happening and who is pulling these strings?
Yeah, when you read this story, I mean, part of the driving force of the narrative is who's the hero? Who's this story about? And you don't know. You have no idea as you're reading it. And maybe it's this cop. Maybe it's this person. Maybe it's this person. And when, you know, the little girl sort of emerges as the hero, it's a surprise. And that's, yeah, you're right. That does kind of blow up. Fortunately, I don't know too many people who read the back of a book before they read it. I didn't. So I still had all those surprises and twists and shocks. When
they were selling this thing, they were selling it with that sort of iconic image with the old man with the winged hat and all the stuff around him. So it's like when he shows up in the comic, you sort of know where we're heading. But narratively speaking, like when this thing was a serialized story in whatever magazine it appeared in, it had elements of well, I mean, it comes first, but I saw shades of what Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons did in Watchmen, where on like page 1 or 2, you see Walter Kovacs holding the end is nigh sign, and it's too interesting looking of a character for it to be just some knockoff nonsense character where it captures your attention, and when you start to see him a couple other times, you know that there's something to that. And story opens up yet another suicide at this apartment complex. The cops are there, you know, they're hosing off the spatter, and the investigators and the inspectors are like looking around and trying to conduct some observations. Who are our biggest kind of target? Like who would we suspect would be the culprit? And you see little old Cho sitting on the bench in the background of several panels, even to the point where they're like, hey, who's that guy on that bench?
Yeah.
And they're pointing to like some drunken guy sitting next to old Cho, who's a babbling, Depends-wearing little old man who is in like advanced stages of dementia or something that they're suggesting, which is something worth talking about a little bit later when we get into the psychic stuff and how it relates to children, and is it like by reverting almost back to child, like by way of his dementia, like is that a part of the whole thing?
Yeah, that Watchmen comparison is really great because, I mean, how does Watchmen start? It starts with a seeming suicide or murder or whatever of somebody falling out a window and hitting the floor. This is all these like suicides, people jumping out, and then you're following some detectives who are investigating this thing, and detectives who never actually solve the case.
Yeah, the police are, in many ways, a red herring in this whole story, because if this little girl doesn't show up to battle old Cho, I don't know that the police are ever going to do anything. Maybe the thing doesn't even escalate to the point that the police spend the amount of time they spend. They're there because there's maybe one too many suicides in a short amount of time, but they don't find anything,
at some point they're going to move on if things don't get out of hand.
Coming out of the 70s, that's a very 70s police movie trope where like the police are sort of useless, if anything make things worse, and never find anything out. That's very like 70s anti-hero cinema.
And something that we've seen Otomo do in Fireball a little bit, and AKIRA a little bit, where the authority figures and the military or police are not effective at whatever it is they're trying to accomplish.
This is a very, very tight work. Almost everything that is introduced plays some part in the bigger story. So early on when the inspectors are trying to size up the inhabitants of this building that's essentially like the projects, we're introduced to these various characters, and each of those characters, they play a part in the bigger story as the climactic moments ensue.
Yeah, there's no fat. If a character's introduced in that beginning, we will see them again. And that is what the police, from a story point of view, how they function is they're expositional. They're there to gather the suspects, to kind of point out the parts that we might miss if we were left to our own devices.
Yeah, they even when they like reference Cho, it's like, oh, there's that old Cho, but he's definitely not involved. It's like they would say it, you know?
One of the inhabitants that they mention is that sort of babbling, kind of crazy lady pushing the baby carriage. And is she the Tezuka?
Yes.
Okay. First off, what's that about? Like the reference to Tezuka specifically, because some of the inspector characters show up in previous Katsuhiro Otomo works, and that is a staple of Osamu Tezuka's, where that was like one of the tricks in his tool bag, is he has not a set number of characters, but he has the characters that he likes a lot, and he casts them in various works over his entire career. So there's something to that, definitely. We talked in the Fireball episode before about sort of all of the little nods to the mangaka who come before Otomo, and
Right.
I think that might have some sort of thing to do
Yeah,
with
that's
it.
a question that never is answered in any way to me. Why name her Tezuka? So it's one of the suspects of like, who are the odd characters here? It's one of the suspects that's pointed out to the inspectors when they're asking. And the explanation is she had a miscarriage and then she had a nervous breakdown, and we see her, looking sort of out of place, a little disheveled. I don't know why the name. It's impossible to ignore that name. It's God of Comics. It's kind of a strange note.
We were talking a little bit earlier, and when you mentioned that, I immediately started thinking about his manga Ayoko, where when the girl grows up, she was raised in a basement and nobody was supposed to know she was alive. So when she comes of age, she's not right, and it's like, is that a nod to Ayoko? Like, as far as I know in the manga, like that character didn't have a miscarriage or anything like that. But it's been a while since I've read that baby. The first real hint of the supernatural is when the one inspector is kind of visiting the premises late at night. The bouncing ball thing happens. He's got one of his like 1980s pagers that he puts right on the bench, same bench that old Cho was sitting on earlier, and the pager just kind of explodes. After that, we get the sense that we're not just dealing with telekinesis. We're dealing with telepathy as well, because old Cho is implanting like all of these old thoughts, like conjuring up all of these old memories inside of the inspector's mind as he traverses the stairs to go up to the fateful fucking roof door that's always locked, but somehow people always seem to be able to get out there and jump the fuck off. Pretty quickly, like, Otomo's establishing territory that it's like, no, this is not Law and Order. This is something much more sinister and scary and uncontainable.
One thing I would say about that violence up to this point, one, it shocked me whenever the major inspector dies.
Right.
That's kind of an amazing thing to do early on. But the other thing is, we don't see the violence exactly. We'll hear a sound effect of them hitting the ground. We'll hear people talk about, I'm not going to be able to eat spaghetti for a month or whatever. It's implied, this violence, but we don't see it on panel.
To start.
Well, until the girl shows up. And then that's whenever suddenly we are confronted with horrific violence.
But let's talk about the scene where the girl does show up, because I think, first off, she's one of the most badass characters in all of Otomo's work. Like, fuck the leader of the clown gang. Yeah. Fuck Tetsuo. Like, this little girl is dope. And I think that 11 in Stranger Things is like 50% her and 50% Akira. Now, Cho, who knows how long he's been able to like run amok. And he's sitting on the bench. He sees a little baby up on a balcony, and he sort of levitates the kid, puts it on the edge, and lets that little motherfucker fall off the edge of this balcony. And as the kid is about to have his impact upon the concrete, he kind of stops and is lowered to the ground really softly. Little girl shows up, newly moving into the complex. Her parents are like unloading mattresses and stuff. She walks right up to that motherfucker, puts her hand on her hips, and says, "Yo, you're so naughty. You're a bad boy. Why would you do something like that? That baby could have got hurt." She walks away in a huff, and Cho is like fucked up. It's the first time he's being tested. Tries to hurl some rocks at her, and in like Matrix fucking bullet time, like Neo type fashion, that rock stops 2 seconds from her head, just falls, and she's like, "Fuck you." I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, what stands out to me in this sequence is the psychic powers are drawn amazing.
Yes.
And this happens, like this is the beginning of it, but seeing that pebble frozen there and there's like a shadow on her shoulder, the baby levitating, after falling and then stopping near the ground. This happens several times. There are a lot of effects that are driven by the psychic power, and they all look great and they're amazing. And if I had a script that said to draw this stuff, I would just be like, I have no idea how to draw this. And it's a tour de force of like figuring out that part, showing the physics, the weight, the space.
It's so subtle, and that is that filmic approach, because you think about what comics are traditionally like prior to this, and how you would show that. It would be like, oh, we'll have some like energy beams around the stuff, but it's like, no, it's the procession of the panels where it's like, here's this thing that's moving, it's not moving anymore. It's a kind of thinking that wasn't really part of comics prior to this.
I'm going to say something that I think kind of holds true in a lot of ways, man. A story like this is hard for somebody who's not kind of proficient in reading comics. It's hard for them to grasp, because a prose reader is used to like words on the page, and they might dash over those panels. He is in the process, the art is very laborious, but he's still in the process of like reduction. We have these scenes where it's just outside of a building, you hear splat, where we have a cutaway shot and the mother character is like, "Be careful," and the little girl is like, two packs of menthol cigarettes, 2 packs of so it's like, what she's doing. We didn't have to have that conversation and stuff like that, which is really, really smart cartooning, cutting all flab from the contents.
That's very filmic. It's editing. It's cutting out the moment of the mom being explicit in the directions, or having that extra very clear panel, but rather just cut to the next scene. It's quick too. It's economic. Like, it is moving.
Just taking a moment to acknowledge like the time this was made in, this idea of like mom sending a little kid to go buy cigarettes.
And later the alcoholic father tells his son to go get him beer.
Let's talk about the alcoholic father. Let's talk about the student who builds model airplanes in his spare time. Let's talk about the big kind of Lenny from Of Mice and Men character. Because now that Old Man Cho realizes that there's somebody there to test his gangster, he wants this little girl gone. So he's doing his damnedest to kind of like seduce pawns, to snuff this kid, take her the fuck out. In a later portion, when we see the big dumb guy, there's like a little ball levitating in front of him.
Yes.
To me, what that sort of represents is like, Cho is trying to get into this kid's mind, but he has no mind to be manipulated. We can't say that about the balsa wood model builder boy, and we can't say that about the drunk father. And this builds to the 2-panel page where the boy's building his model kit, and it's like a photostated image where, boom, Cho pops up on his shoulder. Amazing sequence. And another favorite panel of mine is when Cho visits the old drunk dad, and he's just popping his head out of like the table with the beer bottles and the cigarettes, and like the only thing lit, it's all gray Zipatone, except like the face is illuminated a little bit, and he's doing like special effects things that were not even deigned to be replicated in feature film at that time.
Sure.
That carries throughout this whole narrative. Like, there are things that we've seen in movies for the first time that happened 20 years after Domu came out.
Right.
I'm thinking about the chase sequence, but we'll get there.
Yeah, he's got like every imaginable superpower. He can telekinesis, but then he can teleport. He can phase. He can fly. You know, there's like nothing he can't do.
You mentioned her going to get cigarettes. Let's pick up there, because this is where it escalates.
Yes.
This is the end of the first volume of the Dark Horse book.
We'll call that Act 1.
This is a big moment to end on. But it's her concentrating, and it's her going through the hallways of this building that is sort of ominous. You're isolated even though you're on top of each other. Nobody's really quite connected. It's cold. You're going down these straight lines. You get to the elevator, and enters the student with her. So now we're trapped, and there's something wrong with this student.
It's been established that these people who have killed themselves by jumping off the roof of this joint, other tenants see these people en route to their death, and they're all in a trance-like state. Model builder boy, total zombie state, pulls out like a little box cutter, a little...
Probably something he uses on his models.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, razor
Exacto,
knife kind
yeah.
of thing.
Yeah, he he cuts his own throat and just like.
Yes, and compared to the suicides before this, it is front and center of a panel of like before, after,
Yeah.
and blood just coming out.
Yeah, he gigs
Black
himself,
blood.
man.
Yeah,
He gets color.
he does gig himself. But it's such a contrast to what we've seen. Like up to this point, the violence has been off camera, and now it is right in her face. Like literally blood spraying everywhere, an obsessive amount.
The inspectors are like, what the hell happened here? And one of the policemen says something like, it's like he exploded. So now we're injecting like a new superpower into the mix that will sort of, we'll see it rear its ugly head again later in a very memorable sequence where not only can these people who have the shine, not only can they read thoughts, not only can they levitate things, but they can fucking blow you up.
Yeah, and at that point, she is now sedated. So the police can't actually get to her to really get any real information. But clearly, whatever they're investigating, whatever they think's going on, this is just more proof that something isn't right here. Ramp up the investigations. And this leads to one of my favorite scenes.
Let's go.
So the one detective goes to a professor of like shamanism to try to get some insight, like what's happening. It's essentially, is this a haunted house? Are there ghosts involved? We don't have any physical proof, but something is wrong. And I love the scene because he's in the professor's office and it's just stacked with books. And as soon as I saw it, all I think is every cartoonist I know, this is what their workspace looks like. So I can relate to that guy. But he points him at a medium, like a real life medium, and the medium agrees to come to the building. Really nice scene. This is probably all about a 10-page sequence done very well. And the medium shows up, and before they can step into the building, they get hit with this almost like wave of feeling that aura of what's coming out of there, what's coming out of Old Cho, whatever the evil is that this detective suspects, that medium confirms it and is sweating and is like, I'm leaving. This is as far as I go. I can't help you. I don't want any part of this. Protect the children. And they beat it. And it's such a great scene.
Yeah.
And that's what made me think about the reading order of this. And like, if we just didn't quite know what was going on at that point, the horror and tension that creates, talk about cinematic, like that's that moment of like, whatever we thought was bad, it's worse than we thought, and she confirms it, and we're in trouble.
There's some interesting things that go along with that scene that kind of fascinate me and really makes me curious about the translation. I hope that it's very, very faithful, because when the psychic medium is expressing all of this fear from the complex, specifically in the Dark Horse volume, they say, the children, you must watch out for the children. And I think that can be interpreted in several ways. I think it could be interpreted from like a parental perspective, but I also can imagine it to be like Damien 666.
Like beware of the children.
Like these kids are fucking scary, because this whole scene, the energy that they feel is because Old Cho is trying to pull off some dumb shenanigans again. And the little girl who was sedated is no longer in her bed. She's at the window, and they are having kind of like a Mexican standoff in a psychic sense. She's up there in her little ward, and he's down on the ground. You see the window like slightly cracked, so it's almost like he's trying to push some kind of concussion toward her, but she's like holding steady. And I should have kept open to that page, but I think that might be the first moment where the smallest kids there's an
Perfect.
earlier moment where the younger kids start to like pick up on the vibe.
Yeah, they're gathering, and they start to like bear witness to like what's going on. You know, which eventually, like when they get to their like first like chase, their flight chase, it's got an audience. You know?
Right.
How do you interpret that? Because that was one of the questions I had reading this. Are the kids, do they all possess a little bit of this power?
You know, one of the themes of this type of thing and The Shining and stuff, this type of story is that childhood is a little bit, by nature, a little bit supernatural, and every kid is a little bit psychic, and we kind of like lose that and forget it as we get older. And this little girl is just, she's particular, like she's very strong on the psychic end of the spectrum, but that all children share that. It's not like this is some special mutant group of kids.
And there are certain panels where you have a blend of ages, and the sort of older kids are talking about their little kid minutia when little babies are noticing things. So it almost reminds me like when you if you read about the placebo effect, it really is a phenomenon of like ignorance is bliss, and you can secrete helpful chemicals if you like almost will them into existence, and like perhaps like just the pure innocence of these young children as you get sort of more educated or jaded, however you want to look at that, as you get older, it kind of like dulls, or even like, how about that one guy who used to make the talk show circuit, who was blind but he had like echolocation and could go
Yeah.
and ride his bike.
Yes.
And like he says, any of you could do this, you know, but we're sort of blinded by our senses. Perhaps like the older we got, you know, the kids are blinded by their senses.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier about that sort of oafish guy who, like you said, was like Lenny of Mice and Men. I think of him as like Frankenstein, but it's like what protected him was his ignorance, his innocence, his oafishness. So, you know, it is like a protection.
There's also the way awareness spreads. Like nobody can do a 1080 or whatever on a skateboard until one person does it, and then next year 17 people can do it. And so she shows up with this psychic ability, and suddenly maybe these kids are coming online. You know, they are a little bit more feeling whatever that is. And part of that could be Cho's, you know, because suddenly everybody's amped up. The people that have that psychic power, like, it's war. Mm-hmm. And so
Yeah, it's like
anybody that's on those fringes, if they have a little bit of reception to that, like, it's turned up to a 10. So if there's a little bit of sensitivity, it's going to be active. You know, you would feel it just because it's so extreme and amped up.
And it's like that woman who had like the miscarriage earlier in the story. The way they describe it, they sort of talk about it almost like you know like a mutant or you know and so like maybe this generation is like this like next generation of like what you know mankind's evolving into or whatever.
So the boy who slit his throat, there's some talk that maybe that's an Otomo self-portrait kind of character. We'll leave that up to you to decide, Kayfabers.
I assume there's a picture right now on screen of young Otomo in this character.
Maybe in front of his model airplane collection.
So he's taken care of. Now we have the drunk dad who got a hold of a gun that disappeared when a cop earlier leapt to his death in a suicide. That's the thing. When these people die, one like very important item of theirs that is sort of like, it's a well-known accessory of theirs disappears.
Yeah, this is serial killer territory.
But we have the drunken father now. Gets a hold of the gun. It's almost like he doesn't need much help being tormented. Like he's enjoying the process. He's like when everybody else is like in a trance when they do their bad stuff. He's pushing his face up against windows and sticking his tongue out, and he knows people's names, and it's a different level.
Yeah, this is full on control from old Cho. Like he's coming after Atsuko, and no bones about it. But first, in order to create a diversion, shoots a little kid.
Shoots a kid clearing a dome piece, man, when a little boy's trying to pick up that ball, man.
Really disturbing scene.
It is.
And like really hits you hard and a hard thing it's really hard to surprise and shock people in comics. The rhythm of it is great. And it's that ball from earlier in the story comes back and it just sort of bounces from out of the blackness, and the kid goes down to pick it up and your eyes go down. It's the bottom panel of the page, your head's down, and then you turn and you're looking up again, and boom, like he just got like shot, just really brutal. Really was not expecting that for all the brutality we've seen up to this point, and of course like one of the driving engines of this story is just how protective like we feel towards kids, and how like disturbing it is, like the idea of like a kid coming to harm is like with the baby dropping, how when that happens, and then with this it's like devastating.
And basically to create a diversion.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was like a small thing to him, kind of. You know?
Yeah, there's not a lot of time lingering on there because the drunk then moves on. He's going after the medical ward to get to Itsuko, and basically this clears a path.
He enters, breaks a window, cracks a window, enters. She's there waiting for the dude. You could almost imagine like the nose bleeding, like in Stranger Things. You know what I'm saying? The way she's standing there. He brandishes the firearm. She twists his arm the fuck up.
Yeah, and we're like in this story, like we're sort of figuring out, okay, who's the hero, who's this, and that, but we're also like, okay, who's the villain, who's and some of these characters have been introduced as, okay, maybe this is the villain, the dad, and then the sort of like oafish Frankenstein guy, like and then even the guy who slit his own throat. It's like, is he like some kind of like creep or something? So anything can happen.
Keep that in mind because it's the second time we've mentioned hero here. And once this story's wrapped up, I want to talk about that. So keep in mind the question of who is the hero and who are the heroes. But in terms of Yo and Hiroshi, those are the kids that she plays ball with earlier. Like she's kind of built a friendship with them. We've seen Yo, sort of mesmerized by the floating ball and possibly, due to his mental struggles, may be beyond the control of old Cho. That part's a little bit hazy to me, exactly how much control there is with that character. But those guys show up too. Possibly to protect her, possibly summoned by her. Maybe it's a little bit unclear exactly what draws them to that point. But now we're getting, climax is building here. Yeah. So the characters are moving into place, and that's her friends, that's her team, and they're there to help her, protect her because she's in trouble. Whatever the case may be, they've shown up.
Immobilized the guy. She psychically like pushed him against a wall really far down the hallway, and then that's when the other little boy is like, "There's something to this girl," and then she kind of like looks up. There are several moments where he really makes it pay off, where he does the photostat panel progression, where it's the same panel with a slight change. And we have another one of those here where they're tending to the big dumb guy who just got shot. She just looks up. "Oh, that's where you are," she says. And she just disappears. Mm-hmm. She got up to the roof really, really fast, confronts old Cho finally. And he is, once again, like as I said about possibly reverting back to childhood, he's throwing a fucking tantrum. Mm-hmm. "Things were better before you came here. I had so much more fun before you were around." Chase sequence ensues.
This is Otomo blossoming into Akira Otomo.
Yeah.
Scale has never been bigger up to this point. It's magnificent.
Several two-page spreads in this story. Just a very few. He makes them all count in a big bad way. Some of the stuff I was talking about earlier, where it would take 20 years for feature films, blockbuster hits to catch up to Domu, when the characters are chasing one another, basically doing laps around the building.
Yeah.
You're seeing posts get bent, get
tiles flying up with the force of movement being projected across them,
windows breaking. Tell me it's not like a Michael Bay, like freaking afterburner fighter jet, going across skyscrapers and just breaking the sound barrier and breaking all the glass.
Michael Bay, I was thinking of with it because Michael Bay, the best things in his movies are the backgrounds, and and his favorite movie is West Side Story. So it all, it's all coming together.
One of the common themes between all three of these works, Fireball, Domu, and Akira, is that the psychic power gets accelerated, pins the needle on red when the person who has the psychic power, they sense someone they deeply care about just got hurt with a bullet in all three cases. Boom. Atomic bomb. Happens in Akira. Doesn't happen in the anime, man. So all you noobs, man, read the fucking comic. We have that here. The little boy that she met, whose father's the drunken guy, gets shot by dad.
What looks to be fatally shot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a devastating scene. There are a couple of those where kids dying.
Yeah, child in danger is
I feel like you think of all the movies you've seen, all the extreme comics we've read. It still stands out in this, and I think it's because we've seen him playing with Asuko, like they were friends. They've been friends. They doing very normal kid things.
Talking about the Blue Power Ranger.
To see him die, especially after he apparently shows up, kind of to help her. That's pretty brutal. But I mean, a lot of people are about to die.
Yeah, and it is you talked about this being a sci-fi horror thing, but I think the horror, it's horror number one.
You might be right. Yeah, that's probably fair.
So she starts her trip. The building starts to crumble sort of underneath Cho's feet.
Cho turns on gas as a distraction for her. And the idea is she can't tell where it's being turned on. She blows out windows. So like the whole apartment building is almost coming under attack between these two as they're battling back and forth to try to outmaneuver each other, whether it's raising the risk, distracting, whatever. It's like attack, counterattack.
Yeah.
With the building being the battleground. So you are seeing like this is the destruction that we see in AKIRA.
Yeah.
You know, it is like this building is just being wasted by these two.
And it enters sort of the superhero genre at this point too, where it is kind of like there are people in danger, and I have to come up with a solution, a way to save them. So we break all the windows so the gas gets out. Okay, I've thwarted you. What else have you got?
And ultimately, she gets distracted and forgets a couple windows. So the gas is filling up in this apartment or set of apartments. Explosion, catastrophic explosion.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows how many people were killed in that mix, but we know that there's a lot of rubble. We're seeing through floors of the apartment complex. We see the big guy. We see the Tezuka lady has the boy who was shot in her little carriage.
Yeah, I again, I'm not totally clear on what everyone's motivation is there. I assume Yo's coming for either vengeance against Old Cho or to help Asuko, or maybe a combination of the two.
He's wilding out, man.
Miss Tezuka is carrying this dead boy that they're friends with, and whenever they all sort of reach a common point, she takes the boy and throws him over the balcony, which causes Yo to then jump over to try to save the boy, who, again, I think is already dead. I think it's a lost cause, but this spells the end of those two for sure.
And Miss Tezuka.
And, you know, like, firefighters are now on the scene trying to help evacuations. Old Cho is running for his life at this point. Like, everything he has tried has failed. And Asuko is just on. Like, she is, you know, the
laser focus.
Exactly. Following him wherever he goes, continuing the great chase scene, but he is now full on fleeing.
And he plays the role of helpless victim. Like, once first responders show up, oh, help me, please! Oh, help me! Like he does the what do we call that in wrestling, man? The chicken shit.
The begging off.
Yeah, he does the begging off.
Nobody's alarmed by him jumping down flights of stairs, turning the corners, doing shoulder rolls out past firefighters. It's like this dude's 90 or something, rolling around on the ground and up and running. But he does. He runs for his life there.
He's the complete narcissist. Like everything's about his whims and stuff like that. And then if he's in trouble or called it, then it's like, help me! You know, like plays the victim beautifully. You know.
And Asuko kind of does a similar thing. Her mother finds her, and that almost snaps her out of this like killer focus. You know, hearing her mother's voice, then calling back to her mother and kind of returning to the state of a child, of a scared, hysterical child. You know, I saw like a manga trope, right? The main character crying as she's unleashing fury, and that's what we've seen with this character. And now she reverts back to the daughter, the child, the kid that's overwhelmed.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about like what's the role of this Miss Tezuka or whatever. But if you think about it, she's got the miscarriage. She, like, you know, this child that she had but didn't have, and never got to mother, and then finds this you know dead child, and then is mothering this dead or possibly dead child. You know, so there is like sort of like an echo and a through line there, and maybe sort of the helplessness of that like there's. As a parent, like, you can't really do anything anyway, kind of ultimate. Like, your kid's fate has, you know, like it's futile or something. You know, it's like a very dark, very cynical world that this story takes place. But again, that's horror. Horror is this sort of like ultimate.
I'm glad
cynicism.
again to hear you say that, because that is what we're going to get into. Some of the messages in this story are not reassuring.
Should we take it to the point now where all the devastation happens, the dust has settled, and now the cops have to sort of sell this to the public? What the heck happened here, man? Was this a seismic issue? Was there an earthquake? It's not detected everywhere else, just here? No, it turns out the building just settled funny.
Yeah,
and
a bad foundation.
Ruptured a gas line.
Right. Because they can't make sense of what the heck happened. Like the regular people completely stumped.
Yeah, and the lead detective... So in the aftermath, a couple of weeks go by, we see Old Cho's about to go back to the building released from the police. They can't find anything. They can't prove anything. They don't really even have a good idea of what happened. And the one detective who has been the closest to the case wants a minute with Old Cho and has visions of the previous inspector jumping to his death, recognizes some of the items that have been stolen as being like the old inspector's pen or the hat that, you know, one of the witnesses mentioned early on. He has the closest sense of what's happening, but he still can't do anything with it. You know, he's just having almost like premonitions, visions, ghosts, nothing that you could use from a police point of view. And so Cho goes back to the apartment, and this detective asks for the detail of just kind of watching the place and watching him. Because he's on his way to a nursing home. This is just a transition of he's going to be in this building for a short time and then he'll be moving on. And the detective asks for that detail, which some of the other police sort of mention is useless. You know, what are you doing? You're babysitting this old man.
And it feels like maybe the story's over now. Maybe we're wrapping things up because, like, maybe this explosive combat, ended Cho's power. Or like, maybe we've seen the climax. The story's over. You know, okay, he's still alive, but maybe the threat's gone.
This is the part of, if it was a film, powder blue sky, birds chirping, beautiful sunny day, kids gallivanting and having fun. Enter our badass little homegirl. The way he draws this girl kind of prance and with authority kind of charge, that is not an easy accomplishment.
And he does it a few times. She is
Several
really,
times.
really depicted, as you say, Ed, total badass. Like 11, like whoever, whatever heroine you want to point at and say that's a tough character, he nails it.
Well, this story, it's a duel. Like, once you've read the story, you realize what kind of story you were just reading, and it's a duel. And she's like the gunslinger, you know?
Yes.
Her family, they moved away. They did not want to be around these projects anymore, but somehow the girl, she got some bus fare, she jumped a turnstile, hopped one of those bullet trains, came to the projects, man.
Or she projected herself.
Hey, possible. So now we have Cho sitting on the bench, his old bench. We have the girl sitting on a swing, and they're just staring each other down.
It's Sergio Leone cinematography for this scene.
Yeah, Western. Yeah.
They're doing profiles of facing each other. They're doing head-on shots. Things are just perpendicular. Like, this is just them one-on-one.
Lots of like little telekinetic stuff, like little jabs and glancing blows they're throwing one another. She blows up his cane. He tries to hurl rocks or something like that. In between both of those characters, there's some sort of invisible, intense energy that the detective is like, he sees both of these characters and it's like, what the fuck is going on? He tries to walk towards the girl, and his face gets slashed by thin air. His face gets slashed by ether. The ether slashes him, man. Whatever these two people are doing, it's that powerful that it cuts skin. And then that's when we start to see a little baby in a carriage. The little baby's attention gets caught, stage left. Bunch of kids start showing up on their balconies.
Yeah, the audience.
Yep. Other little kids, or are they participants? Is Cho so powerful that she now has soldiers, man, and the kids are walking closer and closer to that motherfucker. His cane is in tatters. He's tearing in his eyes. He's so fucked up. And then we get to another incredible 2-page spread, close up of his face. One of the things that they say in comics about controlling pacing, you could do it in several ways. You could have a million fucking panels, or you could have a single striking image that perhaps has a lot of detail to it, something that a lot of eye candy or whatever, that kind of holds your attention for a while. And I defy you as a reader to just turn to that and say, oh, there's no words here. I'm just going to keep going. You're going to stick around on that 2-page spread for some time. You're in control, and it's not going to be a 10-second thing. Ultimately, Cho bites the dust, man. They fuck him up, and he's like a withered husk toast.
Yeah, and detective looks around, and she's just gone. Like she was maybe never there.
Yeah, it makes sense with what you said about the projection thing. That's something that I didn't think about. Heck of a piece of work, man.
Yeah, masterpiece. If there was no such thing as AKIRA, we wouldn't be thinking of this as, oh, this is something leading up to, this is his masterwork. This is a great work.
I think if Dark Horse kept it in print, it might even be viewed differently because, I talked to a lot of people in the last couple of weeks about this work, and that was the consensus is, why is it out of print? I just want to get a copy. I think it would be even more celebrated if it were just available. Some of the reason that it's not as maybe widely thought of as a masterpiece is it just hasn't been read as much by American readers, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not in print.
It's a Tomo's choice. Tell me, there's not one publisher in America that wouldn't chop at the bit to publish this thing. Either he doesn't want it out there, he's very precious about his early works, and he doesn't. I know cartoonists who had nom de plumes who don't want their work to be so, like, you know what I'm saying.
It's fair, but I think that's part of the reason that it's not viewed as the
Acknowledged,
masterpiece that we're saying it is.
Yeah, because I mean, and in comics, in graphic novels or whatever, like how precious is each masterpiece that you've read? Like they don't come around every day, so to sort of be deprived of this like important thing.
As a Kayfaber, if you get a chance, if you've not read Domu, it may be in your local library. It's in ours, which is a very fortunate thing. Pittsburgh has a dope library system.
Let's talk about the heroes in this
Okay,
story.
yeah.
Let's do it,
So-
man. Let's try to do this in 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Well, there's one really important scene that we didn't address that I think is the most important image or sequence
Let's hear
in this
it.
whole thing. It's she's running, and then a fireman's like, I'll save you. Come here, like total good guy. And then she cuts him in half. She's the hero of this thing, and she cuts him in half. And it's so disturbing because he's like and he's got a big smile on his face as his body is cut in half and brought down upside down, and he's smiling at her.
Even the shadow on the ground, you see him cut in half. And that is what I meant earlier when the boy who slit his throat and the cops are like, yeah, it looks like he just exploded. It's like Professor X didn't get to her yet and help her control her power.
Yeah.
And I could not stop thinking about this sequence. Like after I finished my recent readings of this, I could not stop thinking about it. It was in my head, and I kept thinking, why is it there? What's it doing there? And just the fact that I keep going to it in my head kind of tells you what is it, a mistake? It's like, no, this is like very important. Like it's there for a reason. It's there for a purpose, because otherwise, without that scene, it's a very clean, very simple, very run of the mill, good versus evil duel. I'm the good guy, you're the bad guy. That makes it into something else.
It reminds me a little bit of Miracle Man, the great fight scene in Miracle Man, and I always remember the passage where he talks about taking a car to like hit his enemy, and he's like, I'd like to tell you, or people that defend me say that car was empty, the people had run out of it, but I don't know whether they were or not. And in the image, they're in the car that he's using as like a battering ram. Horrific. But I think what that scene does is it tells us about the politics behind this. Otomo has talked about political influence on his life, student protests whenever he was young. There's a lot of writing on neoliberalism and different concepts. I think it's a statement about war. This little girl and I think AKIRA has some of this. This little girl shows up, and up to this point, there have been a lot of deaths over an extended period of time, questionable deaths, suicides. It's bad. Cops investigate it. Something's wrong here. But it's kind of manageable for the most part. When she shows up, that death rate explodes. And I think you look at it and go, is it ultimately good that she showed up? Old man Cho's on near his deathbed. How long is he going to be living? What's he going to kill? Few more people maybe? Once she shows up and it becomes war, now our body counts in the 30-something people, I think, die in that explosion night. In a way, she shows up and now a whole lot more people die. Mm-hmm. So is it good that she even shows up and stops him? If he had been left to his own devices, the body count would have been lower.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a good point.
yeah, it's like otherwise it's easy answers. That's the difference between something being a masterpiece and just a really, really well executed piece of genre fiction. Is that?
So I've been studying a lot about like the process of writing fiction, writing for drama, all this sort of stuff. Master classes: David Mamet, Aaron Sorkin, Neil Gaiman, Stephen King on writing. The tenets of writing that each of these guys do share, Alan Moore included, the writer has to know more than the audience. And that's what we're getting here, where it's like it opens things up for discussion, for us to interpret things in different ways. And a part of being a masterpiece is it has to kind of stand the test of time. It has to be readable more than once.
Yeah.
And it has to sort of beg these kind of conversations where you can pull something from it that I don't necessarily get, vice versa, all that sort of thing, man. Do you guys, before we get out of here, do you have any other scenes that you want to highlight, man, that we could show off? And
Yeah, I have one. So when Asuko's leaving the building towards the end with the firefighters, there's a big half-page splash of her walking away, and she only has 4 toes. I hate to point this out, but it makes me feel so much better knowing that nobody's perfect.
Well, she's a mutant.
That's true.
The Thing has 4 toes,
did we miss anything?
Like Frankenstein smash. I think when that guy just starts going nuts and hitting everybody, the sort of like oafish, and in AKIRA, similar kind of character, this sort of like huge invincible protector who's just like beating everybody up and unstoppable, and gives you this feeling of safety. It's like, okay, we're okay, we got a protector, until that protector is shown to not be invulnerable and is like taken out of the equation. There's a similar, like a woman in AKIRA that sort of plays that exact same role.
That's a great scene. It reminds me of the Hulk in the
Yeah, the
Avengers
Hulk,
movie, pounding Loki on the ground and stuff. It also reminds me, Ed, we had talked recently about the death of Superman and how unvisually dramatic that was. This is the opposite. He violently beats this guy to death, and it feels like you're watching these bone-crushing blows.
Yeah, couple really good face smashes, and then picks him up by like his ankle, and just like like he's beating a rug, smashes him against the wall, and like the final one, like, and you could imagine when you were a little kid, like playing with sticks and hitting shit, and you would hit something so hard that the stick comes out of your hand. Like that moment happens where he's thrusting, has so much energy with the thrust that he loses his grasp on the thing, man. And I say thing because the guy is just a pulp after that. Totally decimated. Well, that's it for the Domu episode, man. Next time you see us with this configuration in front of us, you're going to see AKIRA Volume Number 1 highlighted. I can't wait to get to that thing, man. I'm going to be able to highlight, like, there are like 2 or 3 things in that book that I stole for my own use several times, and like I can't wait to show you, like, especially this one specific image. It's going to be a fun one, man. But I don't know about you, I read that first volume of AKIRA dozens of times.
I'm so excited to get into that.
Yeah,
It's the main event. We're coming to the main event.
this is the foreplay, man. Next time you see us, we're getting into AKIRA, man. If you dig the videos, share them online, like, subscribe, hit the little bell button underneath the video. That'll notify you whenever we have new videos available.
We have a Spreadshop merch store where you can pick up t-shirts, support us that way.
Yep, the link is directly below in our credits. Follow us online. We have tight deadlines. We have comics to make. Kayfabers, you know what your marching orders are. Tell them, Jim.
Read more comics.
All right, we're back for our 3rd episode tracing Eddie Murphy's comedy career. In this episode, we're talking about his cult classic, Delirious. No, we're not, of course, man. It's the AKIRA Volume 1 episode. My name's Ed Piskor.
My name's Jim Rugg.
My name's Tom Scioli.
It's the main event. What if we just jump right into things? First off, I never read Otomo's comics in a linear fashion in this way, going from Fireball to Domu, then on to AKIRA. It kind of occurred to me, and let me know if you guys felt this, or am I crazy, man? But I got the feeling that Domu is in the same universe as AKIRA, just kind of like a prequel. And I have some things to go along with that. Like, where are you on that fence?
I'll be curious to hear your points on that.
Yeah, you're blowing my mind with this. That's really interesting, and it seems like something that, like, fans of his work, there might be a whole body of knowledge of people who've like looked way deep into this. So it'd be interesting to explore.
There's nobody that's made a connection this way, and here are some of my points. And it actually goes along with a lot of stuff that we were talking about in the Domu episode. So if you guys haven't seen the Domu episode, I encourage you to dig into that before we get into the real meat with AKIRA. But it all goes along with things that we were talking about. One of the things that kept coming up in Domu is how no adults, no civilians knew what the heck was going on with these kids with these powers or whatever. So what happens if the adults do discover that this is a thing? What's the first thing that's going to be done if the government finds out that there are people out there who have this ability, man? They're going to weaponize that shit. Some of the things that you were talking about with old Cho's superpowers, and you were like laying them out. He can phase. Little Takashi from AKIRA can phase. Also, the kids in AKIRA, they're late sequels. The earliest one is number 26, Little Takashi. So what if Itsuka is number 1?
To add fuel to that concept,
Let's go.
when I was doing research on AKIRA, you start to figure out it's set in 2019, right? So those kids are born in like 2004, 2005. Domu's set in the present.
Which would have been 82.
Yes. So if you're thinking like that is a beginning, or that maybe early stages of people, police, government officials, somebody becoming aware of some phenomena here, it would be a second generation, a third generation. It would have time to develop, to have like, hey, let's dovetail some funding to explore this. We think we have a phenomena on our hands, maybe to be weaponized, certainly to be researched. And that's the beginning. And you see, essentially, AKIRA would be 2 generations later.
And you know, the explosion happens in the 90s.
Right, yeah.
So it's still little kids. You know, Itsuka might have been a young teenager at that point. In the first volume of Akira, whenever Tetsuo starts to show signs of having the power, when the colonel is talking with the guy with the doctor in that high skyscraper, the doctor sort of suggests that Tetsuo is about to awaken, and he talks about having evidence of there being teenagers who have awoken before, suggesting that it's always children, like
right.
Itsuka.
I'm on board with this theory. Like, having just heard it just now, I'm on board with this theory. And also, if Otomo were to refute it and say that's absolutely not my intention, like, it doesn't really matter, because that's like sort of the intentional fallacy. Like, it doesn't matter what he intended. We just know the work. And so far, everything you're saying seems to bear out in the work, and it doesn't seem to be contradicted either. And even if it were contradicted, we're used to, you know, self-contradictory texts anyway, but I like this theory. I'm signing off on that theory.
The other big thing that really kind of solidified it for me too was just that one moment where Tetsuo is like leaving the little hospital room, and the guy is like, "Hey, how'd you get out of there?" And then when we see that guy next, his head is just splattered up against the wall, has shades of that little balsa wood student boy who like slit his throat and kind of exploded all over the place whenever he met with Itsuka for the first time, and she was scared out of her wits.
I made the same exact note. Absolutely. Visually, it's hard not to see that as a callback. You're in a corridor. It's even almost the same setting in a way.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, this is Akira's like a thematic progression. Like even if it's not intended to literally tie in, he's developing like the same ideas and taking them a step forward, and you know, explicitly linking them would be icing on the cake.
When I think of the connection between those two works, one obvious one, and it's visual, it's in the art, but the expression of those psychic powers is really consistent. There are a lot of characters with their heads down, sweating, eyes bulging. It's exactly the same as Old Cho. I think that's fuel to it's the same universe. It's the same timeline, you know, cut to future of this developing further, because visually that psychic power is represented exactly the same.
And it's all, they coined the term psychokinesis in there. And it's all the stuff, man. It's levitating objects. It's, there's flying.
Yeah.
And then, like, if you want to take it down, like, the furthest sort of direction down the path that both of these things are connected, what if Old Cho isn't old at all?
Yes. I saw somebody made a comment about Old Cho's connection to the Tezuka lady, which we had mentioned and brought up, and the connection to her child. That makes good sense, Ed. Yeah. The idea that, you know, visually, I made a note about these kids and why they look the way they look. And in my mind, it was partly solving the problem of, we're in black and white. How do you represent these children as being different in some way? And it was like, that's one way to do it very easily in black and white. Whenever we see color versions, you start to see blues and different things. But in black and white, it's like, that's a really distinguishing characteristic. And again, it is like Old Cho. Like, there's a very clear line between those two, especially visually. The other connection, I love this connection because it's not one I thought of, Ed, before you brought it up. But the idea that this is a continuation of Domu, you know, several decades later, not just the program is expanded in terms of, like, we had this kind of small, confined phenomena happens in Domu in an apartment, a couple people, not that big of a deal. We're not blowing up Tokyo or Neo-Tokyo. My impression when I started reading Akira is it's huge. It has exploded. And, you know, it's the psychic powers, the vast size of the program around those psychic powers, and the world that Otomo is now like creating and stalking to be the backdrop of this story is immense compared to Domu. And it's almost a mirror or parallel to the immensity of this psychic program in terms of budget, in terms of power, in terms of all the characters that are involved to facilitate this thing and to try to control it or develop it. It's almost like both of those things come out of Domu, and it's just growth. You know, it's like this thing's going to explode, and here it is 3 decades later.
Can I go down this path just even a little bit further?
Please.
Because of what you just said. There's a big part of me that thinks that Fireball is a part of this universe as well.
Sure.
And in Volume 1, when we see page 1 and we see the cataclysmic explosion, it's not mentioned that Akira was the cause of that. It says that there was a bomb that exploded over Tokyo. But what if that bomb was that and a couple pages of Fireball, because the story ends where you see the globe of the Earth in the very last panel. So you could imagine the very next panel from there could have been just that big cataclysmic explosion, mushroom cloud, all of that stuff. And that is the evidence of like the military intervention, like trying to figure out how to contain this power for weaponized use, because in Fireball, it's the government who is tearing this old guy, this soldier apart to try to see what's making him tick. So I actually think it's all related, but I think that the similarities are far tighter than what I was thinking in the earliest stages of putting these episodes together. But we're about 10 minutes in. Let's get into AKIRA Volume 1, man.
Okay.
Just to be clear, because I could obviously be missing something. In Volume 1, it's not explained what caused that first mushroom cloud, correct?
Right, yeah, they call it a weapon. I don't even know if they use the word bomb. Maybe they call it a bomb, but they say a weapon, and I was kind of wondering, like, what the nature... Because initially, the first time I'd read this, I thought that it's this big black ball, this big black dome, and I thought, oh, that's that thing where, like, to simulate retinal overstimulation, you draw, like, the sun black or something. And so it's like that. It's actually not a black... cloud. But then on this reading, I'm like, okay, is this like not just some kind of super nuke or something, but maybe it's some kind of like black hole bomb or dark matter or some kind of thing like that. And then of course the thing of like, maybe it is one of these kids, you know, AKIRA or the kid from Fireball or something, you know, it's, you know, cause he doesn't really specify exactly what just a new type of weapon or a new type of bomb or whatever.
We open up with the motorcycle gang. How would you define these boys, Kaneda, Tetsuo, and the crew, as a gang? To me, they're just like little hellions. They're not really, there's not, like in modern days, like gangs, it's like drug affiliated in terms of like selling, but these kids are more recreational users, if anything. The very little bit that I know about Japanese culture is that, you know, there are like class A, B, C students, and these boys are like class C. You know, they're the kids who are social pariahs. The way that Otomo is building the Kaneda character, like not only does he do drugs, but he's also potentially going to be a father, like out of wedlock as a teenager. And there was a stigma here in America for the longest time about that sort of thing. Japan is notoriously a little bit more conservative. Certainly in 1981, 82, Otomo's really painting a picture that this kid is like social reject.
Yeah, and he's even kind of like when she tells him that she's pregnant, he's kind of like, well, that's your problem.
They're all students in a vocational school. My high school had a vocational like wing, and it was stigmatized. You know, there was a thought of the type of students that go there, which is a shame because in hindsight, like I knew some of those teachers and would interact in different ways, and in hindsight, those look like the best programs in the schools.
Really useful skills that you could totally use.
Technology was there. The teachers were most committed. It's just for whatever reason, it was stigmatized as like, you go there because you're a Class C student. And that's what I thought of whenever they show their school and it's a vocational school. It's like, this is your last hope. This is your last chance or whatever. That's all I could think of. And I have no idea how that would relate between Japanese society and American. You know, that type of vocational training would be considered Class C. Obviously, these students are, you know, they make that clear through dialogue and interaction with the teachers and faculty. But I don't know if there's a bigger, you know, if that's a bigger cultural thing or not. But it was something that came to my mind just because, like, personal experience.
If I was to come up with a title for this episode, I think the title would be called The Poison Pill. Because the pill is the MacGuffin.
Totally.
That kind of carries the narrative pretty much through most of this volume. You would agree?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it makes sense that it's, like, kind of emblematic of the series is this pill. And I didn't realize just how much the pill was a factor in the plot until this rereading. It's like, wow, that pill is like that's the Maltese Falcon or whatever that everybody's kind of chasing.
It's such a fascinating comic because probably 3/4 of the AKIRA anime takes place in this volume here. Now, Otomo serialized AKIRA in Young Magazine from 1982 to 1990, and the AKIRA anime came out in 1988. So it's this ping pong effect where he initially creates a story in the manga, and for the anime, he tightens that first 2 acts up really tightly in the anime, and then has to come up with an ending, almost in a George R.R. Martin fashion, where
Right.
they're going to be putting out like the last season of Game of Thrones, and he hasn't written the book yet. So he had to come up with an ending for that anime, and perhaps in the manga, he's able to take a second pass at that ending and make that even tighter. When has that ever happened in fiction? Besides, I guess, Game of Thrones, and that's all conceptual because that hasn't taken place as of this recording yet.
I wonder if that happened when writers serialized, like Charles Dickens or something. If when he was doing collections, it was heavily revised. I'm sure there's an answer to that. I just don't know it. But that's when you would get a chance, is if it were to appear somewhere and then you publish it in another form, which, as you say, Ed, is pretty rare. Usually, it's minor edits that I'm aware of. Like when cartoonists go from serialized to a collection, sometimes there'll be minor edits. But a whole reworking like that on a scale of a major motion picture, I can't think of another example.
So AKIRA was serialized in Young Magazine. I wonder if, upon this latest rereading, like, did you guys make note of trying to imagine where the chapter breaks were whenever you would read, like, a nice segment and just imagine, like, okay, I bet it ended right here. I would have loved for this thing to be broken up in chapters to just see how the original readers might have checked the thing out.
I tried that. I looked at the epic issues to try to figure out, okay, is that like 3 chapters? If this is 18 chapters worth and it's like 6 issues of epic, and it's hard for me to figure that part out, but it was something I thought about. And I'm sure it breaks on scenes. I'm sure you can figure it out in some cases.
In the history of collecting serialized works in comics, it seems like for a really long time, there was like an embarrassment about these things being serialized. So they would try to cover that up as much as possible. Now you can kind of accept it and sort of have like a title, but there's a lot of comics where they would like remove the title from the splash page or try to fool you into thinking, no, this was conceived as a novel and executed as a novel. So maybe for some future reworking of volume, but that would be great to see this.
Young Magazine, so it starts, Kodansha, one of the big publishers in Japan, believes there's a market between sort of like kids manga and adult manga, and that's what Young Magazine is developed to form. When I was reading this, I kept thinking about how young adult it is, which has become such a huge genre in American book sales now. I enjoy genre deconstruction, so it's very easy to look at like, how does this fit? And AKIRA fits perfectly. There are almost no adult figures. The ones that are there are not parents. It's basically these kids that are in their teenagers that are trying to figure this stuff out to solve these big problems. And they're doing all the stuff that teenagers do. And you think like Fireball, I'm not sure if Fireball was in Young or not, but Domu was. So it's almost also a progression of like, what fits this audience? What is this like in between adult and kid audience? What fits them? And it feels like AKIRA is the perfect fit for that audience. Again, I don't know that to be true because of major social differences, and I'm projecting, but they are like this kind of young, they're fashionable. It feels like that's a fit for if you're trying to get teenagers as an audience.
Reading this, I was a little like shocked at how young Kaneda looks, because the iconography of AKIRA comes largely from the movie. And in the movie, it's almost like it's a different demographic. So Kaneda's depiction is sort of more heroic in the movie. He's like more broad-shouldered, more of like kind of like a Mad Max kind of character, where in this, he's like a scrawny, like he's like a twerp.
Yeah. When you watch the movie, like, and we're not going to talk anime too much, but like he is still the same character though. One of the things I want to take a look at when we go through every volume to the end is his progression in terms of like hero's journey, because I don't think it goes very far. I think he's basically a boob the entire time.
Sure. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, what we saw with Domu is that Otomo really isn't into this whole hero thing, and he doesn't do any of the things that you would do to sort of ingratiate Kaneda with us the way you would like, Luke Skywalker or something. Like there's nobody here to particularly root for. I mean, you tend to root for the good-looking young people in a work of fiction, but he's not going out of his way to make it easy for you to root for anybody.
And he characterizes this whole gang, Canada's whole gang, very well in that they're sort of a street gang, biker gang. They do some drugs, as you said, Ed. They interact with other gangs sort of as rivals and fighting and things. But they're also not that tough. Like they get in trouble in school and they're kind of meek at times, yelling their comebacks whenever they're leaving school or away from the bully gym teacher or whoever's, kind of lording over them in a tough fashion. And it's humor. It's really great. I found that to be something that
is missing from a lot of the contemporary comics I read. If it's a tough comic, if it's an action comic, your hero's not really going to be made to look silly, foolish, weak, any of these things. And it's not the dominant characteristic of these guys, but it's very humanizing. You know, they mess up, they slip on banana peels in a way, and definitely they posture a lot about that toughness and trying to impress the girls they come in contact with. But all of that to me just was very humanizing. Like I found it to be like, oh, this is great. I can cheer for this guy because I can also identify with, you know, being embarrassed in front of his friends whenever the school teachers slap him around and he can't really do anything about it. Or being a little bit worried about, like, we have a big showdown coming up with this rival gang. I thought all those elements are pretty impressive. And I don't know where it classifies them as a gang because they do hold their own when they interact with other gangs. But it doesn't come off as like, these are superhumans or these are super tough guys. They feel like kids that are border, you know, sometimes scared, sometimes putting on a tough act to impress their friends, but not necessarily the heroes or that heroic archetype that you know, we're accustomed to.
In our Domu episode, whenever we just got into things, you mentioned that you were trying to almost project your mind backwards in a way, trying to kind of like reimagine what it was like to read Domu for the first time. So let's put our mind in that headspace and imagine the first time that somebody might have read the serialized AKIRA, and the fact that you don't even get to see what this AKIRA thing is for maybe years.
Right, yeah.
That's the biggest question. I am not fluent in AKIRA. I've read it, I've watched it, you know, I'm aware of it, but doing all these rereadings has been amazing for me. And whenever I reread for this show, I made myself stop at volume 1. You know, like I wanted to sort of like really be able to talk about this book the way you might if this was the only one you read. And one takeaway was it's pretty satisfying on its own. There are questions at the end, and the biggest one is AKIRA, for sure. But as a whole, it kind of works. Like if that were it, I think I'd be very satisfied and very happy with it. I don't know about like, you know, weekly or bi-weekly installments, but as a book one, it's pretty satisfying, and I was impressed by that. But yeah, the biggest mystery is definitely, in my questions, was AKIRA.
And when you see, like, okay, this is the room where AKIRA is. It's this, like, giant tank with all these tubes and handles and stuff. And so it's like, possibly AKIRA is like a giant monster. You know, maybe he's like some, you know, some kind of like, you know, Godzilla type thing. And almost like, I don't know what Otomo's intention was. Like, did he always know what AKIRA was? Did he have like a vague idea? Did he have a couple options in mind? But it does seem like a really good sort of misdirection of like, here's this huge thing, you're expecting this huge something or other, and then like, you know, a tiny little boy walks out.
But wait, that doesn't happen in volume.
Not in volume.
So we'll get to that.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, this, like, knowing what I know what AKIRA is, but getting in that headspace of not knowing, I see this giant tank, and I'm like, what the fuck's AKIRA?
Totally, 100% agree, Tom. You know, like the one terrorist, Ryu, at one point, whenever they identified Takashi, and he's like, who's AKIRA then?
Yeah, so he thinks that Takashi might be AKIRA.
It further builds that mystery, that question. You know, it's not poor storytelling. It's very intentional as to, like, what is this? It's maybe a project, a code name. Who knows? It could be anything.
We have several translations of AKIRA, and it might be worth taking a look at each one. Take a look at that sequence where the Colonel goes down into the AKIRA chamber, because in the Dark Horse version that I read, he plays the pronoun game, and he calls it they, it, never he, her, like none of that stuff. So he's even, at least in the Dark Horse version, there's that air of mystery that he is, I guess, intentionally keeping in there, if that's how it reads across the board amongst all the translations.
And it is worth noting the differences, that there are some significant differences in translations. I didn't look that one up, but I was looking at, as I said, the Epic edition, the Dark Horse edition, and the new edition, and I found some really major different lines. Whenever the clowns are attacking Tetsuo after he escapes, and he basically becomes their leader and kills their leader, that guy makes the dialogue's completely different, what the clown says. Surprisingly, it's almost weird, some of the dialogue, and I like that. But I imagine that's probably true throughout the book, so probably definitely worth the comparison.
Yeah,
especially on a pivotal scene like whenever we see AKIRA tank.
Whenever the Colonel descends into the AKIRA tank, there's that elevator thing. One question I have is that elevator thing a real thing? And the reason I ask that is because that has been mimicked and mirrored in so many video games, man. Metal Gear Solid is like the big one. Like that will be a whole level in a like a Ninja Turtles game. So I wonder is that because of Akira influence, or does this kind of machinery, like I've never seen something like this
Right,
in
the
real life.
diagonal elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always just assumed it was like the Incredible Hulk had a big sequence with, and I thought, oh, he's just copying Akira, but...
There were parking structures when I was in Tokyo that were, you would put your car on them, and they were almost like vertical elevator kind of based parking, small footprint, but kind of this tall lift. So they're probably similar. Like there may be an industrial application. That whole building is massive, and to think of like the excavation to get down to it, you hear about it in conspiracy theories, these underground bases, but man, I don't know. It's a massive amount of machinery. I don't know what you would build to that scale. I don't know of anything public really. Maybe aircraft carriers would have some kind of lifts of that sort.
That's another thing with Otomo. Not only is he an amazing storyteller, amazing artist, really good writer, but some of these cop cars and some of there's that Masaru character sits on that like little throne thing. Mm-hmm. He's like an amazing like vehicle designer of like all stripes, like helicopters, that little Masaru throne thing.
Greatest motorcycle ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I guess it comes from his interest in sci-fi, and it's just that evolution to this point where like now it's city and urban and many environments all in one massive story. You almost develop those skills as a cartoonist. I'm sure you guys have both had this, Tom probably with Transformers. You sort of learn to draw these things that it'd be impossible for me to draw a good robot, but if I did it for 1,000 times, I'd figure it out, and then it's part of your tools. Like you can almost harness that.
Yeah, I
think that's what he's probably done.
I think this engineering kind of stuff is probably where his interests are closest. Like he's sort of figured out a way to like get good at all the other stuff, the storytelling stuff, but if left to his own devices, all that design, and because like reading Akira, reading Domu, it's like we've read other stories where we enjoyed the characters more, or we felt more of a connection to it. But like my enjoyment of Akira is largely from just this like awe of like, whoa, like look at that beautiful thing, and not as much from the characters and the interact. Those things are good, but like that stuff is like off the charts good.
He nails scale in a way that you rarely see in comics, and he often cites Mobius, as a contemporary influence. It's really hard to do. There aren't that many examples that you can point to in a comic and really say, and especially cities I find really hard. Because if you're able to read those characters, chances are you're seeing almost nothing of the building. These things are huge, but comics shorthand all of that. And that's a thing that he gets in Akira that's rarely seen as just the scale.
Yeah, it's a non-human scale. It's like a beyond human scale. And it just naturally sends you places with the narrative and thematically sends you places just when you're representing this sort of like post-human scale.
Well, I think the scale of all these structures and Neo Tokyo in general, it's a storytelling mechanism, not necessarily for this volume specifically, but when we have a post-apocalypse,
right.
It becomes evident that you want to establish you want to establish a city where there are many millions of people who inhabit this area. Jumping ahead of ourselves with that, though. Question I have: we have Kay, we have Ryu, we have that team of terrorists. Do we even have an inkling into what they're trying to do? Like earlier in the book, whenever after Tetsuo crashes because of Takashi and all of that stuff happens, we find that it was Ryu and the terrorist crew. They're the people responsible for getting Takashi out of there. It's not explained why. And he gets him out of there, and he's running through the city, racing away from army guys and like covert ops dudes. And when the colonel shows up and they call him Takashi, and like you said, he looks at him and says, "You're not Akira," and then looks at Masaru, who, if this was a live action movie that took place in the 80s, tell me Hervé Villechaize wouldn't have been like the greatest like Masaru ever. Anyhow, Ryu looks at Masaru and is like, "Are you Akira?" And it's like, no. So clearly they want Akira, but why? Like, was any of that answered for you in this volume? Do you have any speculation as to what these terrorists are up to? And they're called terrorists by the government, who it makes sense that they would call them terrorists, but are they a resistance force? Are they fighting for the people? Like,
I mean, I think a lot of these things are left intentionally vague from a good storytelling point of view of like, we're creating a mystery. We want to, figure out what it is that's going on as a reader. But then also like, kind of like as a creator, sometimes you have like sort of a somewhat hazy idea of what your story even is as you're creating it and creating it serially. And so sometimes I got the impression that maybe there's a little bit of like vamping going on, of like putting out some like titillating little bits and pieces, and then let's have an extended chase scene while I kind of figure out what the next story bit is or how these things go together.
I thought that as well. You were thinking of where do the serial chunks end and start stop. I was thinking like what is laid out. He may have some idea of where the story's going to go, but all these details are, I assume, being developed as he's actually drawing and writing, these installments. And I think you're right about that, Tom. I think there are pieces that he's putting in place that who knows exactly how they're manifest. Another one of my questions at the end of the volume is, what do the terrorists want to do here? It seems like they're connected to somebody inside. There's somebody that feeds them some information about, hey, the budget's suddenly blowing up on the AKIRA project. So we know they have an inside person.
And that's revealed in Volume 1.
Yeah, in Volume 1.
Little
right?
Nezu.
Yeah, meet up, a rendezvous. So that's a piece that we get to this bigger puzzle. And I think even those two say they're not really sure what AKIRA is. The idea that it's a person that they're trying to liberate, maybe they have some information on that. Maybe it's just something that they're guessing and don't really know. I mean, probably they're aware, if they have somebody on the inside, they may be aware of these psychic children and just making the jump that AKIRA is the name of one of them, or maybe they only know there's one or think there's one, who knows. So it's probably connected in that way where I'm not sure the terrorists know exactly. They may be anti-military. I feel like a lot of people would be that after your city's destroyed. You're probably going to be very dubious, as it's rebuilding. And it's like, why are we still funding this military whenever we're just recovering from World War III? It could be people like that. The movement's more generally opposed to this group having so much power and so much secretive power. And they know something's going on with AKIRA, but don't really know too much.
If you're trying to expose like a government conspiracy, it's not like you have some clear idea of what it is from start to finish anyway. You have a sense that there's something they're not telling us, just in real life, that what is this? And there's a couple little things that leak out. And so you're trying to figure out what something is without knowing what it is. So that makes total sense from like an in-story point of view.
You're basically, the terrorists are essentially soldiers. Like they're all fighting for a cause together, and the soldier's not necessarily going to know what the biggest plan is. They just know what their job is. But it's totally parallel to Fireball. We see it whenever they're like, we're trying to expose this, this government official that we think is doing stuff wrong. And then at some point they get another piece where it's like, it's the computers running everything. But, they don't know that the whole time. Like that's discovered in the middle of Fireball because a spy, on the inside lets them know that. But it's the same deal. They know they're opposing some of these policies. They may not know all the details as to how those policies are being affected or who the figurehead is that they're actually opposed to. But they're getting pieces where they can, and I think it's the same deal here.
Otomo plays it perfectly because they don't have all the pieces, and they set forth an amazing chain of events almost by accident. Whenever the terrorists set an explosion off at the Olympic site, they don't know what's below that Olympic site. They don't know what's there. They just do it to kind of, once again, a little bit unclear, but certainly to get into the mind, do some psychological warfare, if nothing else. Yeah, exactly. Agitate the government. The focus becomes on the Olympic crash site. We find out that in the middle of that, because it's a giant crater that covers miles and miles of ground, and somewhere like in the middle, far from the eye's reach. And by the way, the perimeter of this bomb site pre-World War III is quarantined off. You're not allowed to go there, even though the bike gang does go there. So further than the eye can see, there is a military installation there. And whenever the bomb goes off, causes some panic, and like the military guys have to descend upon that to just like see what the deal is, see what people may know. But the colonel is very kind of flippant about the fact that there is somebody running around on that base. He's just like, yeah, okay, you find the rat, kill the rat.
Right. Which is Canada at the time, trying to get his bike.
Right.
I think because the site is a secret site, from time to time, I'm sure people come through. Kids, gangs.
Yeah, like they do at the very beginning of the story.
Vandals,
just joyriders.
Yeah, graffiti artists, who knows what. People whacked out of their minds on drugs, just wandering around, urban explorers. So I think that's probably all. I didn't read too much into it. That would be my guess, is there's somebody here, deal with it. We're an elite, top-of-the-line military program, get rid of them.
The colonel still has very high regard for the military guys like under his wing. That may change as the volumes continue.
Do you find the Colonel doing anything that makes him an enemy or a bad guy? I mean, obviously they're kind of at cross purposes, but does he do anything that looks evil or bad?
No, I mean, to me, it is like, it's just an iconography thing. It's just like, he looks like he might be the bad guy. He's old. He's almost bald. He's got, a mustache, but I don't think, he's just doing his, and as the story develops, I mean, like future volumes and stuff, you kind of, he is like, mainly like he's a professional, doing his job, and like in the movie it's amped up even more so because he's like silhouetted and they're like light and it really looks like he's the heavy of the thing.
I mean he's very imposing the way he's presented in the book, and he's positioned antagonistically, especially with once Tetsuo becomes like the object of desire, but I don't know that he crosses any lines anywhere.
If Otomo rejects heroes, he rejects villains too.
There is no pure evil. Like if you're trying to tell a rich story, there's no pure good, there's no pure evil, and you have to, as a creator, you have to put yourself in a position where you empathize and believe in all of your characters' goals. Or you just have snidely whiplash, tying people up to train tracks for no reason.
And we're conditioned to look for a hero and a villain, so you can use that to your advantage of telling a story where none of these people are particularly bad or particularly good, but the viewer or reader is going to learn that in the course of it, but they're going to come into it with those preconceptions, which I think Otomo just does play very well.
On the no good, no bad front, we'll jump to that. He does manage to have some surprising violence. That seems to be a theme that's in all of these stories that we've seen so far. And my example for this one is early on, Kai shoots one of the military guys in the head, and it's like a whole page sequence. We see him get shot, we see him fall back, we see the stain of the blood, from the back of his head. Like, she kills this guy very clearly in the middle of the page. And, I've read this a couple of times, rereading it, that really stood out to me. Like, wow, that happens pretty early on. She is a protagonist, or at least positioned as a protagonist. I was kind of surprised by that. That seems like something, I don't know that you would see that in an American movie today. If it was a hero, I don't know that you would see that.
In a lot of the fiction that we consume, the genre fiction, there does seem to be, and the further back you go, there does seem to be a lot of scenes of like unloading your gun on whoever gets in your way. And like if you think of something like Star Wars, where it's like, okay, how moral is it that you're just like mowing down these stormtroopers? Like, you don't know what their story is. They're just they might just be, that's their job. They got drafted or whatever. And The Matrix, where like they gun down people who are in the story we know are indoctrinated and are doing this like involuntary, or when like a Smith takes over them or whatever. So that's just been like just a big part of fiction, and I think it's only relatively recently that we're starting to sort of question that and examine that, but it still happens all the time in action, genre.
There's a lot I think you can take from it. You can look at this character that you're just starting to meet and see her dedication to the cause. Because we don't even know exactly what AKIRA is. It seems like they don't know exactly what it is, but she's willing to kill to try to liberate this thing that's maybe unclear what it even is.
You're sold on both sides. You're soldiers in a war, and again, we're conditioned to believe that if you're a soldier, that you sort of have like virtue on your side, just the reality of it is not that at all. It's just part of the job.
I like that part.
Yeah.
It comes back to when we talked about Domu, and at the end, it's like, is Itsuko good? Is she bad? I mean, some people die that we clearly look at as innocents at the very least, and she plays a role in it. And I think it's the same deal here, where I like characters that aren't 100% good or bad. And that's what we see with her in this moment, in my opinion. And I like that. It makes for a much richer motivation all around, because you do have several sets of characters that are sort of acting on their own motivation. And at times those motivations come into conflict with one another, but it's not clear that like, this is the right one, cheer for this, or, this is the bad guy, cheer for their defeat. It's very much like, well, I kind of like this character because they did this other thing, but now they're at odds with each other. I think it's very rich.
Yeah, it creates an ecosystem.
Yeah, it feels like fiction as opposed to just genre fiction.
Let's keep up with the theme of good and evil, and this being Cartoonist Kayfabe, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the Tetsuo heel turn. Was it abrupt? Was it elegant enough for your flavor, man? How did that work to you? Is he a heel? He blows up his friend's head.
Yeah, this is a great segue, Ed, because you can see him as he's a victim of the circumstances he's in. He did nothing to be psychically activated or to have that power or potential, and once it comes up, it totally changes him. It takes over his character in a lot of ways, changes who his character is, becomes the dominant piece of who he is as a character, and it's tragic in a way. Like whether he was a pain in the ass or not, like there's little sniping back and forth whenever they're all friends. But whether he's likable or not, there's nothing that's like, oh, this guy's terrible. And then suddenly he's consumed in this and he's basically out. It's almost a new character that emerges in his place. Is he a heel? I mean, like, he's definitely an antagonist. He's a problem that's in front of everybody that needs to be managed in some way. So, it becomes the driving force for everybody's actions after he appears.
I mean, to me, it's clearly a heel turn in the truest sense. And heel turns are so much fun. And this is really fun. It's like his best friend, and then he disappears for a while, and it's like, oh, they have a new leader. The clown gang has a new leader, and he's real tough. And I think it's Tetsuo. And then you see him, and he's like this. It's like just like you're having so like those sequences in the book are so much fun.
And he's just eating drugs.
Yeah.
Like the whole clown gang now is in the business of getting him drugs that he's just consuming. It's the perfect, again, young adult rebel gang villain. Mm-hmm. Man, he hams it up. He's a good one.
When he starts out, when you first see Tetsuo in his earliest stages, see, I'm infected by some of the things you said on the Domu episode, West Side Story, all that. And Tetsuo is almost like that little girl who wants to like hang out with the gang guys, yeah. Man, because he's like younger than them, and they're all kind of like making fun of him, like little bits here and there. Once again, that's amped up in the flick a little bit, right. But that's who he is. If we're talking sharks and jets and shit, he's just that little girl, like, oh, come on, let me hang out with you guys.
He also looks great. It reminds me of Unbreakable whenever they talk about the villain having the bigger head. Mm-hmm. Like his head seems to expand whenever these powers, once they show up.
And the head makes him sort of look villainous, look like a mutant, but it also makes him look younger. It's like a baby proportion or whatever. And I feel like when you talk about like rooting for or identification or whatever, if Tetsuo were a little bit handsome, Kaneda wouldn't even be in the running for like hero of the book. You'd be like Kaneda I love like it's just that he's goofy looking is the one thing that keeps people from like dressing up as him for Halloween, Yeah, like the jacket. You're not wearing the Tetsuo jacket,
But Kanye West does in that one music video. I say that because we'll put that scene like right in the film. One of the things that I noticed with the gang, Kaneda's gang, is just how Otomo's becoming more confident as a cartoonist. When we were talking about in Fireball, his main character has that bandage on his face as like an easy kind of accessory so that we can identify him all the time. When you have Kaneda's gang and they're all standing around together, now, not all the characters are mentioned by name or anything, but you could easily tell them all apart. Mm-hmm. And I'll advise any cartoonist out there, draw the gang, and I bet you a lot of the faces look the same. And it's not an easy trick to pull off, but Otomo does it here. He's firing on all cylinders as a cartoonist and storyteller at this point.
Kaneda all of a sudden sees this ghost of himself. Like it's this, floating, glowing, fiery version of himself saying something about like, oh, it happened, or,
He says AKIRA.
AKIRA. Okay. Yeah. So,
in the Dark Horse version.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a huge foreshadowing of who knows what. But it's really compelling. It's like this sort of thing when like you get a message in a bottle, from the future. Or something.
It's kind of out of nowhere too. Yeah. Like there's nothing else in the entire story that's like this. I guess the closest thing would be the when the characters phase out.
That would be the closest thing, and that always makes me think of like Lost. There were like weird time loops in the TV show Lost. And there was a moment at one point where characters were observing these characters from another time, and then they disappear. And they don't show that. And I remember like watching that and being like, that is brilliant. Because if you saw somebody just disappear, I can't imagine something being more hard to process. Mm-hmm. And we see that, like that's what Kaneda sees right in the beginning with Takashi. And then again, when he sees himself, when he has this vision, it's kind of a similar moment, or at least that's the way I would read it, as being like, that would be the most unsettling thing, and how to process something like that, especially considering the other events now that he has seen and taken part in. Like, it's like his world has suddenly become a different world.
Right, it's like a border guardian, like in the hero's journey or whatever. Like you've crossed over into this other world. But again, like it's a great tease.
Mhm.
And when you're doing if this can be used as a class or anything, but if you're making a first volume of something, you want to spread a bunch of seeds, throw a bunch of seeds out there, and there's a lot of compelling little seeds that some may grow up into a tree, some may grow into nothing, but man, that was a really good one.
We'll close on some of those. One of the teasers that is throughout this volume 1 is the relationship between Ryu and Kay. I don't know what kind of fruit that bears. I'm teasing. But we don't know where it's going, but it's implied that they have some relationship beyond brother and sister several times throughout the book. So that's not explored at the end of... That's not tied up
Right.
in volume 1. Of course, the other big dangling thread is who, what, where, when, and why is AKIRA.
Yes.
Yeah, and that influences most of the questions that I have, including the vision he has in the future.
Mhm.
We have no answer for that to speak of. So, one piece that we mentioned, the military base, the AKIRA being like entombed or encased or whatever it is, housed underneath the site of that explosion, is a hint as to the origins of that explosion. Because I remember reading it and thinking, like, why would you ever put a base in this spot? But of course that's why, because that's where this event, like, that's where AKIRA came to rest or ended or whatever. It wasn't really up to you where you put the base. The base is a result of this thing that has happened that we see the effects of above it.
And you could tease the public with nuclear half-life and all radiation,
Right,
all that. So they'll want to stay far away.
Yeah, that's like the Area 51 cover story. It's got the great tease at the end of like, Tetsuo, you want to come with us or not? We'll answer all your questions. Come with us.
He takes the pill. He needs so many pharmaceuticals to just kind of keep in equilibrium. When he takes that one big one, it's almost like he has now reached a point of no return. Colonel's like, Tetsuo, come with us. Calls him by his new number, 41. Volume ends with that, man.
That's another piece of that building of the questions. Like, we've seen a couple of those numbers. 41's a lot. There's a lot of potential stories there.
I think that pretty much wraps up Volume 1.
Yeah, I think so.
I have no more notes on the subject, man. So you guys know how the game is played. In about 4 weeks, we'll have another episode live. We'll be talking about Volume 2 of AKIRA as we continue celebrating 2019 and the works of the great Katsuhiro Otomo. So without further ado, my name's Ed Piskor.
My name's Jim Rugg.
My name's Tom Scioli.
Like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Tell your friends. We're on an awareness campaign, man. We're on a race to 100K. And we have a Spreadshop merchandise store. In the description below, you can grab some cool Cartoonist Kayfabe merchandise, as well as all of our contact information is there. I don't know about you guys. I have a bunch of comic deadlines ahead of me, man, so I'm going to have to get back to it.
Sounds good.
You guys know what your marching orders are.
Read more comics.
Here we are celebrating 2019 with our continued coverage of Katsuhiro Otomo's magnum opus AKIRA. This time we're covering AKIRA Volume 2. My name's Ed Piskor.
My name's Jim Rugg.
My name's Tom Scioli.
Let's get right into it. So Book 2 picks up right where Book 1 left off. But this could be a new reading experience to somebody who didn't have a chance to check out Book 1. So like all great action movie sequels or whatever, he has to reestablish all the characters, man. We see Tetsuo is sort of in the grasp of the Colonel. Kaneda and Kay are being arrested. And guys like Ryu, there's like a new dimension to his character. He's like on a construction site, like working in some kind of undercover capacity.
Still working for the resistance.
Yeah.
Still doing that side of it, opposing the colonel and the project.
Yeah, in fact, he's working on the construction site just so that he can get a better vantage point of what the heck is going over this like little barriered wall. Since we left last episode, we got some intel on how Young Magazine was divvied up. In fact, we saw like in this AKIRA Club book right here in the back, it has some information as to how the individual chapters, when the manga was being serialized in Young Magazine, how everything got divvied up. So it's basically, for the most part, about 20-page installments over the course of a decade, pretty much.
Yeah, and especially the first several volumes.
maybe around after volume 3 or so is probably whenever the anime begins, and you see it becomes a little more sporadic in its serialization. But those first couple of volumes, it's basically every issue of Young Magazine. I'm not sure if he misses one in that first year or two, which is remarkable. the amount of detail in this thing.
Totally insane. Taking a look at the art in this issue, man, I would really like to have some knowledge on who the assistants were and how many, because you could tell that there are different people working on different backgrounds. And some of these backgrounds are far more detailed than others, even in the space of like the same sequence. I'm thinking about like when Kay and Kaneda are running around kind of like in the grating, in the duct work of the big building. Some of those backgrounds are just simply drawn a little bit differently, using lines to create gray values instead of zipatone all the time. And that's the hand of one person and not the other, I feel like.
I also wonder, like, some of those must be shortcuts. Some of those must be deadline solutions, some of those backgrounds. And they don't look bad. It's not an obvious thing like, oh, you know, a lot of comics, monthly comics, you'll notice, like, they rushed on these 5 pages. Yeah. I don't get that sense, but at the same time, some of those backgrounds, some of these chapters are less... They're more sparse, I suppose, in their setting.
It's still super detailed.
It's great.
Sparse by its own standards.
Right. Yeah.
But compared to some of the other sequences and chapters.
One of the things that I wanted to pay attention to through this rereading is Kaneda's place in the kind of hero's journey. Where would you say he is in this volume?
I would say he's second fiddle to Kay. She totally takes over the hero journey in this volume, I think.
Kaneda, to me, is like the Mr. Magoo character of this thing, man, where almost constantly in peril, but almost always gets out of it by almost no fault of his own. I know Dave Sim has a term for, like, how he describes Cerebus, like the actual aardvark character, and how it's like a Tiny Toons, a Looney Tunes character, where it's like, gets into trouble, but like will never be damaged in any major way.
And that's a type of protagonist. You know, that's like Goodman Beaver or something. Yeah.
Like, he's solidified as the naive character that we get to like unpack this world with, man.
Much easier to identify with him because of that.
Yeah.
You know, like he is much more of an every person, every young man kind of character. Not a bumbling idiot, not completely incompetent, but also not leading the charge. He's reacting a lot of times more than he's acting, and it usually works out. But it's very easy to kind of recognize in him a protagonist that you can identify with as a reader, because he is flawed. You know, he's very flawed. He has a lot of weaknesses, and he is in way over his head. And I think it works great. You know, one of my notes for this book is there's still a lot of questions at the end of this volume. Like, it's still sort of building. We still don't know a lot of big things. And Canada's a perfect representative of that point of view, because I think he's in the same position. Like, he knows less than, you know, he's gotten sucked into this resistance side of things. His friend is now a major threat in a huge axis point of the story. He has no idea what's going on, though. You know, he's kind of there through dumb luck or something.
The pill was the MacGuffin in the first volume. What would you say would be the MacGuffin of this one?
I mean, I'd say maybe it's that big laser gun.
I was just simply thinking, AKIRA.
Yeah. AKIRA, yeah.
AKIRA as the MacGuffin, man. Speaking of the laser gun, the way that they tackle these lasers in AKIRA, you've never really seen it done that way, where it's like, okay, it's this focused point of light that never ends, basically. So it's a hot knife through butter, through everything, man. Whatever that light beam touches, it's going through that.
There's some great stuff for that, too. When he's, like, cutting up a ceiling or a hallway and things are then falling as a result of him, like, just wide laser
falling
swaths.
at, like, diagonals and stuff.
That's pretty good. Like, I don't know that I've seen that anywhere else, and it's a great way to show the effectiveness of that weapon.
Yeah. And it's a more accurate depiction of a laser, like the lasers in Star Wars or whatever. Like, lasers don't behave that way, but this is the way, like, a really, really intense laser would behave.
If I was to give this volume a title, I think I would call it The Descent, because we spend a lot of pages, a lot of real estate going down that inclined elevator.
And whenever we're not in the elevator shaft, we're in the sewers.
Right.
Like, it's almost all of it's subterranean.
It's funny how the elevator's going down, and then it cuts to, like, a bunch of stuff going on, and then we come back, and the elevator's going down, and then we cut, like, and basically the whole issue is just this elevator slowly going down.
It would be amazing to take a look in AKIRA Club and see if this elevator was going down for maybe a year. I mean, we finally get to see Akira at the very end, and it probably is at least a year and a half to 2 years from the first episode to the point that we actually get to see Akira. And I would bet that people in real life are almost as dumbfounded as the characters in the story, man. Because once little Akira gets out of that bubble, people are just like, hey, man, get that kid out of here. And the Colonel knows, man. The Colonel knows that that's Akira. But even the Doctor doesn't. Should we talk about that Doctor character a little bit? To me, he's like EC mad scientist. And he gets the comeuppance in the way that an EC or like a Kirby mad Doctor would get his just desserts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a little bit ambitious. He kind of leads to Akira being awakened in a way by going outside of the Colonel's orders a little bit. Going into business for himself, as a wrestler might say. And it does definitely lead to his untimely demise. You know, it is his comeuppance because he does buck the system. He does work on his own a little bit. And I guess in the name of science, right? I mean, he's a mad scientist. He wants to unlock this experiment that he's been circling for probably his entire career.
And it's established that he doesn't even know exactly what it is that's in there, because when he sees it, like, he's confused, man. But
which is a great effect. Because, I mean, that's one of my notes from this volume is, like, we get to the end. At the end of Volume 1, we still didn't know what Akira was.
Right.
And now we see him, but we still don't really know. We don't have any sense of, like, okay, so what does he do? Why is this a big deal? What's happening? And those characters reflect that. You know, starting with the Doctor, the guy who should know more than anybody. As a reader, we're looking to him for some answers or exposition or something, and he's just as clueless as we are. It's a great effect.
Even, like, the arrival of Akira is kind of interesting because, like, when you were reading it, didn't you kind of expect, like, there's all these, like, sort of seals being unsealed and all these, didn't you expect there to be, like, a shot where it's, like, the door opens and then but he just kind of, like, pops up, like, up in the corner, and it's like, what, you know, like he, like, just popped there or something. It's, like, very anticlimactic, but, you know, kind of, you know, keeping you off guard the way this series has in every aspect so far.
in terms of the landscape, the ecosystem, the political situation that these characters are involved in, we're sliding closer and closer into anarchy and chaos, I feel like, man. Even early on in the book, in the first third of the book somewhere, you really get the sense that the Colonel character, the military leader, is basically impotent and toothless and has fucking no power, no say. Nobody is respecting his orders at all anymore.
Yeah, that happens early on. I feel like that's when he switches a little bit. You know, he goes from controlling this project to basically ordering its destruction, which also doesn't work. Like he is not working. Definitely, right. He's kind of the figurehead of impotence in this volume. But you do see his character change, Ed, as you're alluding to. Some very specific events happen early on with Tetsuo that emasculate him, that basically tear down what he's built in this project. And at that point, he's almost like Canada, where now he's reacting and just trying to, like, really save his world, from a project that was always designed to kind of, like, keep his world safe, and at this point it's breaking loose. And so it's his last, his role has changed. I think his primary directive.
Yeah, he represents order, and we're in a situation that is, where chaos is taking over. And just the scale of everything in this story, it makes sense that, like, he's part of a bureaucracy or part of, like, some very, very large organization. So even as powerful as he might seem, just on first glance, when you're part of that kind of organization, it's almost like nobody has any, like, everybody's answering to some authority that they're not even clear who that is.
He takes his shot, and, by the end of the book, it feels like he's taken the best shot he can. Like, he's had his chance to solve this problem, and he fails. So, it'll be interesting to see how he continues on through the narrative, but that really feels like Volume 2, it's kind of his moment. Good or bad, he's the main actor, or at least one of the main actors, one of the main oppositions to Tetsuo, to Akira, to what's coming.
When the Colonel and Tetsuo have their encounter and the Doctor's there, I think there's might be a couple of dialogue balloons that suggest that Tetsuo is, like, pulling information from the Doctor's mind.
Yeah, a little bit.
And it's at a certain point it seems like he's on board, like, and willing to show Tetsuo, where Akira is and all of that. But at the beginning,
Eager, even.
yes, certain laws in the real world are in place to prevent ambitious doctors and scientists from figuring certain things out, because some scary stuff has to be required to make such things happen, man.
Tetsuo is there, like, Kei and Kaneda are prisoners. Tetsuo kind of acts like maybe it's under the guise that he's, prisoner or he's being held, but it's obvious that he kind of he wants to be there. He's just playing around. He's having a good time. He's watching the little videos and doing and is, his wheels are turning, and he's got his plan that he's going to unfurl, or at least he's going to let this thing play out, see where it goes, and then, do what he has to do.
When Tetsuo is doing the sort of televised test things, when they're showing him some things, basically a Rorschach test, and he's giving psychotic answers, that happens early. And we established that he's pretty fucking crazy. He's pretty nuts. So a little bit later, when the doctor's like, yeah, maybe Tetsuo could control Akira, that's either subtle storytelling, where the doctor's being manipulated, or Otomo might have wanted to give that a second pass.
Yeah, the third interpretation would be that's the doctor's ambition overriding anything else. And even maybe some... And I don't know that this would have been Otomo characterizing somebody to this degree, but possibly you have this scientist who thinks a little bit different socially than your average person. Right. So the Colonel asks him about Tetsuo's attitude. Like the Colonel recognizes early on, this dude's very antisocial, maybe psychotic. How much of a problem is that? As the doctor's reporting on, like, the power level is, we haven't seen this before, or, it's approaching Akira or whatever. It's this supreme power, especially compared to, like, the other three psychic children that seem to be much more small potatoes and no match for Tetsuo's power. And they throw out numbers and classifications of powers throughout this story when they speculate on, how did this person teleport? That's like a C-15 or something. Like they mean something.
Yeah.
And Tetsuo's power is super high, which is what the doctor responds to, and the Colonel's worried about other factors. The doctor seems completely unconcerned about attitude. What do you mean attitude?
Right.
What do I mean attitude? Like, you're giving him these tests. Look at this guy's a maniac, and he's super powerful. Like, this is a potential problem, and it just doesn't. It means nothing to the doctor. It works well within the story.
Yeah, it seems thematically consistent that there's just like constant escalation in like every aspect of the story, and then there's this like thing of like stop a weapon with a weapon. It's like, okay, we got this weapon let's stop that with something even bigger. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, we're going to stop that with until you've just basically destroyed the world.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens, too. Like, it never works the way it's intended. Here's the weapon to stop Tetsuo. That didn't work. Here's a bigger weapon. That didn't work. Now Akira's free. It is just, like, so ineffective. The weapon-on-weapon and the escalation of the weapons race, completely ineffective. And I'm sure that's by design. That seems like a message that's consistent with Otomo's other work that we've read up to this point.
Throughout the entire book, like, there's the main narrative, and throughout the whole thing, he is, like, building this little world that these characters live in. So we get introduced to number 19, Lady Miyako. Yeah. So we get to see her. Even on page, like, 1, whenever we see a colored painting of that little nursery that they live in, if you take a close look, there are 3 kids, but there are 4 beds in the back there, man. So, he's sewing just like all this subtle little stuff, man, that I think, like, as a creator, it's good stuff to keep in mind. Just like little icing on the cake things, man, to kind of like make that world feel a little bit more lived in. And, this is making a masterpiece. So, like, in order to have that, you have to have conversation, and you have to have something that's worth revisiting. And just seeing, like, those little bits. Like, is that 4th bed Lady Miyaki or Miyoko's, was that her bed? And she's introduced. We don't quite know exactly what she's about. She's affiliated with that Nezu guy who is affiliated with the government, though.
That's one of the questions that I come out of this volume with. Is who is she? Having that number on her hand is really the reason there's even why it matters, why I'm interested, why I want to know more. Nezu, I'm glad you mentioned. So he's kind of the resistance figurehead, but within the government.
Yeah.
And he goes to meet her. He looks a lot like the doctor. They're not. I don't think you'd be confused reading this, but there are a lot of physical similarities, and in a lot of ways, they're sort of like this yin yang of like, they're on opposite sides of this ideology, but they're both near the top of the leadership structure, and I wonder if that's intentional. I mean, these designs of characters are run the gamut throughout this series. So I don't think it's accidental that those two characters that are both in these positions of power and influence resemble one another. You know, I think Otomo may be making a statement there about the idea that it's not necessarily good guys versus bad guys. It's almost like archetypes that are in these positions, and be weary of these guys that are in positions of power, these people that are in positions of power, regardless of, you know, what side of the power spectrum they're on. If they're in that position, they maybe shouldn't be trusted, or at least not given like free reign.
It's it's interesting the way we're pulled through this story, because it's kind of like there's this baton that's being like handed from character to character. It's like, okay, it's this person's story now, and Domu had a lot of that too. And for a little bit, we're following Kay, and then she starts phasing through walls, and it's like, is she one of them?
Yeah.
Does she have the power? And it's a really good hook, because then when it like sort of pays off that like, oh, she's being controlled by the kids, like. It's an explanation. Okay, that explains it, and we've like moved that much further into the story, and then it also sets us up for when Tetsuo, when he unleashes AKIRA, we're not 100% sure how much of it is like AKIRA controlling. So there's just all this manipulation going on, like, and we're getting prepped for it, you know.
I like that part a lot. There's a little bit of that in Domu where it's like, you know, is this character being controlled by one of these other characters, and it's not as clear and it's a little messier. It feels much more effective in AKIRA. Like, he's figured out this idea of having these characters react in a way that maybe it is AKIRA that's pulling Tetsuo down, or that's, you know, leading this escape or whatever, having some influence, you know. And I think the Doctor makes a reference to that it seems like maybe there's messages going back and forth, or there's energy that's resonating between the two, and it just feels like much more effectively handled in AKIRA, that all these characters are being influenced by one another, sometimes in very overt ways.
I always felt like there was some fat in this volume, but there's really not, because there's that one guy with the glasses who we saw in volume 1.
We should dive on him a little bit. For anybody, because I don't know if we mentioned him in volume 1's recap, but he is basically a spy for the Colonel that is involved in the resistance, you know, has infiltrated the Resistance in volume 1. Ryu's lieutenant discovers that he's a spy and thinks he kills him in volume 1.
Right.
So now in volume 2, he reappears and he's back under the Colonel. You know, whenever Canada and Kai are trying to escape, he aids their escape. And they don't totally trust him because they don't know him, but he definitely helped them get out, you know, maybe save their life or whatever. And so they're reluctant, but they kind of travel with him for a while. And eventually he then reunites with the lieutenant, with Ryu's lieutenant, who tried to kill him or thought he killed him in volume 1. And it's this payback story, and it relates to me again with that idea of like Nezu and the Doctor being very similar visually. Like, you have these two characters that are serving their masters loyally, and who's good or bad in that? You know what I mean? Like, it kind of depends on which ideology you want to subscribe to, but they're both the same character. They just happen to be on opposite sides of this ideological divide, and playing that out. It's pretty interesting. That was a weird piece for me at first, but it does kind of maintain that storytelling trope of like, it's not obvious who the right person is here.
When he has his moment, you are kind of following him and rooting for him a little bit, and then when there's like the mistaken identity where there's friendly fire, where like they misinterpret and think that he's a bad guy hurting one of the good guys, you know, and then they start shooting at him, you know.
It's incredible. It's an incredible fate for that character and for that whole storyline that character is involved with in the first 2 volumes.
Yeah, it's my first time really appreciating that moment, because, you know, reading it before, I just felt like it was a dashed off, like, well, who the hell are these guys?
Yeah.
Because it was a good moment in volume 1, but in the bigger story, kind of incidental.
It reminds me of a narrative flourish that's the equivalent of all of his detailed backgrounds. But instead of visual and drawing, it's actually this, I don't know, 20th most important character moment, you know? But it does feel thematically perfectly in place.
I don't think we ever get his name.
Yeah.
He helps Kay and Kaneda escape, and they go to Kay's auntie's house. And the auntie is that badass character that's akin to your Frankenstein character from Domu, except, you know, she has her wits about her. She's just a badass, a very competent strong lady. We don't get much of that here.
They show up at her place, right? And it's like they've made it to safety once they reach her. They have food there, and when they show her actually talking with Kay, it's guns are everywhere. Like this is the muscle side of the resistance. This is the person that when the rubber meets the road, that's when she'll be there.
Like Tetsuo's changed a lot, and then Kaneda's relationship with Tetsuo has changed a lot in this volume because he's not like, oh, that's my friend. I gotta stop him, but I gotta do it in a good way because he's my friend. He's just like, okay, I'm gonna hack this guy up with a laser.
Yeah, he's very comfortable with killing him. Like when Kay gets possessed, and she's just saying stuff like, we must stop Tetsuo. He's like, yeah, let's do it. Like, let's kill him. No questions.
Yeah.
He sort of knows what's at score, man. He's also, on page 1, whenever we see Kaneda for the first time, he's kind of mourning his friend Yamagata, who got his poor head exploded by Kaneda. By Tetsuo. So that keeps the nerves raw.
Tetsuo is probably the one who's got, like, in the series so far, has got the most sort of hero's journey because he's, like, undergone transformations and stuff. And he's depicted very differently in this volume. Like they kind of made him into almost like a teen idol or something. Like he's got like the like 60s like Sid Barrett kind of puffy like he looks like a 60s rock star or whatever, and he's got like bangs down and just that kind of like, he's just got this like badass posture with his hands in his pocket, and he barely moves through the story. Like he's going down that elevator with his hands in his pockets and just like making shit explode and things are circling around him and just striking that pose like all the way down. So that like he's entered some other phase that's
We
even
see
different
that
from
pose
part 1.
a few times too. We see it whenever he's standing in front of the vault that holds AKIRA. We see it whenever he's entering from the outside, on the surface, and the guards are all like, "Who's this? How did he get here?" It's the same pose. It is a very cool, kind of iconic pose for that character. And in volume 1, he's sort of dismissed. He's almost like this kid. He's treated like a kid by his friends, even, where it's like, he's this kind of whiny, second banana here in the gang, and that has completely changed. Yeah, for sure.
Kaneda is also becoming a little bit more comfortable with general violence, period, because like first book, he's holding the gun on little Takashi, but he's whispering to him, "Don't worry, dude, I'm not going to shoot you. This is for show." And they get a hold of that laser gun in the second volume. And he's in evasion mode, but he points that gun right at the chest of a fucking guy after he's seen maybe 4 or 5 examples of like what this gun can do.
Yeah, what it does to like a building. It's gonna do it to a guy.
Yeah, and he right in the middle of his damn chest. But luckily for that soldier, man, the gun's battery starts to discharge, man, and just kind of like burns him a little bit, man. But that is one example of the few kind of like comedic moments. Like Otomo creates such tension throughout the story, and it is like filling a balloon, and he lets a little of that air dissipate like through the Kaneda character in several ways. Like there's that moment continuing the escape. Kay is able to swiftly and elegantly run downstairs, and he's bumbling down and falling on his ass. But then the other moment that it's not a visual gag per se. They pop out of the grates from the sewer, wherever the fuck they were running around, the labyrinth of the sewer that they explored in the earlier volume. They pop out, and there's this like little control room. They see the number 28 on this monitor. And it's like a very complicated route to like get to this 28. And they feel that it's so totally freaking hopeless. How are we going to figure this out? Where the hell are we in conjunction with this thing? And then that's when Tetsuo reaches the bottom of the elevator and walks 10 steps in front of their face and opens the door, and they find out that they are right there.
Yeah.
It's a good moment.
There are a lot of those. I have a note about whenever they sneak into that guard station. I think it's that same scene. It might be a guard station before that. But like they're sneaking around light sources, they're sort of hugging shadows, going around corners, trying to evade notice, and it's so great in just cartooning. Like the body language is subtle. It's a bunch of wordless, silent panels of them moving around, and there's no doubt at all what's happening. It's easy to read. All the characters make sense. They're like actors. We've talked in previous episodes about Otomo's love of film, and I think it comes through in some of these moments where you're seeing these characters. While it might not be big, exaggerated moments, it's very recognized, nuanced, observed moments of like these characters trying to sneak out of this complex without getting caught, without getting detected, and it's just really well done. And
and a skill that we don't sit here and talk about. He's this great anatomist or figure artist, but he is.
Yeah, it's
Like,
all
that
in
stuff
there.
is
It's all in the
perfect.
mix. Yeah.
and you get to see it now and then in some of these more quiet moments.
Reading this, like partway through this volume, the reading experience became like invisible. Like I kind of forgot I was reading a comic, and it was just these things were just happening. Like it's amazing. How, like I need to study that more, and because it's really powerful. You get like totally drawn into it.
Let's talk about some of our favorite scenes, if we haven't hit all of them yet. Whenever Kay and Kaneda discover that nameless guy that helps them escape, when we first see him, total black silhouette in this like office in this office space, and they're freaked out. And then when that guy steps a little closer into the light, Otomi uses a really heavy zipatone on like the upper half that's still shrouded, but you still get like a little piece, and it's like they're getting a little more familiar, and then he pops in. That's just I'm just talking beautiful pacing. There are like 4 or 5 moments of like really beautiful pacing that don't affect the bigger story that are just like really, really nice.
At one point, they get hold of one of those flying bikes.
Yeah.
And they can't drive it, they can't control it right, they sort of operate it, but the balance is off, and there's a lot of like, lean this way, lean further out, and we're seeing the bike like oscillating as they're trying to adjust. It's pretty amazing.
You
because
feel the
all this
physics
is
of
like,
it.
Yeah.
we need to move these characters from this point to this point, and he makes a whole scene.
Yeah, do it in the most interesting way.
Actors chewing the scenery, and
Yeah.
that's pretty good cartooning. A lot more than you need to do. Like, it would be very acceptable with a lot less level of characterization and humor and movement, but, it delivers. Like, it's one of those, Tom, like you say, like, where you almost forget you're reading a comic and it's just going. We're seeing physics, and that always happens. Like, every action movie, people take over some vehicle, and and you have to suspend the part of, like, how do they know how to fly this thing? He addresses it. It's great.
We talked a lot about like that laser gun thing, but like for me that was kind of a highlight, and it reminds me of like the moment in like a video game where you get this like really cool power up and you're just mowing everybody down. But there's, because of the balance of the story, it reaches a point where it's like, okay, so like we're just gonna be shooting like we're gonna solve every problem with this laser for the rest of the book now. Like and then it buzzes out, and it's like, okay, that's perfect solution. It's exactly how those power ups would work, and it works within the story, but it's also like we can't just have this guy running around with this all powerful weapon for the rest of the comic, and it also it tips us off that like there's this like even bigger laser like waiting in the sky to melt everything. And the bikes, like going into this I was like, man, I know there's not gonna be any more motorcycles. The motorcycles are so great in volume 1. I'm gonna miss the motorcycles. But reading this, it was kind of like we're calling them flying bikes, and it was kind of like Otomo was like, okay, you like the motorcycles. We're going to have flying motorcycles in this one. We're just going to keep ramping things up.
From, one panel to the next, he is able to communicate such intense speed. For instance, they're on that bike thing, and they see another, like, one-man bucket through a tunnel that spits out on, like, a main artery in the sewer, right? And he is a little dot in proximity to those characters. And then the very next panel, you see them overshooting him, and him like kind of like just looking down. And just by having that 2-panel sequence and having all of this stuff happen like in between the gutters, man, it really communicates like they are accelerating at a high rate of speed. Once again, the physics of just that panel where it's almost like they're braking in the air, like the angle of the bike and the way the speed lines work, it really is like they're just like they have their foot down on a brake that somehow is able to stop them in the air.
And we've seen these types of things depicted in many movies, but like, was there really anything? I guess like the speeder bike scene in Star Wars like still hadn't happened yet. That was like 83. So so it's like he's got these fully visualized sci-fi action sequences that are just purely invented.
Storyboards, practically, man. Like the other one that communicates amazing speed too is when all the soldiers are looking down into the chasm of the elevator, and one of those bucket pilots gets shot, killed, whatever, and the bucket just kind of gets hurled up in the main room where all those guys are, and it once again it's a little dot you barely could see it, and then there's a shot almost from character's point of view, and the thing is like way above them, exploding. There's guys falling down into the hole. Just like really, really cool.
He
stuff.
sets that up really well too, because there are scenes of all the guys around the shaft, like looking down, trying to figure out what's going on at different moments in the in the setup. It's just very well considered.
Yeah.
We talk about like the Colonel losing control, and one of the great moments at some point, one of his subordinates, one of the other doctors, breaks an alarm to sound a code 7, and it's while it's like when AKIRA's escaping or coming back. Like everything's happening and it's totally out of his hands, and this doctor smashes this alarm and he's like, no, and the doctor does it anyway, and it sounds a code 7 which rings through all of Neo Tokyo, signaling worse than a nuclear war, whatever that is, and people are running to shelters and highways are being shut down, and it's this amazing moment of like grandeur, of scale, of like seeing like, we've been following these characters in this little underground base, but there's a bigger world at large and it's having ramifications from what they're doing. And it reminded me of, like, we've just gone through Death of Superman.
Yeah.
And how it didn't feel like anything. You look at that comic and there's no weight and substance or anything. And, like, this is not even a subplot, really, of this volume, but it still feels like we get to see the entire world reacting to this thing that's going wrong, this military mistake. And it's just such a bigger world. And he captures that. And you go from, like, talking about physics of bikes or humor of Canada falling downstairs to then, like, let's show what the world looks like. Like, remind everybody that this is a global catastrophe that we're on the brink of. Man, that's a wide range of cartooning.
Neo Tokyo as a character goes through about 3 cycles throughout the tenure of this entire story, man. And we're just now, like, when Volume 3 begins, we'll be entering another phase of, like, Neo Tokyo life, man.
That was one of my takeaways from this volume, is how different tonally it was from Volume 1.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Yeah,
if you're going to have different volumes that stand as their own big book, it's incredible. It's almost a different story, almost a different genre. There's so much gritty street action, characters interacting in Volume 1, and then you go to Volume 2 and it is like sci-fi and military, and it's a very different
claustrophobic,
tone. Yeah, yeah.
And when it does go to that larger world, it does kind of like, okay, here's the relief. We've been like in the dark all this time, and now we're seeing the bigger world.
So dramatic. Whenever they open that chamber, when Tetsuo opens it and he's coming out with AKIRA,
there's like light.
It's
coming
so
through.
dramatic visually. From a black and white, it's like, yes, the sky is open, and the other characters, of course, weighing in with like, we didn't even know that thing still worked or whatever.
And then, of course, we're going to get, sort of hellfire from the sky, just this, like...
It's the laser gun. It's what we saw with the laser now on a giant scale, so that we know what to expect, but imagine this at, like, Star Wars level weapon.
And all they did was give Tetsuo a boo-boo with it.
It reminded me of Fury Road. There's that scene in the trailer from Fury Road where Furiosa's, like, on her knees in the desert screaming and her arms off and stuff. And it reminded me a lot of that, because we see him, on his knees and recovering or... feeling the pain from that.
Any other fun scenes that stick in your mind?
Whenever Canada and Kay break out, there's some cool stuff whenever they're first reunited, and Canada's like in handcuffs and putting his arms around her neck and super excited, and we've seen him flirting with her earlier and stuff, so we know there's some attraction there, at least from him to her, and she's still in the hold of like the kids, and not really herself. That's kind of a fun dynamic, fun little moment.
I really like whenever Ryu and I guess the lieutenant, I guess it would be the lieutenant, they adorn military garb and they walk up to that installation in the same uniform as the guys that they're about to go talk to, and they're able to talk their way into the facility. And the guys even at the front gate are like, hey, we didn't even get their names and ranks. And then before they can go address Ryu and the lieutenant guy, here comes Tetsuo with his like fur coat or whatever. And
Sonny Bono.
And the next time we see those guys, man, harkens back to Domu.
Yes.
Harkens back to the first real showcase of Tetsuo using his powers from Volume 1, except this time he blows up 5 guys.
Yeah, a lot of black ink blood everywhere. It's a violent one. It's not like he's just knocking these dudes out in their brain and they're collapsing. It is violent.
Yeah, they're twisted. There's guys like way up, like above the molding on the door frame and all that.
It's one of those good moments. You would see it in like a good horror movie where it's left to your brain to like re-engineer like how did this happen? Like These are destroyed people.
Pulps.
It seems like there's a lot more of that early in the volume, where you'll have like the beginning of something about to happen. We cut away and then we cut back, and we're seeing like the aftermath. We don't see the thing happen, and then as the volume goes on, you're starting to see like these very thorough depictions of everything from like start to finish. So I wonder if that was just kind of like he's coming out of like Domu mode or wherever, where he has to kind of tighten things, you know, be as lean as possible because he doesn't know how long he's going to have to finish the story, to where it's like now it's like, okay, this story is going to unfold. I know it's going to unfold, so let me, you know, take my time with some of this stuff and let it, you know, I mean, it works, but it was just interesting to see it sort of come out of, you know, come from one mode and go into a different mode, whether, you know, whatever the reason is.
I like all the construction stuff. So Ryu's undercover, and they're working on the new Olympic Stadium, and you get to see like the exposed iron beams. You get to see all the different workers, you know, different levels, and it's that incredible detailed drawing,
Yeah,
almost like schematics of
Yeah.
this like half-built shell around this giant stadium, and then all the workers at different levels. And we see Ryu with his binoculars. You know, he's like spying on the military. But I like all of that, you know, and like it shows them at one point in the big cafeteria, all the construction workers eating, and they have like their hard hats sitting next to them, and it just feels very procedural. I like all of that stuff, you know. That's the kind of details that you don't see it a lot outside of like a big budget film. I feel like that's where you see that stuff applied, where you have like teams of people that are set designing and costume designing and putting all these little things in. It's great to see it in a comic. It's really, again, emphasizing that world and that scale and that attention to detail. Like, you know, for creating an illusion in a reader, you never doubt for a minute that that's a construction site that's underway, and you know, he's blending right in, and we see him again blend in whenever he's disguised as a soldier a few scenes later. I find that stuff really nice and exceptional compared to a lot of the American comics I grew up reading, where like, you're not getting that in a month.
I think like that his model building that he did comes to play in a lot of this stuff we're talking about, because it is like, here's this like detailed little world, and here's what's this guy up to over here, and what's, you know, like
It's
he's
beautiful.
thinking on that kind of scale.
It's so nice to see that, and it may not add that much narratively, but it is beautiful to look at.
Yeah, I think it makes that world real to him as he's like putting this story together. It's almost that kind of like self-indulgence that we can benefit from as readers too.
Yeah.
The way Volume 1 ended, I thought like really teed up Volume 2 in a nice way, and I think it's this, like having read Volume 3, like the way this ends sets us up for the next volume really nicely. It's like
I love this
Tetsuo just
ending.
got torn up, and I think like it might even be the very last panel. Tetsuo is just screaming, like it's just yeah, you know, he got his arms like growing back and stuff, and it's like we're gonna see where that goes in a big way in the next volume.
Yeah, and the flip side is like Canada and Kay are walking off carrying AKIRA.
Yeah.
Like, what an ending, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's everything that you read up to that point is going in one direction, and then it's just a little bit of a swerve, just enough to be like, wow, that's
Well, they're
perfect.
like, we gotta help this kid.
Yeah.
Right. This documentary is called like 40 Blocks from Tiffany's or something like that, man. It's about New York gangs, like, you know, before the Warriors movie came out. And this one kid is talking about like, yeah, man, on the streets, man, like we started off with like little pistols and shotguns and I know dudes who have hand grenades, man. Pretty soon we're gonna have an atomic bomb. And that's what this is. It's a gang character. And now he has an atomic bomb. Like, we've established that he's a big doofus and a big dunce and doesn't know anything. But now he has the most destructive weapon on the planet.
Presumably.
Right.
Because we still don't know what AKIRA is or what powers he has. And there's a little bit of groundwork laid whenever the teleporting happens, and Tetsuo learns about that, and he's like, can I do that? Can I learn to do that? And the doctor explains, like, it doesn't really work that way. Like, it's rare that somebody can do all these things. Like, usually somebody has a gift and they can do one of them. You know, so we don't really know what AKIRA's power is, just that everybody's afraid of it, and even from Tetsuo's, you know, what we've seen of him, supposedly AKIRA's bigger and badder and scarier and more dangerous. So we don't know what that manifests as. We just know ticking time bomb.
Yeah, that the through line of Tetsuo being able to heal is a great piece of this book too. Where when we see him early on, you know, he was shot like on one of the last pages of the first volume,
Right.
and he's basically fully healed inside of a day. Like, you discovered that page 1 of volume 2 happens at the same time, and then he gets shot several times in the middle of the book, gets healed up inside of an hour. So when we like make his arm all gnarly from a laser gun from the sky, it can only go one way. Like we've established this healing factor that
Yeah.
I mean, some of like the iconography of Akira, like the big icon is Kaneda walking to his bike or whatever. But the other one is like somebody who's got a bunch of gnarly, bubbly, pustuley stuff growing out of like an arm or like half their body or whatever. So we're kind of, that last shot is us like starting to see that. You know?
pretty satisfying volume overall, man. I feel like I got a complete story, and it makes me excited to check out the third volume.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that'll wrap it up for this volume of our Katsuhiro Otomo Akira coverage. We'll be back in about 4 weeks with a new episode. Kayfabers, you know what to do. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, and follow the YouTube channel. Hit the little bell icon whenever you hit the subscribe button. It'll let you know whenever we have new videos available.
You can support us and find our merch at our spread shop. Link in the description below this video.
All our social media information will be down there as well, including Tom's. And you guys know what your marching orders are.
Read more manga.
もう始まっているからね。
It's that time for us to celebrate 2019 in the best way we know how, man. To revisit Katsuhiro Otomo's magnum opus, Akira. This time we're going to be covering volume number 3. My name's Ed Piskor.
Jim Rugg.
My name's Tom Scioli.
When we last left off, poor Tetsuo had that boo-boo on his arm. A laser from the sky grazed him.
Space laser.
Soul, Spanish for sun. And in the first couple of pages here, the laser beam finishes the job. Or does it? Once again, trying to put my mind in the headspace of a reader who's just checking this out for the first time. We don't get to see Tetsuo again for a couple hundred pages, which would translate to at least, say, 6 months.
You know, I did not think about it at all reading it. You're so right. Like, it would have potentially, that could have been the last time we see him. It would have been satisfying, and it would have gone on into Akira, following Akira. I know, you know, like, I've always read it in these collected formats,
Sure.
so that wasn't a surprise to me. But as a reader in serialized fiction, that would have been, you know, a huge swerve.
And that's what this issue is, man. We could use so much pro wrestling parlance. I'm talking swerves, I'm talking turns, I'm talking double turns, and there's a couple of guys who get color the hard way, as they say, man. Poor Takashi, rest in peace. Pour a little out for the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, this book, if I were going to sum it up, war and chaos.
And political intrigue.
Yeah.
This volume would be rife for those YouTube videos that you see where it's like, let's tell the history of Japan in 9 minutes. And you get somebody with like that Micro Machine Man voice. So-and-so works for Nezu, who then works for Mrs. Yamagata. Because there's a lot of political stuff at play. And Otomo's definitely indulging in that part of the story, which is sort of like the less interesting part to me. Like, I come to Otomo for action and adventure.
Yeah, big moments.
And he was kind of like exercising a lot of these like political conspiracy stuff out of his system.
Yeah, it was interesting because it filled in like a lot of like information that we'd been missing. It was almost like a little bit of a breather.
We got a lot of answers.
Yeah.
This volume.
And it also like it pumped the brakes a little because I don't remember this volume at all from my previous readings of Akira. My recollection is that we go from what happened last volume with like the laser raining down, and then the next thing is like Akira in his like princely outfit sitting on the throne, and Tetsuo, you know, turning into a big swollen like I don't remember any of this, but it's like this is kind of necessary. He kind of puts on the brakes, puts like all that apocalypse aside for a minute, and then tells like a subtler story. It's still a story of on the brink of nuclear Holocaust. It's still political, like a coup, like government overthrow, martial law. There's a lot of, but you know, we were headed straight for the end of the world.
Yeah.
You know, a couple pages ago.
It happens, you know, like once Akira shows up at the end of volume 2, this volume is basically out of control. And it's everybody fighting to gain control of Akira, control of the world, the future, which comes up literally, you know, Lady Miyako talks, you know, there are moments where I can't see beyond this part. I don't know what happens next. Same with some of the Colonel's children who have that ability to predict the future, have that same problem of like, there are things I can't see now. It's really just out of control, and all of these people vying for power to try to gain some semblance of control and to hoard off that
looming apocalypse, the dread that sort of hangs over all of this. Really, from the beginning, the whole threat of AKIRA, whatever that turned out to be, it's now like front and center and ratcheted up. This is Watchmen, like 2 minutes till midnight or whatever. And it's great. It's interesting to see Otomo step back from some of that action adventure, which there is plenty of in this.
Sure. Definitely.
But to step back and sort of say, look at all of these plot lines and how they come together. In a weird way, it reminded me of The Wire 2, which I always thought of as almost like this spider web where you have all these different groups of people, and slowly as the season comes together, all those threads merge. It's everybody intersecting, and that's what we have here, where it's like all these different people vying for power, groups that have been kind of maybe covertly against each other. They're all together now, like physically in the same time and place, and the chaos that erupts from that as they're vying for AKIRA, who happens to be there too. It's like, put everybody together in the same spot and go for it.
Poor AKIRA, he's like a little hot potato, man. Changes hands maybe
Yeah, he does.
five, 6, 7 times in this volume alone, man. But volume 2 left off Code 7, martial law. All of the citizens of Neo Tokyo have to, find haven in bunkers and be quarantined off for some impending threat. The soul laser, that's something you cannot hide from the general public. And there are also leaks to the media, to the public. What is this AKIRA project? Somebody has to fall on the sword for this. And the people's government, the political party that is in power right now, they decide that the colonel's the guy that's going to be blamed for this gimmick. He's not an idle victim, so he stages his coup. Gets in touch with a bunch of the military leaders, needs, 70% of the guys on board, and anybody who doesn't show up, he's like, I need names, and I need to know that they could be trusted. So there's that component. We finally discover who Ryu and Kei are working for. Like, we know that they have a connection with Nezu, and Nezu...
He's part of the opposition.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you have a number of these parties, and his party is openly the opposition of the majority ruling party. They also see the opening. Because of what has gone on with the Code 7 and the laser, it's like the ruling party is sort of falling on the sword.
Bad,
they're more vulnerable than ever. And so the opposition party has now become more aggressive and more out and open in what their aims are.
And then we sort of see that this entire time, they're basically all working for Lady Miyako's interests. Nezu starts to kind of like splinter away from her.
Goes into business for himself, as you might say.
In the Dark Horse version, that's exactly what he says.
Yeah, it's there. Which for, wrestling fans, that's a very popular phrase in wrestling.
It is.
Up to this point, he's sort of like this double agent. But like we assume, he's a double agent, like working for the good guys. But it's like, is he a double agent? But he's more leaning towards, like the bad guys.
It is interesting that even within these factions, there are like subterfuge happening because it seems like Nezu has Ryu and Kei and that like, I guess terrorist group that they are, the rebels, and he's also connected to Lady Miyako, and those seem to be two separate groups. Really? Both, I think so. At some point we're going to see all three of those groups in war with each other. So, but I don't get the sense that Ryu and Kei are familiar with Lady Miyako.
No, not at all. It's like they're working for Nezu.
Right.
And Nezu is supposed to be working for Miyako.
Right.
But then he starts to develop his own sort of set of power. And then we get some hints of what Miyako's powers are. She's number 19. He says a couple of times, like, I think she read my mind.
Right. Yeah, and she's also referred to by different characters as like this new age cult.
Yeah.
Essentially. So, of course, it wouldn't be totally aligned with that oppositional government body, even though covertly they're working together. Or at least Nezu is, and who knows, maybe he's just power hungry and sort of has tentacles all around, like double-crossing his own political party as well, if it suits his purposes.
Kayfabers, we're going to do our best, man, but get your commenting fingers handy just in case you can pick up a couple of things we might be laying down, man, because this is pretty rich with political intrigue.
Yeah, about halfway through my notes for this, I had to actually try to make a little bit of a diagram of who all the parties are, where they're coming from, who's aligned with whom. It was
and then they introduce
really chaotic.
A new faction where there's these psychic street kids, where like we had the psychic kids who worked for the Colonel, but now we got this whole other set of psychic kids, and like, who are they? Where are they? So another one thrown into the mix.
That's probably the big question for me of like, oh, where did they come from? And clearly they are under the tutelage of Lady Miyako. She sends the one kid out to retrieve the satchel, which would be AKIRA. These kids are quite badass for sure.
Just talking about AKIRA, there's all these expectations of what AKIRA was going to be, what he was going to do once he comes out of his little shell or whatever that he was sleeping in. And for pretty much almost the entirety of this issue, he's just like a normal kid doing normal stuff.
Well, that's the thing. It's like he has not yet, quote unquote, awoken. And we will see that take place, at the climactic moment of this issue. But he's basically, when you wake up and your eyes are still adjusting to the light or whatever, man, he's still getting his bearings, that young lad.
Tetsuo disappears
for pretty
much the whole book.
Yeah.
And there's like a point somewhere in the middle where there's like a news report, like where the guy's like, oh, there was a report of looting here and this and that, and then there was a strange report of some teenager who broke in and stole some drugs.
Had a messed up arm.
Yeah, and that's like his only appearance for like hundreds of pages.
We had to introduce all the characters back. So Kay and Kaneda, they're with Chiyoko, I believe is her name. Kaneda's eating as he does.
Always.
Yeah,
he's like extra buffoonish in this volume.
Yeah, he thwarts a villain by puking on him. I didn't get the sense in the last volume that the Ryu character was really in danger. I mean, he was a part of the AKIRA tunnel whenever the coldness started to leak, but he gets introduced fairly late into this volume, and boy, he got damaged from that little elevator shaft.
Yeah, heavily bandaged up from frostbite, and it looks grim. Although as he progresses, he seems to get a little better. He sheds some bandages. He moves around okay, but man, he looks rough when we first see him. It's like he climbs out of some infirmary and comes to Nezu to report and catch up and see what can be done and where things stand. And he does look in bad shape at that point.
There's a subtle thing that happens with the Nezu character in his political office. 2 or 3 times early in the book, there are emergencies where the terrorists need to get in touch with him. And they're just straight up hitting him on his office line, the landline, you know what I mean? And he's like, you can't be calling this line. And then Ryu shows up. You shouldn't be here. That happens like 3 times. And then when things get really chaotic, he just doesn't give a shit. Like when they show up in places where they were not supposed to, he's just like, yeah, what's the scoop now?
Well, once the military coup happens, it's sort of everything is just urgency. And I don't know if it matters. Any of the clandestine connections matter at that point. It's survival and no margin for error at that point.
Yeah.
And that coup that happens, like before it happens, that the Colonel he kind of says like, look, it's bad. Akira's on the loose. Tetsuo's out there and stuff, and they all like have this very deliberate head in the sand attitude of like, oh no, he's dead. No, there's nothing to worry about. And it's like the way they say it is almost like you can tell that they don't even really believe that, but they're trying to almost like force themselves to believe that just because it's like it's too grim a thing to contemplate if like AKIRA survived this like laser weapon.
You mentioned like the Tetsuo reference to going into pharmacy or wherever and looking for drugs, and it's barely there. It's 2 panels or something, very small. There's also a moment where the Colonel's like driver guy, who he tasks with organizing all the military leaders to put this coup together. I think he then goes behind the Colonel's pretty disrespectful to him.
He's like Smithers, this driver.
Yeah. So like after the coup starts to be organized or takes place, he then goes behind the Colonel's back to Nezu and like rats out that this is happening. Did you catch that? Because that's another one where it's like half a page. I caught it in probably the 3rd read through for preparation of this session, and I don't know that it goes anywhere because we're going to see the ramifications of that coup. I don't think Nezu does anything differently, but it's in there, and it's probably one of those things of we get further and further away from like the original serialization and the demands of creating this stuff as like 20 pages a chapter as fast as I can put it out, and it feels like that's another one of those little remnants of that process where it's like, okay, that doesn't end up manifesting into anything big, but it is one more piece of that political turmoil of like, here's one more character double crossing another character, and who's with who, it's such a it's Byzantine. It's almost we talk about, like when we did The Dark Knight, we talk about Miller's sort of like political judgment of like showing the mayor's ineffective or the government's ineffective, and I feel like there's some of that in Otomo's work all the way back to like Fireball, of just like showing kind of this mistrust of the way the government's even structured and operating, and it feels like this doesn't go anywhere, but it may be almost like I can't help myself. This is how I think about the government and all of this bureaucracy and its ineffectiveness and its sort of back channels stuff. It's just almost like a distrust.
Yeah.
And I think it fits in that way. It's establishing that not only is Nezu in business for himself, everybody is in business for themselves when it comes to this AKIRA thing. And everybody, it's it's the Karl Burke's golden helmet or something. Everybody's jockeying for position. Everybody wants to kind of be in good. You want to be on the side of the people who have AKIRA.
It's true. It's hard to tell, and nobody, even the characters that can see the future, can't see how this is going to work out. So everybody is trying to hedge their bets.
And that is just human hubris in a nutshell too, because they're imagining that they can control this thing. We'll see how that shakes out by the end of this volume.
Whenever the Colonel, this is earlier we were talking about falling on the sword, for everything. Whenever he tells the government that it was computer error that did Code 7 and there's nothing to be alarmed about, it reminded me of, do you guys remember, I think it was last year, whenever there was like the nuclear warning in Hawaii that there had been a nuclear launch.
And that's exactly the excuse.
It's sort of terrifying that like, oh yeah, same thing could be happening now at any time. Who knows what was actually behind that? That was the first thing I thought. I was like, is that a cover-up of something?
There was moments like that in the very end of Domu too, whenever the psychic kids and Ocho were running around blowing things up. When the dust settles, they have to sell this to the public, and that's basically the same deal too, man.
So that feels like the assembly of the players.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And now I feel like he just unleashes holy hell as the players now start to collide into each other.
And this is where the hot potato really begins, man. So Kaneda and Kei and Chiaki, however the hell you say her name, they have AKIRA. Until one of the psychic street kids infiltrates the house, grabs AKIRA. Amazing panel where Kaneda's like in a little hallway and there's like a little sound effect. He detects there's like a noise up the stairs. He goes up the stairs and you only see like the top half of his face and the silhouette panel with the little psychic girl who's holding hands with AKIRA. They're sort of shrouded in black. Good looking panel. Whenever you see those psychic kids, expect some really fun visual storytelling.
We've talked a lot about Otomo's virtues as a storyteller, and they're all on display in what you just described. I saw somebody post a comment on one of our previous AKIRA videos, and it was about how well these spaces are built. It's almost like he has the real space somewhere that he's referencing, and this whole kidnapping sequence or sneaking around, following each other, perfect examples of that. Like, you know the spaces, you have a clear sense of where everyone is, and it made me think, like, how does he achieve this? And I think that he uses a slightly, like his average camera view, point of view, I think it's a little bit more pulled out than the American counterpart. That has changed a lot, I think, as comics have become more international and we're looking at things from, Mobius to Otomo and saying like, oh, you can do these long shots and you can do all these different camera angles compared to, say, Marvel in the 70s or 80s. But that's what it feels like to me is part of how he creates that space, where it's almost like, I'm going to show full figures for my medium shot instead of like, busts or something.
Yeah, because he's like so good at building these spaces, like I have my eye out for like slip ups and stuff. So then there was like one where it's this like far away view of like the docks, and there's like this little staircase going up, and then the little boats, and then they zoom in, and it's like the staircase and the boats would be like this far away, but then he like kind of pushes them together a little bit so you can still have that compositional element. Like it's perfect.
That sounds like a background assistant.
yeah, it was his off day.
Yeah, the perfect blue director guy did that. There's an amazing sequence, multi-pages, man, with Nezu is with his driver in like their like Lincoln Continental town car. When we first see that car, pristine, man, like totally waxed, polished, and ready to go. They hit a checkpoint, and one of the the guards, the MPs, recognizes Nezu. Nezu's like, step on it.
This is post-coup, so this is the colonel's men now closing in their sights on Nezu.
So they try to escape, and they do escape. They're successful, But boy, you watch that car get a pounding, and when it finally makes its way to where it's supposed to go, this like little garage setup, it's a bucket of bolts, man. It looks like one of those like stereotypical like South Bronx cars, like from the Warriors or something, where it's like, I'm gonna park my car and go get a snack, and then you come back and it's like on
I think
cinder blocks.
They pull into that garage and like run out, and I think it blows up there, catches on fire or something.
So
that
good.
Is, yeah, I made a note for that too.
Like Dumb
That
and
was
Dumber when they pull up in their car.
It reminded me. It was a callback in a lot of ways to book one, where it's like all these great street chase scenes, and he adds a couple of elements. One of them is the ability to brake. So like there are bikes that are in hot pursuit, and the driver hits. The driver sort of says, "Hey man, I'll get you there."
Yeah.
But you know, you sure we want to evade? And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "All right, here goes." And that driver is super badass, right? But he's like braking and having bikes wreck into him and explode. At one point, one of the bikers is walking out of he's on fire, like trying to crawl away from the wreckage. And this is about this big in the background.
Yeah.
Amazing detail. But there are several of these things where like it's not just a great speed chase, it's shifts in speed.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
does it whenever like the peacekeepers, whatever those
robots, the
are,
caretaker robots.
caretakers. There are scenes with them where he's doing like speed changes in the car. And it's incredible. Like, I look for chase scenes because I think it's really hard to do well in comics.
Sure, yeah.
And he's not just doing it, he's changing those speeds. He's changing directions, and it's still easy to follow. Unbelievable.
There are, like, little ways that he communicates those changes in speed, too. And one of the things he does is, like, imagine, like, being tasked with pen and ink, communicating, like, the light streaks from brake lights in a car, you know, and there are like a lot of moments of that where you could see the exact kind of like physics of like, okay, well, if this streak line is going this way, then they're going to be heading in this direction, you know.
That's a cool visual.
He was even applying. There's like a scene with Kay with sunglasses, and he's got the streak of glare on her sunglasses as she turns her head. It's like this, you know. There's some real thought going in, and a lot of these action scenes seem like you could just transplant them into a movie. Like
Absolutely.
I could see somebody,
especially
ripping
that
out,
one.
Yeah, that one, and then like he comes up with some really creative like bits of business, and like one is where somebody takes an inflatable rubber raft and like throws it at somebody as it inflates, and then punches through it.
That whole sequence too, because that's Lady Chiako rips a damn door of the boat off and uses it as a shield and like charges the guy, and then gets him outside. He gets his face puked on. The raft blows up, catches the punch right to the jibs, man. I like what you said about these chase sequences and stuff being a callback to the first volume, because there is one scene in particular, a couple panel sequence, that feels like it harkens directly back to when Tetsuo first interacted and first saw Takashi, where it's Kaneda running, and he stops in his tracks when he sees the one girl with powers who has AKIRA on the street. It was almost exact. This is the part where I show the comparison on the screen.
Right. Yeah, that's good. I'm trying to think of the exact, like, trying to retrace AKIRA's, who has AKIRA throughout this. So, the first time that we see Sakaki, the girl who comes and tries to take AKIRA in the night, they get AKIRA back at that point.
Because of the caretaker bots, like, she has to fight these caretaker robots and kind of gets knocked out by one, so they pick up AKIRA again.
And then deliver her, basically, to Nezu on the yacht.
Deliver AKIRA.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is when Nezu betrays Kay and all of them. His plan is to take AKIRA and also betray Lady Miyako in the process, and then kill Kay and Kaneda and Chioko.
Yeah.
They overcome whoever's tasked with that job.
Yeah, the jobbers.
Yes. Yeah.
Nezu's jobbers.
And so now they are against Nezu on the yacht.
Yeah.
You know, he's gone. He helicoptered away or carred back to his
with that
headquarters.
double rotor helicopter that I don't know if it really works or not.
And of course, Colonel's still out with all of his men looking for virtually all of these people. So they're bringing the yacht back into Neo-Tokyo, basically trying to return to land to continue, going back after AKIRA.
And they physically return to land on that boat.
Yeah, that's a great moment. So to create a diversion, we see tanks rolling into Neo-Tokyo, coups in full effect. There are broadcasts that continue to run throughout this story, sort of updating us on the status of Neo-Tokyo and who's in charge. And they're all military. Like, they've taken over pretty effectively. I think they say 70%. It's like a 20-mile radius. They're basically in control, and they're rolling tanks out to show this. and the yacht slams into this bridge with tanks on it. The tank shoots the yacht at one point. The bridge explodes. It's incredible. It's such a great sequence, and it's in the middle of the city. It's huge. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're
and
playing
it's just
with
the
your
beginning of this.
Yeah, because then we have to have Kaneda commandeer one of those tanks.
yeah,
Yes.
which is kind of like the scene in the previous volume where he gets the laser gun, and all of a sudden he's like Superman. You know, like nobody can stop him. You know, until the gas runs out or whatever. You know.
They head to Nezu's at this point, right? They jump off the yacht. The yacht's a diversion.
Yeah.
Because they get AKIRA again.
Yeah.
And leave some graffiti. Canada leaves some graffiti in the bedroom, letting...
Otomo really ramped up like the rat-like qualities of Nezu in terms of his personality
Yeah.
for this volume, but also that aesthetic. Like if we were talking, what is it, physiognomy? Like Nezu is a little rat fink.
Yeah, and they show him at one point in close-up, and he draws all his teeth in
Yeah.
a way that
Yeah.
really accentuates that quality. Very unattractive in close-up.
Yeah. Amazing sequence when Kaneda grabs AKIRA, almost heads out, gets kind of confronted by one of the Nezu's guards with the gun, and just Kay is outside in the darkness. She shoots him, but the guard also shoots the shotgun, and when you see the panel where she shoots, they're like on a waterfront property, and you see the shotgun blast kind of like blow up the water. It's little things like that I just like love throughout this whole thing, man.
Yeah, and so they run out
Yeah.
at that point, and they're running towards the gate, and Shioko's kind of in charge. And I have the note of, we've mentioned she's sort of the badass, right? She's
Yeah.
handling guns usually. She's sort of like the big physical presence.
she's
in
like
the
Rogue-
middle of a gunfight. She's taking dudes out with her bare hands. It's so hardcore.
Yeah, and like you'll see like before and after, and it'll be like a guy running, and you see a fist, and then you turn the page, and his face is mangled, man.
Yeah.
She's like Roadblock from G.I. Joe, man. She has like the Browning 50 caliber gun and the muscles to be able to hold it, because usually those guns are like attached to a Jeep or something.
So as they escape Nezu, Lady Miyako's 3 special children have joined the fray, and they're sort of coming up behind. So you have the guards basically wiped out from both sides, but this is who's running out of that compound now. AKIRA and Kay, Canada, Chiyoko in the front, Miyako's crew behind them, and basically the caretakers are out on the streets, and the military's out on the street, colonels, people, all looking for AKIRA. And so they're all set. This is that convergence point.
Yeah, every single faction is now here.
They're in motion, and they're all converging. And this is about whenever Canada gets hold of that tank, which is one of the... I have a note for that. It's one of my biggest notes. He gets hold of this tank by taking out like the guy who's like the spotter. And he blindsides him, grabs his mic. Things are desperate. Everything's going wrong everywhere. And he's like, fire the tank.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
commander's like, that's a house. And he's like, fire it.
I'll take
it's a warning shot for
responsibility.
everybody. Fire it. And shoots a house with a tank in the middle of the night. And it's like,
Yeah,
you have to remind yourself this is a good guy.
Right.
You know, I mean, this
This
is
is the
middle
guy
of
on the cover of the book.
a
You know?
completely civilian location, and he's like, shoot the house with the tank.
And that's the first house that gets destroyed. He proceeds to just roll the tank through homes, and then you see the aftermath. You see like little kids like, that was cool. You know, little Beavis and Butthead type characters.
You don't see the aftermath of the shelling, though. And I mean, like, it's a tank. They killed some people whenever they shot that tank.
Most definitely, man. But it's almost like Otomo is just reminding you that people live here, and this is an inhabited city. So let's get a little civilian stuff in here, just like to drive that home, because it'll come into play later on in this book.
Once they actually get in the tank, of course, Chiyoko is who drives it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
she's like the golden ticket or whatever. Like any action moment you need, she's the one to do it.
It's amazing, too. Like, this is another example of his powers of being able to draw space and, like, weight on things. Because as that tank rolls along, like, it feels it. It feels heavy. It destroys everything in its path. And if you ever watch, like, you know, military videos of tanks, like, they have that quality. You know, tanks weigh, like, 65 tons and stuff, 120 tons in some cases, compared to, you know, an Escalade or something is maybe 2 tons. Like, it's ridiculous how big and heavy and strong these things are. And when they get hold of it, like you say, Ed, they're going through houses, they go through buildings, a mall, like nothing's stopping it. And anything in its path is just completely destroyed. You know, like we see lots of behind the tank, and it just looks like a canyon.
Yeah, you see it tearing up the road just from its weight. Like, not even just like the road itself can't
Right.
take it being on there.
It's really well done. I always think of that weight thing as being something. I admire cartoonists that are able to express that. You know, Kirby, I think, does mass really well, and it's something a lot of cartoonists don't get. But Otomo, he does, and it's full on display with the tank sequence.
We started out with 3 psychic newbie kids in this volume, and then we're going to start whittling down.
There's a body count. The deaths are Takashi kills, I think, Mickey or Mozu at one point.
The one
The
with
Colonel's
that ball cap.
sort of following them, right? And
Looks
she
like the
kind
kid
of
from
makes a
Stranger
stand for Sakaki to go off and go after Akira, and Sakaki even is like, you know, you're kind of spent. Like, don't push yourself this hard. Like at one point, she's throwing bricks at soldiers and things, you know, psychically,
tearing the wall down.
and she's in bad shape. And so, like, the Colonel then kind of, you know, he's following this path of destruction, pursuing Akira, comes to her and has Takashi there, and he's like, test her, and he basically kills her.
Yeah.
You know, she can't quite stand up to it. The other one looks like a little bit of an older girl, and I can't remember. I think she also sacrifices herself to create a diversion, but she goes down, I think, to Nezu's guards. It's some group of guards. It might be troops, but I think it's the guards. And she's basically just distracting them so everybody can get away, and they kill her in a rain of bullets.
That sequence you're talking about where, like, he's like, test her. That was really interesting, too, because up to this point, it's like, what are the powers of these guys? Are these more powerful than the other guys? Or are they less? And when he tests her, like, he beats her. And you kind of learn something kind of subtle. You learn that yes, the psychics we know are more powerful than these new psychics, but these new psychics might have a lot of, like, raw power that they haven't been trained in, or they haven't refined like these previous ones. So it's interesting getting a sequence where you're starting to learn, you're getting information, you're learning, like, the exact level of you know, where these things are.
Yeah, and there's some little subtle notes about that. You know, early on when Lady Miyako sort of tasks Sakaki to go get Akira, she apologizes and she's like, you know, I'm sorry I didn't train you in this way or that way. Almost acknowledging, like, you know, this may not end well, but also acknowledging, like, this is how these kids, you know, she trained them. Like, whatever powers they have, she's sort of the person responsible for, you know, bringing those out and giving them the abilities they have. At one point, Kyoko, one of the colonels, the girl under the colonel, mentions that they're not as strong. They don't have that level of ability, even though they have some of the abilities. So there are, like, these little subtle pieces of it. So anyway, we watch those two die, and then we get to the end. Kind of, it's morning, and pretty much everybody now is together, and the colonel has finally, with daylight, basically triangulated and surrounded everyone.
Several different hot potato situations happen where Akira changes hands. Finally, Ryu hears, like, a little rustling in a trash can, and it's a kid. Mm-hmm. He still doesn't know who Akira is, so he just grabs this kid, races off, bumps into Nezu, and Nezu says, Akira. And Ryu's like, Akira? A little kid? Like, what the heck is this? They have a little gunfight. Imagine that Nezu's going to die from this. He's a crusty little old dude, and he caught a couple of bullets to the tummy or whatever, man. But that'll play out within these next couple of pages when the colonel and everybody is there. They all show up, and who wants to hit the climactic piece right here, man?
Well, yeah, I mean, it looks like it's almost like we're coming to somewhat of, like, a happy ending almost, like, because it's like, okay, number 28 and Akira get to meet each other.
That's really kind of beautiful. It's a really nice scene, and you can imagine it's like they are little kids, and he's like, Akira, it's been so long. Like, do you still remember me?
That's my big question from this volume. What does that imply? Because I was thinking Akira was the reason for World War III, or the big explosion that wrecked Tokyo. That would imply that those kids were around back then.
Right, so those kids, they, up to this point, I assumed they were kids who look super old from their psychic power, but it's like, no, I guess maybe they're, like, adults who, because of their psychic power, were kept, like, little, but are aging, you know, aging in some ways and staying young in others, because it is like a side-by-side comparison of, like, Akira looks like a kid, he's got the jet black hair, and then number 28, his hair's white, he's all wrinkly, so, you know, Akira was in a deep freeze. So he's like, this is what this guy was like, you know, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So
still looks young.
add 20 years to whatever his he's like in his 30s now maybe.
And then boom, Nezu takes a shot and caps little Takashi right in the dome piece.
Big close up.
We've smile on Takashi's face, little freaking.
He's happy his friend's back.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. For about 4 or 5 pages, the amount of time that transpires is like milliseconds because Takashi is falling from this headshot for 5 pages, and so much is happening inside of those 5 pages. Everybody's reacting. Colonel's ordering people to shoot up there. People are freaking out. When one of these kids gets hurt, they all get hurt. So we're seeing their reactions from the violence.
Yeah, and it seems like that psychic connection just reverberates through everybody. One thing about Nezu before he dies, it implies he was aiming for AKIRA.
Right, yeah.
Which, as somebody who shot guns, I did find this a little bit annoying. Like, he's shooting with a gun that really would not be accurate to the wall over there. It's a 2-inch barrel Derringer. He wouldn't hit anything. Like, you could shoot at me from that distance and I would feel quite confident. But, you know, like, it's the right instinct. Like, everybody should be trying. As soon as you think you can't get hold of AKIRA cleanly, and your goal should be to kill AKIRA.
Absolutely. And the point cannot be driven home more than as AKIRA starts to kind of, like, freak out a little bit.
Yeah,
the
it's
psychic reverberations wake him up.
It's like you've seen in movie the psychic child, like Firestarter or whatever, where they get the glazed look in their eye, and then, you know.
And before we see the end result of what's going to happen, there are several sequences where Otomo is once again reminding you that people live here, and they're just trying to go on about their day, man. Let's do a little yoga in the yard. Hey, put on your shoes. It's you're going to be late for the school bus. All sorts of like normal pedestrian activities while the news reports are being intercut. Code 7 is back in effect. And then basically a Marvel Comics issue amount of pages, destruction.
Yeah, some really interesting, innovative drawing too. We mentioned headlights and taillights and how do you draw those in black and white. We get to see it again here, like how do you depict this psychic event? And one of the first thing is like the weird drawing where you're seeing multiples of a drawing, and just slightly like out of sync or something, you know. That's really effective and I think looks great. It sort of creates that thing of like reality is splitting and pulling apart. And then the other piece is there's a light effect that he creates. And they kind of describe it, and I don't know how different the description would be in the Japanese edition, but in the American edition it's like the light, it's as if it's he's pulling it in. Yeah. And there's some really cool effects where like it's white. It reminded me of John Byrne X-Men, you know, like there are comics that do this now and then where there are no backgrounds and it's kind of interesting. But the shadows will appear when there are little fragments of something. So it's like this weird effect of super lightness, but then also if something's hitting a piece that it's not going through, you'll see almost this line of shadow coming out of, you know, a piece of debris or something that's bending the light around it. It's a really great effect. It's amazing how many skills Otomo has. Yeah. You would think like, oh, he's good at drawing cars, that's enough, or he's good at drawing architecture, let's leave it at that. But he's equally inventive with this stuff when it's like, how do you draw this effect in black and white? I mean, he might be the best at that, you know? It's who knows what his best skill is. If you started ranking these, you know, like we've often talked about cartoonists, and you'll be like, this is what they're really good at, and they're okay at this part, or passable here. We talk about different guys inventing alien races, you know, like there are all these little qualities that we all have in different levels, and it seems like his levels, man, they're exceptionally high in a number of these, and some of them seem like different, you know, like visual effects are sort of this very creative thing that I think may use a different part of the brain than say architecture. Yeah. But he seems to excel at both.
There are many just great pen and ink illustrations we see throughout this thing. Pen and ink and zipatone, like when the one boat is kind of like picking up speed and just what he does with the zips to show like the waves. After Kaneda orders the tank to shoot, there is a sort of bird's eye view of the city, and it's all just like it's black ink with just like some white cut into it. Really awesome.
There's some of the physics about that explosion, like when we've seen it previously in like Volume 1, it's like this dome. But then here, there's like a couple shots where you see that it's a sphere, like it's an explosive sphere, and so it's creating a crater at this like round bowl, and so the buildings at the edge of that bowl start tipping
Yeah.
and sliding into the bowl, like really subtle.
It's amazing. And the Colonel's remaining two children sort of recognize what's happening, and they prioritize, like, we've got to get people out of here. So I don't know if they're teleporting, they're, you know, like floating people away. They're just trying to save people that are around them. And I thought that's a nice moment. Again, you know, you're trying to figure out who are you cheering for, who's a good guy here. Their instincts instantly is like, they can see it's gone off the rails, and now it's just like, try to save as many lives as you can.
Yeah, it was very. It was like the Rapture. You just see guys getting sucked up into the sky. Kaneda doesn't make it.
Yeah, Kaneda dies. Like this is like the Janet Leigh Psycho moment, where this is the guy who's kind of the protagonist, and he's done. He's dead.
And once again, just answers more questions, because in the first volume we saw that little burned up apparition
Vision,
of Kaneda, where he's getting burned up, all that,
Yeah,
blah, blah,
Kaneda's
blah.
ghost from the future.
And even early in this volume, whenever Kay hooks up with Nezu for the first time, there are still questions of whether AKIRA was the creator of the big crater or not, man. And that is clearly answered here.
Yeah, it's like bookends. It's stuff from Volume 1. Like, we're seeing the first pages of Volume 1 happening again. And even, like, having number 28 die, I think that was, like, a really good way of, like, closing the loop from issue 1. Because he was kind of like the first of these people that we see. This, like, the white rabbit that takes us to the other side of the looking glass was him.
We are entering a new phase of Neo Tokyo for sure. And I just want to call attention to one of my other favorite kind of like bookend moments of this book is when we get the introduction of the caretaker robots, and the party that's in place really believes in these things, man. And they're saying shit like, yeah, even if there's a nuclear war and we all die, these robots are going to be here to protect the land.
Yeah.
But then AKIRA does his thing, and you get a couple shots of those caretaker bots. They might be able to survive a nuclear holocaust like cockroaches, but they can't survive AKIRA.
Those caretaker robots, that's clearly the used in The Incredibles, right? Like, isn't that...
I never saw The Incredibles, but Masamune Shiro absolutely uses that in Ghost in the Shell.
Feels like those. That's the model for
Yeah.
some of the big antagonists in Incredibles.
And they feel to me like an influence of Ed 209 in RoboCop. These like big like robots that just are kind of patrolling and to like replace human law enforcement. You know.
All of the destruction is incredible.
Pages and pages of it.
As you mentioned, that huge. Like the scale, it's epic. You know, like those
2-page
buildings feel
spreads.
so big. And in one of them, I noticed like there are tornadoes or water spouts or something like in between like the canyons of the buildings. You can see like the water being sucked up into the sky, because then we see it unloading onto the city as part of like the destruction, is this flooding, and just the weather patterns are chaotic. But it's like this little tiny, almost a footnote in the back of one of these panels, and I was like, I can't believe that there's like multiple water spouts.
I never saw that.
It's incredible, and it's you know, postage stamp size next to what look like the World Trade Towers or something. They're so big, you know, the buildings. It looks like it would take me a lifetime to draw that sequence.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about that specifically and just imagining that this must have been written kind of ahead of time. So, like, maybe these guys were working on these pages on the side, like, after you finish your other duties with these extremely rigorous pages, and you have an extra hour, you know, a year before this is coming out, like, maybe draw a few hundred windows before bed.
It makes it, I mean, it is like a remake of the apocalypse at the beginning of the series. So it could very well be like, okay, guys, we're going to do this apocalypse, and we're going to be doing an apocalypse again a few volumes later. So you know, just keep going on that stuff. So apocalypse.
There's a whole team of assistants that are just tasked with that.
When you were mentioning like the water spout thing, one of the little visual things that I really dug when we start to see sort of like the aftermath, and boy, when it's page after page, if you've ever been like around any kind of like traumatic, you know, a car wreck. It happens in 2 seconds, but it really feels long. Like and that's what we're getting here. That's what he's able to orchestrate. Where it's like this could have been a millisecond of time. All this stuff happens, but when things start to settle, like the dust starts to settle, there are buildings kind of on weird angles, and just watching all the water like pour out of windows, and so you're seeing buildings in perspective, and the water level would be accurate. Like, it's like you could see the exact, like, okay, the water went exactly this high, because you never see water coming any higher from any other buildings. Like, it's like that kind of like attention to detail is just it's savant like. But shit, man, that is volume 3. In a nutshell, man, did we leave anything dangling?
We did leave
Well,
something
yeah.
dangling.
Yeah, what would that be?
Well, I mean, the 11th hour, or
Yes.
beyond the 11th hour, Tetsuo's back. And in this,
And
like,
back to Akira.
yeah.
Back to Akira. When we see him, you see him at an angle where we don't even know if he has an arm. We don't know the state of that arm, which I think was like just like a little thing. Like, we're not going to give you that in this book, man. But he's standing there, looking like a badass, and confronts little Akira, who's like none the wiser, playing with some rocks or whatever. And then they kind of like teleport up to the sky or something.
The way that, like, double page spread is arranged, like, Akira is kind of like innocent and
Yeah.
stuff, and his clothes are a little bit tattered, and then Tetsuo looks very menacing, and his clothes are like trash,
Yeah.
and he's wearing like a trench coat, like he looks like some kind of like perv or something, and it's like, you know, come with me, you know, and maybe get into some really bad trouble.
Heck of a setup for Volume 4, man. We are now entering a phase of Neo Tokyo that we've not seen before. We are entering like the Mad Max phase, post-apocalypse, man.
You think about like all the different people who are trying to get a hold of Akira. Tetsuo is probably the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's the way you tell a story. You know, like it really is. It's always like, how do you write yourself out of this now? Where do they go from here? It's the perfect ending setup for, I need to know what happens next.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
And Otomo handles it perfectly because you are not thinking about Tetsuo, imagining the serialized version. Months and months are going by. You could have forgotten about, like, oh, that's the past, man. And then boom, he shows up.
What a great surprise return.
Yeah.
If you had been reading it in installments over the course of, I don't know, a year and a half or something, probably, as the serialization of this volume, to have him appear after, you know, not seeing him for a year or two, amazing.
You guys looking forward to book 4?
Oh, big time, yeah.
Very much.
We're going to cover that in 4 weeks. In the meantime, you guys know what to do. Like, subscribe, and follow the YouTube channel. Whenever you hit the subscribe button, hit the little bell icon, and it's going to let you know whenever we have new videos available.
You can pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe merch at our spread shop. There is a link below this video.
We're going to get back to making comics. I'm going to edit this video right this minute, but it's already edited when you watched it.
Wrap your head around that.
You guys know what your marching orders are.
Read more manga.
We're back once again celebrating 2019 by unpacking Katsuhiro Otomo's magnum opus, Akira. My name's Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And my name's Tom Scioli.
You all know that we're the tag team champions of comic book YouTubers. I'm going to powder out for this one. Jim, raise your hand. He's in.
So the last volume ends with basically another one of those giant end-of-the-world events.
We've entered post-apocalyptic Neo Tokyo.
Yes. My first reaction to this story is how epic it suddenly becomes. Because we are now seeing Neo Tokyo on every scale. From the very beginning, you know, Volume 1, where things are this big metropolis and we kind of get to see all these different levels of society, all the way down into the subterranean, to now the post-apocalypse, where it has been reduced to rubble, and now we're seeing the survivors trying to live.
We're also in the post movie part of Akira. So if you were a fan of the anime, basically starting in Volume 3, there's a lot of like brand new material that you can like sort of latch your teeth onto. And there is basically nothing in this volume that appears in the anime. Pretty much the only stuff that will appear in the anime from this point forward really is like in the next volume when Tetsuo gets all big and gross. But we don't have to talk about that now. That's for another day.
Yeah, I'm just very impressed. We've talked about setting as character in Otomo's works. Previously in Akira, but you know, even in Domu. And to me it really stands out in this one. Because we've seen this world so well realized in the first, 1,000+ pages. And to see it devastated, it really had an impact.
Yeah, see it transformed.
I mean, there are a couple landscapes, and he established many landscape points of view throughout the story earlier. And then when you see like the first good cityscape from the waterfront point of view, you really do see the devastation because there are no more of these like giant skyscrapers and all that. There's nothing else there, and he does that a few times. From Lady Miyako's place, they take a look out and you just see the buildings on an angle and still smoldering. That's like, after 9/11 when there was still smoke and dust being kicked up, like a month, 2 months after everything transpired. Like, has those vibes, man.
And it's just a totally different environment. Like it opens up with that, like the helicopter and then the big shot of everything, and it looks like the Galapagos Islands or something. It's just this. It's beautiful. This like sea of blue, and then just all these like little islands, and those islands are like the tip tops of twisted skyscrapers, and it's just really really amazing.
You mentioned 9/11, Ed, and I wonder how much of that influences my reaction to reading this stuff now.
How can it not?
Right. This is a work that comes out, I guess, in the 80s, in the 90s, for the volumes I was reading, the reprints. But at this point, like, we've seen so much devastating footage of post-war sites, from 9/11 to, foreign countries, and it's impossible not to read this and just see the devastation. And if the landscape itself isn't devastating enough, as we start to go through these characters that we've got to know in the first several volumes, you see updates of them. So an example is Ryu. We see him, and he's just this drunken shell of himself. All of his friends are dead. Mm-hmm. He's tripping, falling over himself, embarrassing himself, coming on to Kay. Lady Chieko pushes him away as like, you're drunk, you're useless to us. And you see this devastation in several of the characters, almost like an emotional fallout. And we also just see how society has been transformed from all of this stuff. Now, there is like a lot of major philosophy out there that this system that we live in with government and leaders and all, it really is like we're doing our best to try to like hold it together, but nobody knows what the heck is really going on, and nobody is an authority. So you introduce this apocalypse, and there is a governing body that's supposed to like protect us, like that's what we put you in power for, all that, and that's proven to be a sham. So now there's like little pockets of, what would you call them, like gangs essentially.
Yeah, little fiefdoms.
Totally, and establishing different small governments and little countries within the city. Maybe it would happen. Like we were doing the V for Vendetta, read more comics episodes, and there's an expositional piece that goes in tandem with this shit, where it's like you have the apocalypse, and then it's just total chaos, and it becomes like pure Darwinism for a little bit, where it's like the people with the muscles really do win for a little bit. They're gonna fucking beat you up. Lots of bad, rapes and shit happen, and then it takes basically the guys like us to use imagination to stay alive and create religions. Say that that little circle up there in the sky says you got to give me some food, man, or else like there's going to be another one of these. And if you could fool enough people, have a religion, and you get to live another day. A lot of that is in here.
Yeah, and this volume, it's become we talk about how self-contained each volume is, as much as it is a continuing story. And this volume, it's like it's just it's another reset. It's a totally different world. It's basically like Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind now. It's just this like almost like a fantasy setting.
I was thinking of Fist of the North Star, like the setting of Fist of the North Star is like this Mad Max kind of thing, man, where it's just like, you're that paper money that we all put stock. That's another thing I was thinking about, how we trust money. I'm glad you mentioned Mad Max, Fist of the North Star, V for Vendetta. I was going to say Scout. This was a very popular territory, this idea of like what happens when society collapses, post-war, whatever, some big event, like what's it look like? It just seemed to be in the air. I guess Cold War, the side effect of the Cold War in the 80s. You saw this in a lot of popular media, this idea of the collapse of society and then what comes after.
And we talk about like the 9/11 being like a touchstone for us reading this now, but at the time of this writing, the touchstone was Hiroshima, Nagasaki, like that. They lived through that, and had this like cultural memory of like what devastation and a total breakdown of like everything you take for granted, what that looks like. And some things we take for granted in this world is like, in capitalist society, we sell our labor for this paper that we could then buy goods and services, keep a roof over our head. But in the post-apocalypse, there are examples early on where people are trying to like buy things with some cash, and they're like, no, man, we need shoes. Like, do you have any antibiotics? Like, and the guy trades cigarettes.
Tobacco is important to Otomo to this day, when you see photos of him, like you go on Twitter and see him like out getting lunch with like the AKIRA assistants and junk, cigarettes all over the place, man. Like he's still kicking it, man. So in his world, antibiotics, medicine, cigarettes, and like batteries. That's what you need. That's the hierarchy of needs, man.
Yeah, and it's shown in this case at a bar. It's sort of the meeting place. Specifically, spies are where we see this come up. So spies are infiltrating this area to try to figure out, basically to kill AKIRA. But, they're there to just get some boots on the ground, eyeballs. And so the opening shot with the helicopter that you mentioned, that is that team coming in and dropping spies off to kind of like infiltrate.
And they're coming in under the guise of like humanitarian aid. Here's some supplies, here's some medicine, here's whatever.
Right. And the big, like there's lots of factions, and we see them from a very small scale where a couple of street thieves at one point try to just rob Kay much later on. But then the bigger factions are really AKIRA and Tetsuo's gang, the New Tokyo Empire, they're calling themselves. They've basically taken over, I think, the eastern side of Neo-Tokyo, or what remains. I think there's one bridge into that territory where they take supplies off the peacemakers and off of the aid, basically just bring that and saying, we don't need your help, but we're going to take that for this new nation. And they're kind of just following AKIRA. This is some super powerful deity-like person, and they're casting their lot with him.
That thing you were talking about like religion, there being sort of like the strong men and then the sort of smart people or whatever that create a religion. Akira's faction kind of is both of those.
And and Miyako's is kind of like the weak version or something.
Yeah, and that'd be the other big faction is Lady Miyako.
When we talk about the great new empire or whatever, Great Tokyo Empire, and we have Tetsuo Akira, there's a really good arc with the Tetsuo character in this book, because it starts off, it's like, Akira's a paper god or something. It's really Tetsuo doing a lot of stuff under the guise of being a humanitarian, helping people out, but under his breath, you hear him calling them dogs and scum and garbage and shit like that. And little Akira is just like playing around with bricks and stacking up rocks. It's when the merger of the minds between Tetsuo and Akira happens a couple of times that at the end of this thing, man, to use Game of Thrones talk, Tetsuo bends the knee in front of Akira, and it's like...
Yeah, when like early on in this volume, when Tetsuo does sort of like bow and scrape and claw before Akira, it's kind of with this smirk.
Totally.
And kind of like he's biding his time and, trying to take a measure of him before he kind of, knocks him out of the picture or knocks him down a peg and goes from being like second banana to top dog.
Otomo does a lot of stuff where he sort of repeats the same type of stories with different characters. And so in this case, you have Tetsuo to Akira, and then you have this guy who's never named. I have him noted as propaganda minister.
Right, yeah. I'm glad he isn't named, because that means that I didn't overlook something.
No.
I think of him as like Paul Reiser from Aliens.
He's a politician. He's totally a politician. He doesn't have this power, but he's really brokering things for Tetsuo. He's kind of managing the day-to-day operations. He's manipulating the masses. Whatever resources they want, he's sort of the guy who's, moving those resources around. And we're gonna see lots of examples of that. He's a great character to me. One thing that stood out is he looks very 80s. We see him and he has like a striped shirt and a skinny tie, sport coat on, big hair, kind of a bouffant kind of big hair.
A pompadour.
Yeah, and he's so interesting to me because like I look at him now and go, that's an 80s caricature or something. There couldn't be something more 80s. What did he look like in 1983 or something whenever he's showing up? Like, that colors so much in my opinion of him, and it wouldn't have existed whenever he was a contemporary character.
There's a manga called Slam Dunk, and some of the characters in Slam Dunk like look just like him too, man. So I wonder if it was a more common look, or and if it even carried on a little bit further. You still see, I don't know how fast in the internet age or whatever that like our culture kind of like goes over there and everything, but you kind of still see Mario giving a peace sign. We haven't done that shit in 40 years.
The peace sign, I think, is may have come from Japan, possibly. I think that was a post-World War II popular thing. But this guy kind of does to Tetsuo what Tetsuo does to Akira. He's operating on his own, scared of the guy above him. As that guy, Tetsuo, becomes distracted and kind of goes more in his own direction, this dude picks up the reins. Like, he takes more control of this new society, this new order that he's creating, and starts to kind of exert his leadership role a bit more. So He's an interesting character to me, and it sort of speaks to that bigger, like, let's look at society and how
Yeah.
it's built. He's a good example of that, because as far as I can tell, he's just a politician.
When we establish the spies and they go into the bar, we get a good glimpse of the colonel too. Like, we establish his character.
Another example of a shell, he seems emotionally just destroyed at this
Right.
point.
Yeah.
Someone recognizes him and he just walks away. He doesn't even acknowledge him.
And the people who recognize him so desperately want to be led. They're working for Tetsuo or
Yeah.
whoever, man, as hired guns or heavy hands or whatever. But you see tears in the guy's eye. Like, he desperately just wants to get things under control.
He's a shepherd who's lost his flock.
Yeah.
And now he has to like walk around in like the shattered remains of this world. And of course order is so important to him, and so he's walking around in this like totally disordered world.
One of the things that the spies, the American spies, are useful to us in this story is they are like the naive character that we can get
Right.
a little bit of exposition
Yeah.
from, figuring out like what the heck has happened in the past month, like how did things get this way, and we get a lot of answers in this volume. There's an expositional piece with them at the bar, and then Lady Miyako later on. Like, we discover like the origins of the AKIRA project. There's no doubt that AKIRA caused the first
Yeah.
calamity. We get a lot of answers.
Yeah, and talking about like the connection of this to Fireball, did you see when they showed like the class picture of like that of Akira's sort of generation, that little girl was there.
I don't know, but I didn't see her. Like, I was looking because like
There's like a little girl with like bangs and stuff.
Well, I mean, when you take a look at the one panel, it's the young version of Masaru, Takashi, and Kyoko. Like, is that who you saw?
I mean, maybe she aged into one of those characters.
But what I did make note of, because that's Domu you were talking about.
Domu, yeah, not Fireball.
But
right? Yeah,
the Fireball thing, they were talking about how a scientist, like within this program, was very interested in like the nervous system, and in Fireball, like when they
Totally.
start taking the guy apart, it is just like a nervous system, and there is that one panel where they show like the little electrodes or fiber optic cables getting pushed into the brain. That's very Fireball too. So I'm sticking with it, man.
for sure.
I agree with you 100%, Ed. I was kind of going through that origin sequence, like looking for all these clues and trying to piece it together. She explains the whole backstory of how it starts as a small government program and kind of develops. And I kept thinking, like there's things like remote viewing or whatever that we know our government experiments with, which could be then, you take it out of that military context and think about it in civilian stuff, and it's weird unexplained phenomena, which, obviously also exists, or at least there are records of it, and it just feels perfectly like this is one world. Like this stuff that they're experimenting on, the reason there's interest in the experimentation is because of weird occurrences outside of that. Something like Domu, where it's like, yeah, this stuff, if it were happening in a lab, is probably also happening in real time.
Naturally, yeah.
And so we get to see both sides. Akira is sort of the lab, military sanctioned, government sanctioned version. Domu is sort of like the urban legend, unexplained phenomena version, where we don't get all the answers there. We don't have the resources for it. It's in an uncontrolled environment, but it's still kind of the same example of that phenomena.
We break news here on the Kayfabe channels.
The other piece of the origin stuff that it reminded me of is Marvel Comics, right? It goes back to the 60s. There's a couple of panels. It's relatively brief, but it's also not scientific at all. They talk about like pumping salt water and giving it positive and negative charges in the brain in these little tiny canals and stuff. And I remember reading Barry Windsor Smith interview about Weapon X, and he's like, it's as bloody scientific as someone being bombarded with gamma radiation or bitten by a radioactive spider. And this felt a little bit like that. It was very comic book science fiction.
Yeah, there's like when we were talking about like Miracle Man, it's like another version of that.
I rant all the time about origins and how stupid and pointless they are, because like you're not going to explain how somebody sticks to a wall. So we don't need to see every single first movie is 90 minutes or 2 hours of this stuff.
Yeah, it's not the best use of real
AKIRA is
estate.
great. It's 2,000 pages and we get about 2 pages of origin. That seems appropriate. That seems like
that's
enough.
the right balance. Yeah.
It's perfect for the setup. The story's not really concerned with the 60s. It's just enough information to establish Lady Miyako knows some stuff. Because she's giving this information to Tetsuo after he first interacts with Akira's brain, and he needs answers. His head is spinning after what he discovers in that experience, and turns to the only place he can think to turn. The other characters that turn to her as well is Kay and Lady Chieko. They have the 2 kids, and they are struggling to take care of those 2 kids in this post-apocalyptic world. They're out scrounging for medicine. It's very hard to come by, and then using whatever medicines they find, which doesn't work great. And so Kay has a vision, or one of the kids has a vision or something, and says, go to 19, number 19,
find 19,
which is Lady Miyako, and leads them to her as well.
It's a good little sequence because it's that Hitchcockian thing where the viewer gets more information in the characters. So we know that number 19 is Lady Miyako, but Kay doesn't. So they're like making this pilgrimage, and the questions in your mind are like the suspenseful part of that is like when, where, and how is Kay going to like discover that Miyako is number 19. It's not the most eventful piece, but it is a fun lead up, and I think that readers do like sometimes to get a little bit more info than the characters, and follow them on their journey.
Meeting Lady Miyako kind of sets pace then for the rest of the story. At least Kay, a big plot for the rest of this volume, which is then taking those kids to Lady Miyako.
Yeah, like a lot of high energy sequences. Chiyoko and Kay, like, this isn't their first rodeo, so they know they're being spied on, and they see, some guy. Which, can we just talk about the kind of coolness of that new character that is kind of originates in this volume, who's like the Watcher or whatever, blind guy with physical eyes, wears a bandana, has like an eyeball painted on, like the third eye up there. Just a really cool character design. It made me think of like, it's like a Boba Fett kind of character or something, where you just like put your eyes on these characters and you kind of like wonder all about them, kind of like that guitar player guy in Fury Road.
That's who I thought of. Yes.
That character is what made me think like, oh, this is Nausicaa Valley of the Wind, because he's like straight out of there.
He's so visually appealing, and works for the New Tokyo Empire, kind of their eye in the sky, I guess. But they show him, and he's standing in a cool position, and he's overseeing. Basically, he's exposing spy. He's like a spy hunter, but also other pieces that come up. So he finds the kids as well. Amazing character, looks great, and really messes up our heroes.
Chase sequences are tough, and Otomo handles this stuff masterfully, because not only do we have a chase sequence with a purpose, but we kind of have two, because we have two kids that we have to retrieve, man, and we follow these stories so clearly. There's a lot of drama in there, and a lot of lessons to learn as a cartoonist.
Yeah, a great storyteller in that those two kids pretty quickly gets split up, and now you've taken a story that this is the tension in the story, and now you've divided it so it's double. It's really well done in that sense, from a storytelling perspective. I don't want to skip the spy stuff, because another, you mentioned that the eye in the sky guy who sees everything and he's real interesting. Another piece that's happening is Tetsuo and that politician guy, they're trying to find more psychics. That's kind of what their new empire is built on, their strength. So if they could get a few more people, a few more of these super soldier types under their control, they really will be unstoppable, or at least that's their perception. So they're giving drugs to different people in an attempt to kind of like trigger that.
Kickstart it.
Right, if anybody has that latent ability, let's bring it out and find out. Most of those people we see die.
Yeah, it's trial by fire. It's like, let's give a bunch of people this pill. Most of them are going to die, but maybe we'll get one psychic out of the mix.
The pill is back.
Yes, and we do get a couple of psychics that we see. One of them, once the eye in the sky guy discovers a spy, then we get to see those psychics basically hunt down the spies and execute them.
Otomo's so good at drawing so many things, but Simon Bisley wasn't out yet. Stephen Platt wasn't out yet when he was drawing his big hulking muscular guys with veins and stuff. So that was like the one thing where I'm like, ooh, Biz can do better. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very proto muscle bound scary guy with like the veins and stuff.
That like level of steroids that was going on in like weightlifting and stuff probably hadn't happened yet either.
Right? Like you just didn't see physical human bodies that big yet.
Man, I like the way that guy looked. I feel bad to dissent here, but I didn't realize whenever we first see him, he's in the foreground, the hunter, the psychic hunter. And he's in the foreground, he's kind of crouched down, he's cornered the spy. Politician comes up behind him to be like, all right, we've got this guy, we're going to do a public execution. There's maybe another couple people behind him. And they're smaller than like the psychic hunter, big dude.
Yeah.
And I just assume that's perspective. And then whenever we see him, he's like, I don't know, 9 feet tall or something. He's really a giant.
Yeah.
And he is lanky. He's not the big muscular guy like, steroids. But I kind of like that. Like, he's very almost grotesque just in his proportions and things. And I think that's fairly effective. But he looks cool, and they basically assemble a bunch of these, I call them, they're like refugees, but a bunch of the citizens of this new empire, I suppose, to witness this. and I don't know, he crushes his brain or whatever. It's like some kind of psychic battle where they're looking at each other, and he just explodes his head more or less.
Yeah, a little Cronenberg for the viewer.
Yes, and for the people in the new Tokyo Empire. So we established that there are these psychic powers besides Tetsuo. They're on a much lower level, but they are working for Tetsuo and company at this point, because we're going to see them as these chase scenes kind of expand and blow up.
This is the Tetsuo volume, basically. You know, we follow him a lot, man. We got none of him in the last volume, so they're kind of making up for that in this one. And the pills are his meals, man. Like that's what he eats, and that's what sustains him. And he thinks that it's just kind of like taking care of a certain kind of sickness or something. But when he sees Miyako, she's letting him know, like, you're really just dulling your senses. Like, if you can manage to somehow go cold turkey, you're going to be way more powerful. Yeah. That's a very seductive idea to him, and he tries many times in this thing. One of the last being when he just like dumps all of his shit into the ocean or whatever, and then went in a moment of sickness. I like to imagine that when he jumps into the water, he's just like hungry hippos, just like drinking like all the water, just like getting as many pills as he can before he flies up into the sky and does all of that weird
all that
conceptual
cosmic stuff.
Yeah.
High levels of violence this volume.
Sure.
A lot of killing, pretty callous killing
graphic.
too.
Yeah, you see like just people like, and on the part of the heroes and the villain, like we see people's like skulls being collapsed. You see people basically like turned into garbage pail kids, eyeballs sticking out.
Lady Chiyoko, she fucking is bashing people in the head with a missile she's just walking around with.
That's amazing. Her club is a fireable missile.
It's pretty brave. That like what's keeping this thing from getting triggered?
Yeah, that's a pretty great choice.
Everything is at a premium in this new Tokyo, and it even comes down to finding a mate. So there's all of that like terrible violence against
there's
women.
like human trafficking, and that's like what that's like a big part of what this like new Tokyo Empire does. Like it seems like maybe like every day Tetsuo gets like like a
usually
new,
5.
Yeah, and they all meet a horrible end, and like the ones that are in this volume, all of them would have died except one of them didn't take the pill.
Yeah, he uses that politician character will round up girls for him, and then he gives them a little bit of drugs, which usually kills them. The one that survives is one who doesn't take the drugs. She saves the drug for her sick father. And
that's the character Kaori, and she's in the anime. Far different treatment in the anime series, though. She's just like kind of like one of the friends of the bike gang and shit. Besides the stuff with Tetsuo and his sex slaves, we see several of these. I made a note on sex, gender, rape, maternity. All of these things seem to be front and center in this volume, especially compared to the first 3 volumes. So other examples, very early on, we see Chieko topless in what just feels like a gratuitous scene. Like I was reading it and thinking she's in a moment of peace is basically like washing herself topless. And it's sort of like, why is this in here? It felt very out of place compared to everything else, but I think it fits within the volume if you're thinking of the volume as being kind of, a gender, maybe a different point of view from gender than the previous 3 volumes. A lot of like violently horny fucking guys in this thing, and there's even parts like when Kay, she's nearly raped twice in the beginning. Yeah, and like the second time she's kicking dudes' asses, and something like she's got several layers of clothes on, and a top layer kind of coat that maybe would cover her figure gets ripped off, and they just see like the curves of her body. And these guys are like, it focuses them or some shit. And then she has to actually run. Like she's got the upper hand. Then when her physical form is like able to be seen. Yeah, they start almost as thieves and turn into would-be rapists when they realize she's a girl. There are several moments throughout where the gender is exposed. And you'll hear characters or you'll read characters saying, that's a girl.
And it seems
that
like
happens a couple of times.
That's almost like the greeting in this world is like when one of these characters encounters a woman, it becomes like a hey baby, like
they're definitely trying to mask that gender whenever they're out and about doing whatever brings them out of hiding. The second group that identifies Kay as a girl and then turns into would-be rapist, she bashes one of their heads in with a rock. Yeah. And we see him afterwards with a boner. And they refer to that. Yeah. It's very strange.
Well, I mean, you see a boner, like I've read this dozens of times, and you actually see a boner. It's a back view, and it's like kind of coming up from far away. The character's this big, but fucking Otomo draws it.
I think of that stuff as sort of like, this is still like a manga where the target audience is like teenage boys, so it's almost treated like humor, you know, like tasteless joke kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, it's a pretty like it is a very dramatic shift from the pre-apocalypse, the one post-apocalypse, post-apocalypse. Like, it is a very dramatic shift in the way the women are treated in this, basically this entire volume. And then the maternity part is Miyoko, who serves as an advisor for Tetsuo, offers comfort, tries to kind of steer him in the right direction, but does the same for most of the characters. All these characters are coming to her, from refugees that she's housing and giving medicine and food to all of the major characters that are looking for shelter, medicine, guidance. So it really does feel like a very female-centric shift in this volume for all those reasons.
The politician and his crew infiltrate Lady Miyako's place. Should we take it to that spot?
Yeah, he finds that the two kids that they've been, were important pre-Neo Tokyo destruction. They locate them, and that's what starts the invasion of Lady Miyako, because those kids are being taken to her, and he feels like she's been undermining Tetsuo and AKIRA this entire time, and he's done with it. And with AKIRA and Tetsuo sort of, doing their thing off in the corner, it's his chance to be like, I'm going to go burn this place to the ground. I'm going to get those kids back, and we're going to get rid of this thorn in our side.
Yeah, it establishes. Well, we get first glimpses of these like monks, like the monk assassins that surround Lady Miyako, and those characters are pretty cool. So a couple of them, it's almost like almost like a self-immolation, even though they kind of the one almost sacrifices himself because they have the ability to like destroy your guns or whatever, but the one shows up, gets cut down. When they get a little bit closer, man, those monks are able to disarm that army. And they gotta split, they gotta skedaddle, and Lady Miyako's she's just very comfortable holding fort, waiting for them to come back.
Yeah, like you're talking about how like they let them go, that part. Because to me it's like when we were talking about it earlier, and you mentioned like there's the Neo Tokyo faction, and then there's her faction, and you kind of referred to her faction as like the weak faction. But to me, it's like the Neo Tokyo faction are the faction of sort of like anger, lowest common denominator, hatred, and then hers is kind of like this more enlightened faction that's trying to like maintain like the highest values of our society, all the things that make like our society worth preserving. It's funny because in like this kind of genre fiction, we're so used to like, oh, don't let those guys go, because if those guys go, they're going to come back with an even bigger army and come get you. Kill them all. But like, think about that idea. In like war, you don't necessarily just like kill them all. Even in war, it's kind of like, okay, well, those guys surrendered or whatever, or like those, we can't, let those guys go. Like, it feels like out of place or like weakness in genre fiction, but like,
Yeah, when I brought that up earlier, I was just thinking about how the great Tokyo Empire or whatever, they are brawn and they are muscle, and that really does only get you so far with what we've established over these past 1,000 years or whatever, man. Eventually, like, cooler minds have to prevail. We all have the need for self-preservation, so let's try to come up with some consensus about like what the rules of this thing are. It's a better way to live, man, because at a certain point, if it is all just brawn, then you can't trust anybody.
Sure.
You probably can't even sleep easily because you have that fight or flight all the time. Like, how do you relax in a situation like that?
Yeah, and I think that's, like, this story and stories of this type, that's kind of, seems to be like the theme, and what you want to sort of drive home is that these, like, higher values are, like, they might seem in the short term to be, like, the wrong choice, but they're actually, like, just better, from a survival point of view, even.
There's an alternative in this particular instance with Miyako, because she was in suspended animation for 13 years and had visions and dreams, and she references those. And so, however this is going to play out and end, it's almost prophetic, perhaps.
She knows
from her
the
point of
big
view.
picture.
Right. And she references that a little bit in places. So, letting that politician go, maybe,
Yeah.
or recognizing like maybe she is going to die in this whatever comes next. I wonder if some of that is based on these almost like visions, like she believes this is how things are going to play out, and then lets it happen.
And her character, like that sort of character type, is kind of like based on sort of like meditation, mindfulness, and like and all of those things are sort of about letting go and just sort of allowing things to be as they are, and not struggle
Right.
against things that are just just part of life. And she's also used as like a plot device, because then since she has this perspective where she knows everything, she can drop stuff like, oh, Kaneda Kaneda's someplace else, and who knows where that is, and so then it sort of plants the seed for like his possible return, and yeah, like you said, that like, oh, maybe there's a larger plan with letting those people go. I was kind of raised on like Frank Miller stories, where basically like everybody, hero or villain, they're all psychopaths.
Yeah.
And it's all, just killing each other. And like the safe thing is always to just kill the other guy. That's your best move. But like reading like
It's a great lesson.
reading like G.I. Joe comics, for doing like a G.I. Joe comic myself, like reading that, it's like Cobra Commander like follows the rules of war. He's like, oh, they surrender, Geneva Conventions, they surrendered. So it was like interesting to me that like, oh yeah, we've been conditioned by the sort of Frank Miller effect to like, think that like you got to be a psychopath. Like even the heroes have to be psychopaths in these stories. But no, that's like a relatively recent development. Prior to that, it's like, it's like, oh, we gotta let them. They're waving the white flag. We gotta let them go. Where like, like in a Miller, if somebody's waving a white flag.
Tetsuo's having a hard go at it this whole volume, and the politician sees some weakness, and also sees that Tetsuo just is caught up in his own BS, and that's how he's able to rally his own troops, all of that, man. But because of the intertwined mind thing that happens between Tetsuo and Akira, when it happens a second time, that's too much for him. It's over. So can we talk about like that weird dream sequence? What the heck do we have there? He's there in Miyako's place. He's getting sick, kind of like disappears and ends up like trying to get his pills back or whatever in the water. Flies up to the sky after Soul is used by the Colonel on a bunch of douchebags. But he doesn't go up to the sky to like smash the satellite or something. Yeah. He just like goes into like another dimension.
Yeah, he like expands his awareness or whatever and goes on this whole trip. And with Lady Miyako and with Akira himself, there's like all these hints that there's some sort of cosmic, like big invisible world that we're not aware of, and then this is like, Tetsuo kind of like making his peace with that, or poking his head into that world, and that's where Kaneda is right now.
Do you get the impression that it's Akira that's making this happen to him, right?
Well, yeah, like there's that symbol that Akira's making.
It's like a DNA helix.
Yeah, the DNA helix, and then he goes up and sees that. So it's like, Akira's got some kind of role. I hadn't thought of it as that, as like just Akira directing him.
The only reason I say that is because when he bends the knee, he looks really humbled in front of like little Akira at the end of the thing.
Yeah, I mean, because he has those two moments where he challenges Akira, and the first one he really thinks is going to go his way. He thinks he's going to, and then Akira's got this like cat look in his eye or something, and it's just like, oh no, like you it's like that thing where like you win or lose the fight in the stare down before the fight, like
right.
he's done. But when he challenges him that second time, it's like, he's just obliterated metaphorically.
Right.
But yeah, that sequence, it's like there's like 2001 A Space Odyssey. Like to me it's like this is just the Force in Star Wars. It's just like the big like cosmic claptrap. That just the hot air, the like, oh, there's something beyond our perception, and this is the representation.
It's fun to see Otomo tackle that. It's one of those things that you can't really draw this; it can't be represented. How do you represent, the great unknown, the great magnet, whatever you want to belief system you want to sort of cling to? It's trying to encompass all of that visually. It's cool to look at, but it is like weird. Even just reading through it, it becomes like
Yeah, and maybe it's perfect because it becomes like disorienting of like, what are we seeing? What does this mean? How do these pieces work? Where is he?
How do you grasp the ungraspable?
Yeah, it's outside of time. It's outside of what we think of as space on Earth, at least.
And again, it's that scale. We talk about that post-human scale, where it's like scale beyond humanity. It's like this is taking that another step forward. This is like the scale of like the universe.
It's really drawing the impossible.
It is.
It's nice to see a guy of Otomo's ability tackle it, but I mean, it really is this like abstract concept represented in black and white.
He's a really good cartoonist, but I think an adjective that I can reasonably apply to his work would be constipated. Like, the artwork is very tight, and you could just tell that there's so much thought, and it's not that he's withholding, but he's anal retentive, we'll say. And it's interesting to see something like this done from that approach, because I imagine that he probably never messed with psychoactive drugs or any of that like third eye expanding stuff that I've seen other cartoonists do scenes like this, where it's just like this, you know, this other verse that's beyond time and shit. Like, you know, Crumb will do a version of that. Brendan McCarthy will do a version of that. Now, I'm not going to get into slander libel and suggest that, you know, some of these cartoonists have been messing with like crazy drugs, but I went to art school and I could tell, like, anybody who I thought was on a couple of things, man, as I got to know them, they were on a couple of things, because you can't, like, with a right-thinking person that doesn't have those like mind-expanding visions, they don't draw that way, you know, and like his is square. His is like Clowes and Patience, where it's like this very meticulous, thought out, like no line out of place.
You know who's another one to think of is Steve Ditko. Because Steve Ditko, it's like, oh, it's Doctor Strange, it's the other, oh, this is such mind-expanding stuff. And it's like, you know for a fact, looking at every line of that Steve Ditko never touched anything.
Exactly.
You know, it is like a very, very, it's way out for superhero comics post-comics code, but it is so square compared to like, oh, we're depicting these like, you know, psychoactive, you know, landscapes.
And in this, Canada comes back.
He does. That's how this volume ends. He's ripped out of the upside down or the right side up, depending on how you look at this thing, man. And he's there. That's how this thing ends. There are several moments in this volume that feel like maybe an editor kind of pulled Otomo's coat a little bit and was like, the readers really want this. The readers really like this, because it feels a little clunky. Like, it doesn't feel like he had this idea in mind.
The comeback of Kaneda.
The comeback of Kaneda is one, but also like that expositional origin piece. I think that feels almost like kind of like wedged in there for the fans, or like, you know, Katsuhiro, we love your work, man, but you've been making this comic for years and years, and the people want answers. That's the feedback we're getting. So can you put something in there for them? Like, it's just a little out of place, perhaps.
Yeah, we know somebody who, like, that exact thing happened, where like he created this like amazing world, and then like the first thing the editor said was like, well, why don't you show us how we got to that world? And it's always, it's like very much a thing an editor, you know, would say, and it is kind of you know, square and
it's visible, like now I could be totally wrong. I'm just going from my own kind of like view of like reading this thing, and I don't know Otomo, but it feels really out of left field. The Kaneda character is a beloved character. Like, when people see Akira, like you know, civilians who don't fuck with this, they think that the guy in the red coat is Akira. So it's like you can't kill him.
Yeah, and we talk about like, oh, maybe it was like an editor or whatever, but you also have an internal editor. You have your own, like, in your psyche, this like you know, superego or whatever that's like, oh, maybe you need to explain that. So it might have been an editorial voice just within his own head saying, oh, maybe we explain this. But yeah, it isn't as organic. And I remember from previous readings, it felt to me like the Kaneda comeback was very much like arbitrary, like, oh, we got to bring this guy back, let's bring him back somehow. Like, it did seem like a wrong turn that they tried to correct. In this reading, they do plant the seeds for it a little bit. They do, like, Lady Miyako says the thing to Kay, and then Kay meets a guy who was like one of the members of the gang from like volume 1.
Yeah.
And they're like talking about the old times, and we get to see how far things have come since then and how much things have changed. And a big part of that scene is them talking about, hey, what happened with Kaneda? What's the deal between you? So there's all these things that are setting it up, but yeah, it doesn't.
The setup is very close to the payoff. Another thing, when things are being rematerialized. I think that the building that they were on, like, rematerialized, like the one
Yeah,
that,
the
like,
whole-
came down,
yeah.
like, they're like, hey, I recognize that building. I think that's it, man. You see some of the numbers or whatever.
Yeah,
that
and
were at the
like
top.
that's reading this. That's how I'm like, oh, this is when Kaneda comes back, because it is like, yeah, there's that building that disappeared when AKIRA, went nuclear, and so it's like coming down from above, almost like you're looking at like a reflection of the city, like in the sky. And
Yeah, that's a wild piece.
and like, there, I, in spite of all this, I do buy the return of Kaneda as like organic to the whole. Like, it's not as organic as it could be, but I got to come down on the side that it wasn't just arbitrary, and it wasn't just like a course correction of a mistake he made, because there is the Kaneda's ghost
in
in
the
volume
first
1
one.
or 2, and then the ghost shows up. So it is, but yeah, it could have, he could have made it like a little more so that I could like wholeheartedly say like, oh yeah, this is part and parcel of this story.
Yeah, and like the argument in the other direction could be that when the ghost shows up in that first volume, it's just foreshadowing his dematerialization of like, in volume 3 or whatever, he's toast and he saw
Yeah.
his death. So
But we're like we're laying the groundwork for there being this like other realm, this cosmic world, and so Kaneda does serve the purpose of being like the ambassador. Like, he's gone into that other world and now he's come back, and so let's find out what he has to tell us.
it becomes crucial for sure when we get into like the last volume, and it's like, what the F?
Yeah, we always mention questions we have at the end of these volumes, and obviously that's the big one, I think, is his return, and what does that mean, and what's he bringing back, and all of that. That's the biggest question I had at the end of this volume.
Yeah, I think that's the question. Like it's designed this way.
Yeah, it's a good stopping point. All of these volumes have been very satisfactory.
Yes.
As like a chunk of reading material, a chapter in this bigger story, and this one is no exception.
I look forward to revisiting Neo Tokyo in about 4 weeks.
Me too. They're making like the go ahead has finally happened for a live action Akira. Taika Waititi is going to direct it. He directed Thor Ragnarok, and I feel like a great way to handle this material of like a new Akira is to just make a movie out of each volume, because each volume almost like volume 1 we're seeing Akira part 1, volume 2 we're seeing the sequel Akira 2. This felt like we were watching Akira part 4, and it was like satisfying in a way that like long running series seldom are. Like, this is like just a totally different flavor, part of the whole but self-contained. So I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. When you talk about sort of shoehorning these elements in at the end, or Return of Kaneda, Origins, all of these pieces, I wonder too, like, this is a shift. Like, whenever the animation was made, it's kind of based on before this material.
Pretty much volume 1.
And you wonder, like, what's his mind doing while he's making the movie but still working on the manga? And it's almost like these new ideas, right? It feels like these are... It's not some plan he had from the get-go.
Sure.
Was Canada always going to come back? Who knows? Like, the nature of this serial storytelling is that you suddenly wake up one morning with a new direction. And maybe that changes everything, And I think that, who knows, possibly some of that stuff does happen here because this story is so big and these turns are like... I don't know that he had all of this stuff in mind, these details, whenever he's racing bikes through the streets of Neo Tokyo in Volume 1. It's like where this story has gone, I assume, has probably surprised him along the way, too. So some of this stuff may be a little bit awkward getting this stuff in, and I'm sure he's a different artist as well at this point in the storytelling. We all change. This is thousands of pages, years and years in.
He's
different
doing
guy.
Yeah, he's doing ungodly amounts of work because he's also directing that freaking anime, and he drew all the storyboards. When is the dude sleeping? Like, he doesn't use psychoactive drugs, I can imagine, but I bet sleep deprivation added to that little dream sequence at the end of this volume.
Anything else?
I think that's a good enough place to leave it.
That's our conclusion for Volume 4.
We'll be back in 4 weeks with volume number 5.
You guys can like, follow, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Be sure and click the bell icon to be notified when new videos are posted.
You can support us a couple ways. Buy our books, or you can also grab something from our spread shop. All those links are in the description below. Tom, hit them with a plug, man.
You can follow me on Twitter at Tom Scioli, or on Instagram at Tom_Scioli.
You guys know what your marching orders are at home.
We're going back to making comics, but you guys need to read more comics. How could we ever get you to miss us if we never go away, Jimmy? AKIRA Volume 5 is what's going to be discussed today. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
The great Frank Whiteley is in the house with us to discuss this book. In our shoot interview, I believe he brought it up a little bit, talking about seeing Tetsuo and stuff on the aircraft carrier and how it looked like people had weird masks. So we'll get into some of that conversation. Up front, I want to implore everybody to like, follow, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so we can notify you when new vids are available. That mitigates the Kayfabe effect, which is whenever we talk about something, the video goes live by midday, early afternoon. The books we talk about sometimes are not able to be found on the internet. And if they are, prohibitively expensive. And if you guys watch the video to the very end, that helps goose the YouTube algorithms, pushes our videos out to other comic book loving YouTube people who don't necessarily see our videos all the time, helps us grow the channel, grow our numbers, helps make it possible for us to keep bringing regular videos to the crowd, man. Got 60,000 plus subscribers, only 10% to the final goal of 600,000, man. So we got a ways to go. Frank, thanks for coming by, man.
Pleasure to be back.
Here's a question that I have, man. There was that great documentary on you, that half-hour piece, and we were having a discussion before, man. Like when you were sort of laying down and you had these stacked up Akiras underneath your head, like were you taking a nap or was that like spine alignment exercise?
Yeah, it's a thing called the semi-supine position, and what you do is you lie flat on your back with your knees raised, so you pull your feet towards your bum and you have your knees raised, and it's to flatten your spine, but rather than have your head on the floor or on a cushion, you're supposed to raise your head, the back of your head, to suit the curvature of your spine, which is different for different people, of course. And my posture's pretty bad. So what you do is you stand against a wall and you measure, like with your heels and your butt and your shoulder blades against the wall, and you measure the distance from the back of your head to the wall. And like one of my sons has got a slightly dodgy back, and the distance for him is like 2 fingers. And for me, it's like 4 fingers, you know, and then you add your thumb to that, and that's how many books you need. So I can't even remember. I haven't done it for ages because my back's been good, but I can't actually remember what my which volumes I had to use.
That was going to be the next question. How many volumes of AKIRA are required to get the perfect supine position?
I don't know. I feel like a 5 is one of the largest, and it looks like 3 is the smallest.
Yeah.
I can't remember what combination I had.
I guess we'll have to go back to the video, man. So we were debating beforehand, like which volume should we take a look at, man? This is the great. The dust jacket is off of the hardcover from the great AKIRA box set that came out 5 years ago or so, or the Dark Horse version that is like the classic one that we were able to get in black and white for pretty much the first time. We're going to opt for the Dark Horse version just because it opens up easier, and with that means that the art is inverted so that it can be read, you know, left to right the way we do.
I always think whenever I go through unflipped manga,
Yeah.
I think about like directional devices and reading and stuff like that. And it's incredible how well both of these work from either direction. You know, like movement, it always feels like the movement is just tip top.
And it looks great. Like I don't notice like skewed faces
Yes.
and all that kind of shit. Do
Yeah,
you ever do
breaks my
that thing,
heart.
Frank? Like checking your math, man, on your artwork and looking at your art in.
Oh yeah, always. Yeah, I used to do it. If the paper was thin enough, I would turn it round and hold it up against the window, or the light if it was nighttime. If it wasn't thin enough, I would hold it in front of a mirror. Yeah, and obviously when I'm working digitally, it's really easy. I just flip it all the time. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll do the underdrawing, then flip it, and kind of redraw it and flip it again. and keep doing that until I feel it's somewhat acceptable. It's funny because I get that thing that sometimes I draw things and it turns out exactly the way I want it first time, and other times I can just keep redrawing the same face or the same hand, and it's just, and eventually you have to just let it go, you know.
We had Walt Simonson on for an interview, and he was talking about drawing the profile of some face, and he just couldn't let go of the ultimate contour, but he just couldn't place that eyeball where it should have been, and eventually he's just like, fuck it, like, just let it slide, man.
I always think that's stuff that most readers just don't notice. We beat ourselves up over that stuff, but we know it. And I feel like most of the time, you know, it's off by such a small amount. Like with the artist edition, sometimes you'll see where they've shifted a line 1/16 of an inch, you know, and you'll see the whiteout next to it. And it's like, no reader is picking this up.
Yeah, but that's the part that makes Jaime and
That's
shit
right.
like that, you know?
You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's the thighs. It's the thighs on the Love and Rockets girls, man. It's like pencil line, white outline, and then the perfect Jaime thigh line to give that tensility,
Yes.
that squish, all that stuff, man. All right, man. So let's crack this thing open. We'll put this to the side, man. Crack open our Dark Horse joints. I actually gave my Dark Horse comics to a friend after I got that box set and was just like, dude, treat this with grace, man. This is my AKIRA. I've been reading this for years.
Do you know something to mention straight away? When you guys asked me to do this, obviously I went back and looked at volume 5 to kind of refresh my memory. And for the last 2 nights, I actually just read the whole thing again, which was an absolute pleasure, of course. And then like half an hour before speaking to you, I dug out the box set where it's back to front by my way of thinking.
Right.
And I noticed that the first few pages that are painted are printed the same in both volumes.
Whenever they translated Lone Wolf and Cub to America, I remember reading interviews and stuff, and it wasn't a 1-for-1. It wasn't just inverting the pages. Because especially with Lone Wolf and Cub, where there's all this pomp and circumstance to the hand that is supposed to hold a samurai sword, and sort of the curve of the sword, and the way the kimonos are supposed to be, you know, buttoned up or whatever. It had to be a certain way. So they would use the exact same image sometimes, but they would have somebody come in and flip all the swords. So it's never necessarily a 1-for-1. Sometimes they even move panels in weird ways. So like that could be a very sick rabbit hole for us to go down if we start doing that stuff. But I'm glad you mentioned that for sure, because sometimes they might invert an image, but sometimes they won't.
Yeah, it's a great note. The I don't know if you read Blade of the Immortal, but that's one where he didn't want it flipped, but each panel is actually cut and rearranged for each page so that it reads left to right, but the images haven't been flipped over. And it's one of the weirdest reading experiences because the directional devices do seem to be like opposite. But the great thing is, like, after 3 pages, you're into this world where it's like the language is different, and it's just this, I don't know, it's almost a different, unique reading experience as a result of that.
I look at this 2-page spread with this aircraft carrier, and it's like each of these wings is bent up in different ways, in various states of transformation or whatever. And it's like he didn't have to do that, but he did. Frank, that's the kind of stuff that I appreciate with your artwork, even where there's like these subtle things, this subtle tender love and care that happens in the background, where it's like, wow, that's the stuff that separates, like, you know, the champs from the chumps.
I would look at this stuff and be amazed by the water.
Yeah.
Because, like, water to me is always the impossible thing to depict. And this looks like a photo.
Yeah, it does.
And you look close and it's pretty simple, but it still looks like a photo of water.
Do you know, speaking about the water as an example, I love the coloured pages, but I actually prefer his ink work.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's fantastic at doing the, I don't know if it's gouache or what he uses, but what he does just with ink and like a tone is just phenomenal. And the water is one of those things. But yeah, it's a strange thing, like that it's just the opening few pages that are painted, and then the rest of it's ink work.
One of those weird things, certainly about the vernacular of Japanese comics.
No, I was told by somebody that it was like part of the magazine format that they had there. That was what accounted for it.
It's cool that you mentioned that, man. Like, I visited Kodansha and went to their archives where they have bound copies of all of Young magazines, and I was taking a look at the serialization of AKIRA, and this is shown off in the AKIRA Club book that comes with the big box set, but there are absolutely many pages that are in the magazine format that don't make it to the final Tankobon editions, and some of them are beautifully painted, like the scene where Tetsuo with the clown gang, like they're trying to smack him with that like bike chain with like nuts and bolts and shit, and he stops it and he does like a David Cronenberg joint to the dude's head. It's beautifully painted. It is not in the Tankobon. It's done in line art, and it's paced differently. So if you get a hold of those Young magazines, you get to see maybe a couple dozen Otomo pages that don't make it in here. And in volume 1, the very first, like the explosions, it's done 3 different times, because in the first Tankobon, like from Japan, it looks different than what we have, and in the magazine it's way different.
Probably speaks to the perfectionist nature
Yeah.
of Tomo, which every page does, but having that ability to tighten things up or change them or correct the thing that, it's that hand that you draw over and over again. Each time you reproduce it, you get a chance to maybe like fix that thing that's been nagging at you since it was first printed.
Frank, after rereading the entire run, like each of the books, each of them feels like a really satisfying episode.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, when I started this, like right from the first pages, like he's doing so much all the time. He's ticking so many boxes. Like you can feel the wind and the atmosphere and the noise when they're coming off the helicopter onto the deck of the ship. Like in the pages that follow, like, even just like the body language of the way they interact, the way they greet each other, the way they walk down corridors, everything. There are no panels where he's just kind of like freewheeling. Everything's considered, and everything's like posed and composed and rendered to a really satisfying finish. This scene that's coming up, when all these kind of rogue experts from different places around the globe are being introduced to each other, most of them for the first time, some of them have met before, and it's so much like being at a comic convention, and some of the other creators you've met before, and some of them you just know them by their work, and it's a pleasure to meet them, and they have that kind of polite deference with each other, and it's just, like, quite apart from the quality of the drawing, just the kind of observation of the way people actually interact. It's just, everything about it is absolutely spot on. It was such a pleasure to go back to this. I actually haven't looked at AKIRA for a few years, so it was really great to go back to it.
Whenever I got to the sequence with all these people, I like that you mentioned it's like a cartoonist getting together, because like my mind was going to like imagining what it must be like on the International Space Station when you have these scientists from a bunch of different countries, but like they don't care about all the geopolitical nonsense down here, because it's like, I need to rely on you or else I'm dead. And, all bets are off when you're up there. This Dr. Stanley Simmons, I was thinking that this is like a Kubrick kind of...
Oh, I thought Stanley Kubrick as well because of the name.
Yeah. And he has a lot of reverence for Kubrick's work. And Kubrick, like you just said about the things you see in each of these panels, Kubrick is that kind of obsessive in terms of like the imagery that he inserts into every frame. Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comic books that we make. We appreciate you guys supporting our projects and the current stuff that we have on the shelves right now. Jim Rugg, Hulk Grand Design, both issues, Monster and Madness are out there on the stands. These are the regular covers. Comic shops out there, you know what your marching orders are. You know how to stack these on the shelves. And you got these other variant covers that you could get your hands on to support the work. You got the Jeff Darrow cover for Madness. You got the Ed McGuinness cover for Madness. And with the first issue Monster, Peach Momoko, the Eddie P, and the Marcos Martin variant covers. Congratulations, Jimmy. I know this was a long project in the works. The other stuff that Jimmy has in print, Plain Jane's, the first young adult graphic novel, and various volumes of the hardcover graphic albums of Street Angel are still in print, still in good comic shops, still can be ordered online in volume. Support the work. Right now on the stands, as per the Ed Piskor comics that are out there, Red Room, Trigger Warnings, issue 1, 2, and potentially issue number 3 are out there in the wild. Issue 2, the Pumpkins issue, look at that for a splash page, man. You can get these comics online at Fantagraphics website and various comic shops. It is banned in 26 countries. It is banned in 10 comic shops, but you can also read these comics before they hit paper on my Patreon, patreon.com/Ed Piskor, $3 for the archive there. Last season's Red Room efforts, Red Room, the Antisocial Network trade paperback, out there in the wild collecting 4 issues of comics and lots of extra material. The works that I have out there in the wild right now, I do think WYSIWYG is currently out of print, but if you see it, scoop it up. 4 volumes, Hip Hop Family Tree, including 2 giant box sets and 12 issues of comics. The guys at Fantagraphics just told me my royalty statements have hit Clausian and Hernandez Brothers numbers. 42 pages of royalty statement, Jimmy. And the Grand Design that started them all, 3 volumes, X-Men Grand Design, including an omnibus that is out of print and hard to find, but if you see it, scoop it up. Now that we're done paying the bills, back to the video.
I think
You can actually see the Kubrick references sometimes, particularly when he's drawing corridors with patterned carpets or tiled floors, and he often goes for that symmetry rather than the rule of thirds, which is more common in cinema.
I think the note on observation is a good one too. I feel like that's a conversation I've had with other cartoonists. Jaime Hernandez comes to mind again, but that ability to observe seems to be paramount for good cartooning, and I think it's a good note to go through this book with that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
It grounds the fantasy very well.
Makes so much sense that the mangaka who's creating this will also have a film career, especially in a scene like this where you have Kay and Kaneda after 2.5 volumes of being separated, finally see each other, and it's paced so cinematically, but it's a great humor piece.
It's so great to have the backs of people going up and the fronts of people going down whenever you flip to see Canada. Yeah, that's good.
You know, you got your close-ups where nothing else matters. You see this guy entering stage left, obscured with the hug, and then the moment of realization.
Yeah.
Get the fuck away from me. As Kay sits there, man.
Yeah, and they're just looking at each other. It's pitch perfect.
Yeah. So many greatly composed scenes throughout this thing. And also it felt like in this volume, it was an exercise for Otomo. He built all these characters, and he's really good at splitting characters up and pairing them off and seeing how they interact with one another. So he's doing a version of that here, and he always has this really great kind of like logical way to bring everybody back. You know, it's like go off, have your adventures with disparate personalities, and then let's bring everybody back for the finale.
That number 51 makes me think about the Kubrick kind of awareness of what you're doing with every detail.
Room 237.
Yeah, I mean Area 51, right?
Yeah. I guess he invented these things too. You'll see Masamune Shirow fuck with this kind of weird spider tank thing in Ghost in the Shell and Dominion Tank Police.
Mm-hmm. Frank, do you remember how you encountered AKIRA? Did you see the movie first, the Marvel Epic books, or?
No, it was back in I think 1989 or 1990, around about that time, and I was doing Electric Soup at the time, which Glasgow underground comic, and one of the other guys who worked at the that was with us. He was called Rob McCallum, and Rob's now he's a storyboard artist. He's done Pacific Rim and Dawn of the Dead and all sorts of things, Star Trek and everything. And but Rob was really into comics, and I'd been away from comics, like for a lot of my teenage years and art school years. And so this was me just getting back into comics. And I remember he gave me one of was it Epic that did the kind of the square bound volumes? I think I mentioned it the last time I was talking to you guys about and I appreciate the fact that you've picked volume 5, which includes my first introduction to AKIRA. And in that episode, we have Tetsuo fusing with the fighter jet, and then there's the conversation with the bars in I think it was Lady Miyako's shrine. The bars in the background that look like they look almost like prison bars. And my initial reaction was, this guy can draw anything, but I couldn't understand why his faces were so kind of simple and cartoony. And I very quickly, obviously, got on board with it. But that was so later on in this volume was absolutely my first introduction to AKIRA.
Definitely call that out when we get to that section. I linger here with Lady Miyako, because it just reinforces that idea that we talked about in previous episodes. And it's been a while since we did an AKIRA, man, so we might as well bring it back up. But how it's such a unique piece of pop culture, or just a story where the anime comes out after like the first half of the manga is completed. So when you watch the anime, that's like Otomo's chance to perfect the first half of his story, but then he has to kayfabe the final part, and you watch that last part of AKIRA and it's like a little So he does this material first in the anime, so now he can go back and do the more sincere version, the more considered version in manga form. And I say that because Lady Miyako shows up in 2 seconds and is toast really quick in that cartoon, man, but plays a way bigger part in the narrative of the manga, as well as everybody else, as you can imagine, with something that's 8,000 pages when a flick is an hour and a half.
They argue over what to call this, and they land on Juvenile A.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's something lost in translation there.
And then they drive it home. You know what Juvenile A
Yes.
stands for, right? Right? And then there's like, Project A, AKIRA. Yeah.
Yeah. See this top panel, top left, the other page. Yeah. And this guy hasn't touched his dinner. He's just chain smoking and talking.
Genius. Yeah, that's like that thing.
Yeah,
like
it's just
when we were going through Ghost World, and like you could tell a lot by the characters by what they chose at the diner.
Yeah, a lot of body language on all of these characters that's even unique to them. It's not just their shapes, but even the way they move.
He's so good at the bottom 3/4 view of his characters, and like those faces, man, they're anchored, dude. All those pieces are where they should be.
Yeah.
So this is his chance to get the Colonel and Kay together. We haven't seen that pairing yet, so like let's see what that's like. How about that reflection? He does this several times.
Yeah. And even look at the architecture. I mean, like he could have made that so much simpler for himself, but he made it so much more interesting for us.
There was a mangaka I met while I was out there, and he was a hentai mangaka, but he was an assistant to a bigger name mangaka for several years before he did his own porno comics or whatever. In order to get to be the assistant, the homework was to take some of those 2-page spreads from the volume 6 with the cityscapes, go home, trace one of these cityscapes, the double-page spreads, bring it back the next day. If you could capture that perfectly with that speed and be back here next day, like you got a job. You could be my assistant.
Wow.
He does certain things like the tones are interesting, right? Because like he uses it in like sort of both ways, where it's like color, but also shadow, and that's two different approaches to it.
What is this?
Yeah, like is that a grate or is that
No, how's it drawn? Because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
perspective. It looks like it's a screen tone, except there's a perspective on it.
is there perspective or is it isometric?
I don't know.
Like I know there's an angle,
Yeah.
but are all those lines going the same way? And you just bring it down with the T-square because it's also uneven. Like it could be done by hand.
That's what I'm asking. That's a lot of work for
It could
by
be.
hand.
Yeah.
But it might be, like you see it in different places. These are all parallel lines, which obviously a T-square easy enough to make. But again, it has that uneven feeling. So is somebody ruling all of those in by hand?
I'd love to see these pages. Have you ever seen original AKIRA pages? Did you go to that art show or anything?
No.
I saw some pages for like the guys who did Naruto are doing another series at Shonen Jump, and when they get down to crunch time, you'll see Scotch tape pages where like literally panels are given out to assistants
Oh, yeah.
to go handle and then cobble it all back together. Like, how do you even imagine this? What does that start as? Frank, tell us, man. What's the secret, dude? What's the secret? How do you do this?
Oh,
That's really
it's
why you're
beyond
here.
me.
We need you
It's
to school
beyond
us.
me.
Do you keep a morgue file? Because I mean, you've done some really interesting architecture in your comics. Is that something that you have reference for? Do you think about it?
I don't have much of a morgue file. The closest thing I had to a morgue file was my mum bought me a Reader's Digest 1 a month volume, a mail order book called People and Places, and it was like it was different countries around the world, and it was just photographs of like peasants, rich people, cars, architecture, and but obviously like, and I used to go to libraries. We've got an amazing reference library in Glasgow called the Mitchell, and I used to go there if I had something specific that I had to reference. But of course, now that we've got the internet, like the idea of the morgue file is less important than it used to be.
Do you have a rule of thumb when you use a Bing image search or something? Do you make sure that you don't even start looking until you hit page 5 of search results?
No, I've got no rules. No.
I've seen. I've absolutely used an image that I saw in another person's comic.
I used to see like the same artist would have like the same airplane 3 or 4 times over several books. Pete Morisi.
I don't even know if you wouldn't even remember this, man. But you and I used the same photo when we did like a Pittsburgh related thing for like an observatory.
That makes sense. Hey, I love the lighting. The way
Sick.
this is like that projection, where the light is behind her and she's cutting into it. This ruin's cutting into it, and then this almost looks like pencil.
It does.
In the smoke.
Yeah, it's like some like real fine way of like chipping those dots off. Frank, do you watch Manben ever? The Naoki Urasawa with the Japanese mangaka? Like what? Like
Welcome to a new obsession.
Yeah. It's real good, man.
Okay.
It's so good.
Okay.
In fact, the guy who do you remember Mother Sarah? The Dark Horse comic that Otomo wrote, but it was drawn by a different fella. Like, there's a whole episode with that dude.
That's cool.
And you just see all their tricks of the trade and shit, man. Like, chipping off the dots and just watching the little dots flick away, man. The storytelling here, too. Like, it was like another noteworthy piece where you see the boys, like, you see an awareness, and then you see the skeleton, and, like, the skeleton is that one. The utter disrespect, man, just tossing heads.
Yeah. See, even that building there in the corner, the hotel they're in, and it's got this kind of it looks like the Botticelli's The Birth of Aphrodite, where she's standing on the shell.
Mm-hmm.
But just that kind of that idea that you give a building that you're going to keep going back to, you give it some character so that it's so that it's instantly recognizable.
Yeah,
It's a nice
literally a
touch.
landmark.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you see Mike Mignola do that with a lot of details where he'll be zooming in on whatever that art is, the stained glass, the sculpture. I admire the storytelling though, right? Like we get the point of view of from this upper ledge and then we pull back and we see the character there, but it reads, and it's the same deal here, It's like here's our building and now we're zooming in, we're going into the doorway. like the setup is very clear. It reminds me of like when Frank Miller talks about encountering manga and how readable it was, even though he couldn't read the language. It feels like this has that quality.
It's funny that first panel that you mentioned, again top left, that actually reminds me of the Wally Wood thing about the 22 panels, or I feel like that's in there somewhere.
There's a lot of great filmic transitions that we're going to see visually in this piece, man. Here goes your Kubrick carpet patterns, man.
Yeah.
But like with tatters, and you see the wood floor underneath, and you see shadow on that carpet.
And it's that like that 1 point perspective. You talk about the rule of threes, where like this is kind of centered. Everything's centered in that panel.
Yeah, which is very Kubrick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's so good for that too. Imagine some of those 2-3 panel pages in Domu, like inside the boys' bedroom with the airplanes hanging from the ceiling, and like that little old man just shows up right in that window.
Also showing off like our background, our throwaway details, a bike, an engine. Like, dude, imagine having to draw that as extras in the background.
Just even drawing a tire in perspective and getting it to look right, man. That's so easy to screw up. This is where we start to see the Joker. It's going to have different clown paint every time we see him from now on, man. And he's a different character now. Way different character. The enemies have the common enemy, so now they're friends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, Frank, we're going to be able to ask you about that one Oracle dude with the big eye, and ask you about Flex. I just realized that.
Yeah.
Okay, looking like a badass. And here we go, man. We got the tandem. They need to go see Lady Chiako. She finds out that she's alive, wants to be reunited with her auntie.
Yeah, I love Chiako's like her arc in this story, because she's such a badass early on, and to get to see her kind of survive through and to come back in this volume is pretty great.
It's so cool how he builds these characters, and then he deprives you of these characters for some time. Like when Tetsuo goes away for a while, it's like a book and a half where he's gone, and when he shows back up again, he's regal. He's a bad motherfucker, dude.
And this is getting your superhero posse ready, right? Look at the jumpsuit I found.
Yeah, like everybody thinks, like when you're a kid and you hear about AKIRA and you see it and all that stuff, everybody thinks Kaneda is AKIRA, and everybody thinks it's like about being on a red motorcycle and doing cool shit. That was a very small amount of time, so we need to get this boy on a bike again, ASAP. And it's almost like his OG.
Yeah, very close.
And who knew Joker was such a tinkerer? Can you imagine? Frank, how long would this panel take you to draw, man?
Oh, all day at least, yeah.
Yeah, but you got to do a couple in that same sequence.
Yeah.
Even just like cockpits, like that's such a simple panel on one hand and impossible to draw on the other hand.
There's like an awareness. It's like when we talk with Geof Darrow and he talks about like, there's a lug nut here and a piston there, and he just like, he understands the shit that he's drawing. And he said that like when he worked at the what food factory was it? It wasn't Nabisco, Quaker Oats or something. He worked at a food factory and just like around all kinds of machinery. So it's like you just internalize a little bit of it and see how certain things work. Rick Veitch is good at that too, man.
I think reading this comic makes me want to be that way.
Yeah.
There's so much like the world building feels like you're doing the work of actually like how do you draw this thing or that thing to make it believable. Except in this case, it's like an entire world, right? From ships to building rubble and engines. It certainly makes you have to raise your game.
Frank, do you ever mess with like Masamune Shirow, Ghost in the Shell, and those kinds of?
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here's our guy.
Wow.
With the eye.
There he is. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Little inspiration.
Yeah. Well, the character in Flex Mentallo was Lord Limbo. He was called, but Grant, as Grant often does, he gave me a character design that he'd already drawn, and he's a pretty decent artist. So I just copied his design in my style, but yeah, I don't doubt that there was one of a number of influences for that character was this blindfolded guy with the eye drawn in his forehead. It's a pretty great design.
I love that the drawing of the eyeball is like yet another line.
Yeah.
And we'll see it with like graffiti and stuff
Absolutely.
scattered through this volume. Same deal where it's like drawings on top of what look like real drawings.
Have you ever done that, man, where you got some friends to like put a little graffiti on your walls and stuff like that?
I've thought about it.
I've
I've thought
done
with
it.
Street Angel of like soliciting graffiti from all my comics friends and then putting that in
I've done that
backgrounds
stuff,
and on walls.
man. And then you get that extra line.
Everybody does that. I think if you have to do graffiti somewhere, you always end up using names of people that you know, and you know.
It's because like in old DC or Marvel comics, it would be like John Costanza or somebody like doing the lettering, and it's just like that's comic book lettering on that wall.
Yeah.
Like we need to gussy this up a little bit. This guy, I don't know how he's going to meet his end, but I really want him to bad.
Yeah.
He's like that little sycophant. He's like a Goebbels or Mengele type character, man. Just wants to be as close to the bad guy as possible for self-preservation.
Yeah, he's so ambitious.
Also, the cast is so large.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing the commando guy who's like the first soldier that's been in almost from the beginning, and now going to be joined up by compadres later on.
Yeah, but having to make time with like a terrorist, the guy who's trying to spring those little dudes at the beginning. We say isometric on this. Looks like it, right?
Maybe.
It's this stuff when you realize that they're not drawing at a 10 by 15 image area even. It's smaller, like I have some Japanese paper over there. Like I almost should have been prepared for that.
Any of this stuff is really, it gets outside of my ability to conceive of how to do it.
Yeah.
Like if I were tasked with you have to recreate this panel, if I was that mangaka that was auditioning, I don't know if I'd even try.
Yeah, it wasn't recreate. It was like trace it, like lightbox it, because I think that the root of a lot of this is that like where they have a Morg file and that's the underlying structure, and then gussy it up with some line art. But
That makes sense. It
time
almost
sucker.
like sometimes I'll be doing something and I'll have to draw something new or whatever, and you almost figure out a system of how do you draw that thing.
Yeah.
It's almost like they figured out like some way to do this perfect Tokyo in a state of all destroyed but some buildings still standing and stuff. But it's almost like they figured out a technique for this, or Otomo figured out a technique for this, and then we get to see it over and over again, and it looks like magic as far as drawings go.
When you break open that AKIRA Club book, there's that fantastic section in the back that has the original release dates of all the chapters, all the episodes, and he doesn't take so much time off while he's making the anime, while he's directing that. And I was talking with Darrow, and there's a storyboard book that you can actually get now pretty easy. You got to go to Amazon co.jp or the Japanese Amazon. You'll be able to get it. But he said that like to be a director, like yes, you have to do all the storyboards. Yeah, Miyazaki does all the storyboards like for all of his flicks and stuff. So what I'm saying is Otomo's doing that. There's 2 volumes of those,
yes.
Thousands of drawings while he's doing this. What kind of drugs does like what kind of stimulants? Like that's beyond coffee.
I feel like he may be doing
He's got
those
a time machine.
those back exercises that Frank's telling us about. Like probably need to put a couple of those in your schedule.
And when you see their setup, it's such a humble setup. Like we got drafting tables and shit like that. Like it's a small footprint. The studio spaces in Tokyo and stuff, and he just has like the little lap board. And it's super humble, and it's the lap board. This is a flat table with that little board that doesn't even go up to like a 45. So he is bent ass over drawing these things, man.
This is a beautiful transition. The perspective speed lines in the window behind her.
Yeah. One of those things you can only do that in comics, really. Like that. This ain't something you could point to with a camera. Is that our first Tetsuo and AKIRA of the issue? Always bad. Like whenever they show up, dude, it's always a real entrance.
Yeah, and your scumbag, appropriately in awe of seeing AKIRA. They do well with having almost levels of these characters, right? Tetsuo,
Hierarchies.
amazing, but then Akira is like even rarer air to cross paths with.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you see him; he's just terrified. He's speechless. This guy who never shuts up.
It gives them the little Orphan Annie pupils, and they both have it actually at this point, man. That sort of dead eyes. Oh yeah, this is such a good scene, man. This is the kayfabe, right? This is Tetsuo. He's being tough in front of like his satellite dudes, his like henchmen. But the second he gets through, he's like, no, I gotta take a nap.
Walking by, it reminds me of that opening scene with the helicopters.
Yeah.
Frank, you pointed out like you could feel like the wind and stuff. You know, the stuff coming by. As he walks by, you're getting that same effect on his little minion. You know, just being blown back by the
it's just
radiation.
like a pulse or something.
Yeah.
It actually puts me in mind of that bit in Domu where the guy's up against the wall and the wall's all caved in a kind of dish-shaped, it's all cracked. But just like a gentler version of that, it's more like a powerful way of dismissing him, you know?
And you even see it in the drapery of the curtain right there. You like, that's getting pushed back.
You know, when you describe it, it's his ability to draw the invisible, right? It's like mental energy, it's wind, it's air pressure, it's all these things that you don't actually draw them, you just draw the reaction of them, and really well done.
But it's that great move. Like, which Roosevelt was it that had the polio or whatever, man? Like, he looked real tough, and nobody ever saw him in his wheelchair, like,
Franklin.
while he was on the mic. But then when he gets back by himself, he's toast, man.
Yeah.
He's got to take that powder.
The body language just sells the whole thing.
It's all subtle stuff, man. Like, just his figure work. Insane.
Boy, the low angle of the aircraft carrier, it's amazing looking.
Mm-hmm.
To cut between like anguish and exhaustion in just a body to an aircraft carrier cutting through the water, what range?
And he gives you that, right? Like, it's another one of those cinematic pieces where he gives you that breath. This is that shit, man. How do you do it? How do you do it? Like 40 pages in a month. How is that possible? I don't get it. I don't understand it. I went out there to try to find the secrets, man. I didn't find any secrets. There's that texture that you pointed out before, Jimmy.
It's appeared a couple of times.
Yeah, that like grate.
You mentioned Darrow a while ago. As many times as we see these characters from like different angles, it reminds me of Darrow and some of like the Shaolin Cowboy when he's fighting, and it'll be like the figures flipping through the air and you're getting bizarre foreshortening and bodies that's like you're not photo referencing that because you couldn't put a person in that position.
Right.
I feel like the Otomo does that consistently, especially as the ship's like leeching back and forth and you're getting low angles, that low 3/4 angle. It's impossible.
Frank, it's that stuff that I notice in your work too, man, where like no head is drawn like straight up and down. There's always a little pivot, little subtlety to these characters, man. They're never just straight on. That's real impressive, man. Look at the water coming off there, dude, using white media or just chipping away. I need to see those original pages, man. That was one of those sorely missed art shows, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did that show not travel?
The mangaka relationship with original art is so confusing to me because they hold on to it, they cherish it.
There's copyright issues with it too.
Is that so?
Yeah. Yeah, the copyright's different in Japan, which is part of the reason I think they hold on to it.
I see. But like guys like the Kanikumen dudes who have tens of thousands of pages, they literally have apartments where they just temperature control them and just have stacks of artwork in like a modest little apartment somewhere. There's that Oracle dude, such a good character. I feel like there's a version of that in that Mad Max, that newest one.
Yeah,
wasn't there like some kind of Oracle?
The guy who plays guitar is blindfolded, right?
And he got a big eyeball thing too, right?
I don't know.
These compositions are sick as fuck, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like you frame your real focal point like in the shadows, and you frame them inside of these buildings.
there is a correlation to the Wally Wood 22 panels where it's like, because he has stuff like window shots, you know, where it's like the action's in the window, but you'll have a character in the foreground. These are extreme examples of it, but that definitely exists. And I always think of Mobius as being like the guy for that kind of extreme perspective where you're seeing little figures. But obviously, Frank, that's another one that I identify in your work. Is that something you feel like you take from Otoma? Like you recognize that sort of stretching perspective further than Marvel and DC Comics used to do?
Yeah, I guess probably that's an influence from Otomo and from Mobius, amongst others. But
you see those kind of shots in a lot of old movies too.
Definitely.
Super far away, like the landscape is extremely visible. There were some of these kind of bike jump things in Volume 1 that were just so sick, seeing the shadow on the ground like that with the speed lines. It's nice to revisit some of that.
Those bikes are so those are like jump bikes, you know, like motocross or whatever bikes, you know, like they're so tall, like they're built for that spring.
These fucking buildings, man. Like if you just drew one of those in your whole life, that's fine, man.
Yeah. I like this giant character a lot too. That's another one of those kind of like the Oracle for me where I feel like there's not a lot going on there. Just making him a few heads taller than everybody else is all you need, but also the ability to draw that consistently.
And his knowledge of human anatomy, like he doesn't go Marvel Comics with it, where, you know, you're drawing every single muscle. It's so subtle.
yeah, it's actually quite like giantism, you know, where the whole skeleton is bigger, the jaw is longer, you know, like as you see, it's not the usual just like bulking up that you would get in superhero comics. It's much more of a kind of believable giantism.
Yeah, that's 100% right, man.
I also can't help seeing like the rank Xerox eyes, you know, those round lenses.
It's so good for design. Like when you push that character far away, you just have these beacons like shining at you. My goodness.
This is a cool sequence just as like a fan of bikes and stuff, like hopping on the empty subway tunnels and racing through.
So humbling. Every panel is a masterpiece.
Yeah, they really are.
Conscious choice to never give us this guy's eyes makes him more demonic. But when he wants you to, when he wants that guy to flex, dude, he really does. This was a matchup that was cool to see, dude. The Colonel and the big giant dude.
Yeah, it's a great move. It's such a believable fight in every way, like getting hit in the head with the rocks, and now we've got the Crimson Mask coming down. And, you know, Colonel being tough and wily, but probably no match for that guy on even ground. But you don't have to fight him on even ground, right? He's a military guy. Like, position is so important.
Hits him with the hip toss. Sends a boy
Yeah,
packing.
it's so believable. It's so well drawn. It's so well composed that you get the movement. You don't need speed lines. You don't need anything. It's just perfect.
We've arrived. Like, I imagine that this is like the last panel of a sequence. And then here we are next week. You know, that's one of the things that, like, I always find myself doing when I read this. Like, where does it break off as a unit?
And even that pausing at the open train door, you know, here, just where your hand is.
Yeah.
And you've got the skeletons of like a kind of mother and child. And it's just that pause in the action, you know? And it's such a contrast to young guys on bikes in a ruined city and subway tunnels that, you know, like the kind of glamour of it, and then you get that sudden pause for something poignant.
Even the little prey and everything.
Yeah.
He juggles a lot of stuff because you'll get these heavy moments, man. We'll go to Barefoot Gen moments, you know? But then it'll go to some naked dude with a big ass boner.
Right. Standing up in the crowd.
This is one of those filmic transitions, man, where we have Kaneda and his homie in the corridor, and then cut to Colonel and Kay.
Yeah, it's
Like,
a super
yeah.
cool.
That's one of those very filmic things.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can do with directional devices in a film cutting. You know, like you have your dark scene and like the lit window, and then cut to whatever the next scene is, but in that same spot is where your focus begins. So like the same kind of compositional repeating.
It's one of those visual things like that like Alan Moore will talk about in his transitions that he wouldn't employ as often. He's like a literary transitioner, but the visual transition, that's a good tool to keep in the pocket. Oh boy, that's two heavy rocks, dude. Like that's what they're consigned to at this point.
He looks good there.
Yeah.
You know, like that is a menacing figure.
Good lighting, man. Cutting off the zips.
And it's foreshadowing, right? Like we're not seeing the confrontation yet, but we know they're closing in.
And there's our lady, man, Miss Chiyoko. Vulnerable.
Even having the rats, you know, in the background whenever they get a chance, whenever this doc is distracted by them.
Yeah.
So many of those quiet moments, it's amazing.
They established these little tank things earlier as like badass, so you feel like, okay, man, they got some good defenses.
Yeah, it's a dream match.
Right.
There's a lot of wrestling style fights going on here.
These little psychic pieces throughout. That's one of those things that first time reading, it's like a little confusing.
That panel with the two bikes like skidding sideways to a halt, you know, with the motion trail of the headlamp, you know, and the water splashing and the speed lines and everything. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, it's so nuts, man. He was so good at that from the very beginning. I remember like the earliest like Neo Tokyos as it's like pushing in to like see the people, and you just saw the city streets, and it would just be these streaks. It would just have zipatone for the street and just cut line like white lines in there to illustrate
I thought
headlights.
I just want to show the difference. One of the other differences in these editions is this lettering. You know, the lettering effects being the original sound effects are reproduced in this new edition that Kodansha did. And I pointed out because as we're looking at this page, I'm going, you know, they're so beautiful, and then like that lettering feels funny. You know, that sound effect. So one of the differences in these editions is keeping that original sound effect lettering.
Right, yeah. I wonder which comics started to like keep that stuff, because it's such a smart move, man. Because I mean, that looks like whiz bang.
Yeah, it's
font.
not quite right. And whenever you're looking at like some of the elegant drawing choices, it's like, it does feel like a different hand. This kind of stuff I like a lot too, where your
Submerged.
bike's just part submerged, but there's not a lot of drawing there. It's just like this is the cutoff, right? We just have to imagine that's dark water.
Using zipatone like as like a medium, you know, like you never think of it as a medium. You think of it as like a means to an end for some other kind of thing. But like, there's a lot that they're doing with that tool, trying to capture speed with in a single panel with these wheels.
Pretty effective.
Yeah, you don't see that often. And more of that water shit. Unbelievable.
Man, the Colonel's just busted. He's had quite an arc too. You know, I remember hating him so much in the early chapters.
They all have their arc, you know, like they all have a beginning, middle, and end. He keeps the geography of the bandages the same in like every camera angle and every view too, which makes me mad. Because there will be parts like when he's shooting a gun, he's faced this way and then he's faced the other way. He abides by it.
I feel like that's how you make this scale of a fantasy work. Like the stuff that you can control, or the stuff that has some real life counterpart, you gotta lean into those pieces.
When you're drawing your comics, man, like I don't know about you, but like I feel like I can relax and just get into that flow state and just like be a part of like what I'm drawing. Like I'm not thinking about drawing lines. It's like this is wood, this is metal. But I think stuff at this level, and frankly, Frank, at your level, like I feel like there's a different, deeper level of engagement in that world, man.
That's a really interesting panel. The one you're just pointing to. There's a sense of movement and flexibility in that rod that he's about to swing, and it's just done with a kind of almost like an out of register tone.
Yeah,
It's quite unusual.
it reminds
and very
me,
effective.
of that of the headlight that we saw a couple pages ago, where it's like you're drawing just the white strip to indicate that light. This has a little bit of that effect. It's not moving as much, but it has just a little bit of that effect of like, yeah, this is not a shadow exactly, but this is where it was, or this is where it's going as he's like getting into action.
It feels like the fidelity of like old like grindhouse kung fu movies. Like there will be that trail that would
Yes.
happen sometimes, and also just curves imply motion, and that's not like that is in actuality would be a pipe, a straight line, but he draws it with a curve.
Yes.
Geof Darrow, when he has that bamboo two chainsaw thing and the
Yes.
curve in that, he always sells the motion, and it always feels right.
Yeah, when Geof does that, it's like you can feel the weight of the chainsaw at the end of it.
How do you do that?
All of this stuff is believable.
Yeah. Yeah, that page on the left that you just pointed at is just stunning. And then the page on the right, you've got that whole scene. The architecture really sells it as a place you could walk through. This guy with the glasses constantly needing cigarettes in a post-apocalyptic type city where they're not easy to come by. There's so much richness, in every scene, every location.
I feel like some of that is autobiographical on Otomo's part, because I do remember there was that one part where the first like encampments were set up in like one of the earlier volumes, and they were talking about things of value, and somebody brandished some money, and they're like, we need like antibiotics, batteries, cigarettes, like that was like in the top hierarchy of needs, man. And you could see Otomo in like his old interviews. There's a pack of something on a titty pocket. I think Kaneda's arc in this book is like he really becomes a man here, like really kind of takes charge and is proactive rather than just like Voltaire, like the boob running around.
That's a really effective introduction to on the left there where she's asleep, and then you see the feet and you see his shadow.
Yeah, man.
And then you see him framed with the light behind him. Yeah, it's very, very
Chunky blood.
It is an amazing attention to detail, carrying over that shadow, that screen onto him.
Devote a whole page to that slow, silent entrance. It's just loaded with threat.
It's like one of those things that's possible in manga. Like they have this like nearly unlimited page count that they can play with.
Yeah.
And they can insert these kind of things, and we just have to be so much more economical. Certainly if you're working in a 22-page structure that has to come out in 30 days or whatever.
The other thing is like you get this nice slow intro with all the menace coming up, and then no payoff yet.
Yeah.
Like push it even further.
Yeah.
Like you've created this sense of dread and threat, but we're not gonna. You have to live with that.
The cat string, man.
Yeah.
Keep you strung along. This is that bit where he's shooting the guns at different angles, and he's never confusing his head bandages. This was such a good set piece too. So we have the guy hidden.
Yeah.
Kay shows up. Check out our auntie. We have some engagement.
She's smart too, right? She's noticing the blood trail coming in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then whomps him a couple of times and then sets that bar in. But like, imagine trying to write this for somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know how you write that. It
Right.
has to be. You have to figure that out on the page, right?
That's so sick. When you see that, man, you just expect that our boy's going to be spirit, because you've seen that a million
That's
times.
exactly, yeah.
You've seen that a million times in movies and stuff. It's like cause effect. We see this right here. Like, of course he's going to get impaled, right? Nah, not this time. Something more important than this guy than his life is getting destroyed.
Speaking of something important getting destroyed, Joker's not going to be happy about that bike.
Look at that, dude, just dangling over. Like, imagine, this makes me imagine like the Marvel movie version of that, because it would be like that super bullet time stuff where the hair would be flowing so slowly, and the nuts and bolts would just slowly be bouncing off the ground. And look at that piece of body language right there. That looks like that's smart.
Yeah, there's physics there. That big guy is so effective now that we've got him in this enclosed area.
Yeah.
his size really feels like it comes through here.
It's King Kong at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Look at these effects. Couple interesting things. Little vibrating thing here. No idea how this is done.
Negative.
Yes,
version.
some sort of negative, yeah.
I forget. Would this be an effect you could do in a Xerox?
Probably some Xerox machines.
But even the way the big guy gets shot, and the blood's still kind of spraying when he's noticing.
Right.
It's just like because he's so intent on the fight that he's already in.
Yeah, and it's not vulgar really. Like he's getting shot the hell up, but it ain't a Red Room image, you know.
And finally, you see the glasses. You know, once the glasses are coming off, I feel like you're winning.
Yeah.
It's like you've taken his power away.
Wow, this piece here makes me feel like if you isolated this, I would think that's that Ryoichi Ikegami, like the psychic girl artist, drawing that piece. There's some feathering stuff there. Like every now and then you could see like what feels like a different hand to me than just Otomo. And I feel like that's like one of them. Little Akira, he's so powerful, he could do everything he wants, man, but he doesn't get to get like a Tempur-Pedic mattress to crash out on. A big old stone throne.
Again, look at that page on the right where you've got the cityscape, and then you've got this structure that's in the water with the long shadows, and then you go into the throne, and then Akira. It's a really amazing page.
Yeah, and the lighting is always coming from the same kind of source.
Yeah,
and it very strong.
Late evening.
That's the part I always get jammed up on when you like look at those perspective books about how to like do cast shadows and perspective properly. Do you know how to do that, Frank, or do you fake it?
I have a way of thinking about it that makes a kind of logical sense when I'm trying to work out the perspective, but it's definitely faked as well. It's a kind of combination of intuition and kind of observation and a basic understanding, but it's a lot of it is fudged. Okay,
this is neat to go through that, talking about evening. Now we're cutting back to the I guess the American forces or the international forces that are back on the ship, but you see it's the same time of day. You know, like we're almost seeing like these different glimpses of Neo Tokyo and where all the players are at this moment as we're like heading into night, which I can only imagine is the scariest time to be alive here.
This is another one of those pieces that just feels divorced from like everything else. Like, is that 100% an assistant did that? It almost feels like clip art.
That's a really interesting one because it reads almost like a photo, like a high contrast photo. But, you know, you can look closely and you can kind of see the hatching and the little glimpses. But again, for selling like that evening time, you know, like that's what it would be, right? It'd be these silhouettes against the evening sky.
You know, there are those bits in the Inio Asano Man-Ben episode where he does use high contrast imagery and then he just hits it with the Copic fine liner to make it feel more organic.
Yeah, I don't think that's an uncommon technique for mangaka to bring in a photo and work on it.
You're about to say something, Frank.
I was just going to say it works very well on this double page spread because we have these people in an enclosed area inside, you know, having a conversation, and then for one panel we cut to outside looking up into the sky with these copters coming towards us. So the fact that it's so different aesthetically from the rest of the panels actually really works.
It's one of those great uses of words and pictures that you can only do in comics too, where it's like, these boys are tough, and then you get a quick glimpse, true patriots all.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the special forces coming in, and it's another intro, you know. It feels like every time there's a new character coming up, there's a perfect intro for them.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to get our guys back together now.
And also, night has fallen.
Yes.
That's an attention to detail I always like when you think setting, like time is also part of setting.
Yes.
You should be able to tell visually what time it is, approximately. Certainly day or night.
And it feels like this is like one long moment. So it's like we're experiencing it all in quote-unquote real time. There are our boys, man. They come in their dress blues in the Predator.
And they call them children. which feels appropriate to like what we've seen in all of Akira up to this point. I mean, it's a lot of these main characters are children, you know, some literally.
These are 18-year-old boys. I like how, like, he does it. It's that body language thing. Like, that character's trying to figure out how to ride that thing.
Yeah, right.
How to manage that thing. Like, this is some expertise. That's like, do my best. How hard is it to draw a figure in that pose, Jimmy? Like, from that camera angle. This is where you start getting into some real cool scale stuff. When you start pushing these little figures further and further, or like as they go to the stadium to see that exhibition of Tetsuo's powers, and you get like a bunch of panels of people coming out of like it's like cockroaches coming from behind a wall or something.
It also feels the most, you mentioned Mad Max Fury Road earlier. This feels the most like that to me, where it's like you're just scavenging pieces to try to create some kind of culture
Some
or
totems.
something. Right.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of the word totem as well there, and it's kind of reminiscent of Lord of the Flies as well, and maybe even Blair Witch. But it's certainly it's so believable, the kind of things people might cobble together from what they had to hand.
There's that part in Lord of the Flies. There's that character that needs the spectacles, right? So, and of
Piggy?
course, like, yeah. And we destroyed the spectacles of that big giant guy. He's
And the
done.
doctor.
They're done, man. They're effectively
The one who could see the situation most clearly was the one with the worst eyesight.
It's just like when Kaneda gets the laser gun at the beginning, and then it's like out of juice. You know, he's got the Deus Ex Machina weapon that's going to take care of everything. So that's Otomo fucking with you. Like, it's like he's giving you, you know, the finish, but then it's out of juice. You got to read a couple thousand more pages to get your resolve. Jimmy, draw that in a day.
Man, that just feels like some sort of collage photocopy magic, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Yeah, it's also humbling. Oh, is he fucking with some white zips to create that depth?
Yes. Yeah, I've noticed that too.
That's hard.
And that on that same page, the first panel with the bandage across the eyes, and you can see the shape of the eye sockets, and then that middle panel in the top tier, you know, where our arrogant guy is marching really fast. It's a great shot.
Beautiful composition where you have that baby Huey coming by, man, dropping the package.
Yeah, before the chute opens, and then it almost stops with the sound effect with it when the chute opens fully.
Right. And you got panels of this thing slowly coming to the ground.
Yeah.
And there goes your scavengers.
It's so funny, you know, thinking about all the kids that are in this. Like, it's something I hadn't thought about before 2 minutes ago. But so many of these scenes are like the kids, the followers that are like the first in line for the soup or for the stadium assembly or for something that falls out of the sky. It's like it's all kids, you know. It's all like these resilient, the young people that have survived and still have that energy to keep going. It's funny to think of this as some sort of Lord of the Flies on, like, you know, PCP.
Neo Tokyo Lord of the Flies, man.
Man, here we go with some of the impossible drawings again.
Tetsuo showing up in that aircraft carrier. And he just like materializes, right? Like,
yeah.
Like he's here 1 second, sees that copter's going somewhere, and then he just, boom, there he is. Almost a thematic callback to his bike that exploded and got fucked up in Volume 1. There's some of that stuff you were talking about, Frank, where it's just that centered image. Yeah. You know, the perspective line is right behind
it's the Tibetan mystic guy, Karma Tangi, that recognizes first that he's arrived.
I like to think that he's a cousin of that Domu guy.
Yeah, aye. He's a good cousin.
It's all the same universe, man. Like, this is Neo Tokyo, some like 20 years after Domu.
You know, in a way, his expressions are that expressing something that's invisible. You know, he's so fearful. Like, what the anticipation is, what Tetsuo's, I don't know, ghost is. It's all on his face.
Yeah, he's feeling something none of the rest of them can get yet.
Yeah, they're all the logic people, and he's the spiritual guy. You would see the computer graphics versions of that in the anime. You know, some super early wireframe computer animation stuff. And look at them just almost like with intellectual curiosity, just having their conversation with this dude.
How else could you be? You know, like their whole life is essentially studying, you know, this phenomena. And now you're in the same room with them.
It's also that thing too, man, where it's like you know, teachers at a university that teach comics, and it's like they have some conceptual idea but have never made a comic. But now you hear all that stuff you've been learning about, like here's some real Dale Holyfield shit. How are you going to handle that?
Great contrast between Tetsuo and them. You know, like he has the smug look on his face. He's not too worried about this. He's comfortable. He's relaxed. He's young and spry. They're all old and tense and nervous and just like, what's going to happen next? Great contrasts. I'll be honest, this part left me a little bit unclear. It's something to do with like the catapult on the ship, and I don't know if he's like ripping it through the ship or something. I'm not sure exactly what he does in this moment.
Man,
I mean, clearly you know, it's something very damaging, but I don't know exactly what happens there.
we'll give him that one. Going back and forth, like there's like the little ticking time bomb that goes off if some civilian messes with this thing. Also, you know what, man? Some of the stuff they were talking about breaking into the Soul computer, and if you just have enough time, you could crack a code. Like that's for something like 1988, 89. That's pretty progressive knowledge. You know what I mean, about brute force hacking passwords and shit. Which also leads me to believe, like, to wonder about that part of being a mangaka. So you're doing 20 pages a week or every 2 weeks, but now you have to write about something. So where do you have time to read the newspaper and learn about stuff?
That's my biggest question about Ghost in the Shell. Like, the science in that, I think, holds up really well.
Yeah.
I don't know how you had these ideas in the 80s.
Right.
That's like Kirby Omak kind of stuff.
But there are those guys like Naoki Urasawa who's never stopped making comics since he got into the game. And it's like you're going to do one following a brain surgeon. So now you got to know about brain surgery, or at least kayfabe it well. And then you're going to do one about a tennis pro. And then, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
I do wonder, like, this part. So he's got this thing, and this guy makes a conclusion using bioweapons. Is it just because it doesn't look like a gun with bullets? Like, is this some sort of version of some real thing? But he knows they're using poison. Now we're starting to get our G.I. Joe dudes.
Yes.
Don't forget about these guys, you know? Very important.
Yeah, the different environments are amazing. It's not just that massive cast, it's also like many settings. Everybody has their lair. If these were all toys, you could add all kind of play sets.
Here goes some of your graffiti.
Yeah, one of my favorite panels from the whole book. And I love that the graffiti is part in shadow, you know, just black, and then you get your screen tone for where it's in the light.
There it is, dude. Olympic Stadium 2020.
Yeah, the Kodansha version will have little footnotes too. I think they have
For the
one
sound
on the
effects.
well, not just the sound effects, but like what that stadium is. You know, like it says Olympic Stadium, whatever year. There's a little bit more of that white screen applied as like atmospheric perspective.
Yeah.
So you have your seer in the foreground, and part of the way you show it is by having the background building disappearing into the white screen tone.
This is one of those really interesting kind of things that you see in a lot of illustration where, well, you see it from time to time, where there's lines everywhere, but there's clearly a focal point, and all of this really is just white noise. That it might as well be white, but just, I don't know, the pattern of it or something just creates like that depth. Like you don't get lost in it. Like clearly that's the important thing to be looking at.
I think it helps because it's straight lines for all your background, and then your foreground is just this like, it's not straight lines.
Right. It was the Olympics that were held in Germany in the early 1900s when Hitler was in power and stuff, like the Jesse Owens one, where they said that was like the first time that, because video like cameras and stuff were invented at that point, film reels and stuff, where the Olympics was used as like a propaganda tool, and then from that day forward, every Olympics is a propaganda tool for like that country, and that's what this feels like. All this setup stuff is like, you know, we have these bifurcated or these many kind of clans and tribes and stuff. So this is going to be the propaganda to throughout this entire volume. There have been less and less members of this tribe showing up, the Great Tokyo Empire or whatever. So this is like the rally, the what do you call it? It's called the pep rally, man, to get everybody back on board. Here's that part with the scale, man, with these like people just crawling out from holes.
Yeah.
And just to come to the Olympic Stadium.
Yeah, it's so great of like everybody coming too, not just the followers of Akira, but everybody. Everybody's trying to get there to kill him as well.
Mandatory.
It reminds me of like the giant super Christian gatherings, you know, like the tent, whatever.
Yeah. Super church shits.
Yeah, whatever the name of that, but where it's like 15,000 people show up for these rallies.
And this guy's wild, man. He's such a showman.
Yeah, and he's got his hecklers as well in the crowd.
Almost everybody, man. It's oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
You look like a clown, dude. Your fly's open. All of it. None of them taking him seriously. But then our guy shows up. Regal as hell. Dude, that was a McFarlane toy.
Yeah.
With that background.
Just drawing that background is nuts. That the Akira like neon signage. No, thank you.
It really is like that Twilight Zone episode with that little boy that could conjure up whatever comes to his mind.
It feels like wrestling too. You know, it's like entrances, right?
Yeah.
And the robes, the songs, the pomp and circumstances. Like every setting is something. Like again, the play set, right? McFarlane literally made that throne.
I seen Harley Race come out that way a couple of times, man. Seen Jerry Lawler come out that way many, many times. Got your curtain jerker. You know, this is like, you talk about Christian mega churches, man, and then there's like Christian
Mega
rock.
church, that's yeah.
Then there's Christian rock, where it's like, we're a cool band and believe in Jesus.
McCarthy's Paradox.
Yeah, Paradox.
Paradox.
It's so good, and it almost feels like an event like where you want to get past this and see what the big display is going to be. That's the whole idea, man. Like, he needs to put on a big performance to create some believers.
There's your excited fanboy.
Okay, so this image is inverted. Mm-hmm. I remember that boner facing the other way in the
right.
Kodansha box set. He'll do that stuff like throughout, you know. We'll try to breeze through this sucker because we have to finally get to Tetsuo's demonstration, and it's sold pretty well. From you know, it's foreshadowed pretty well.
Yeah.
Is that the only words that Akira has said so far? The moon.
Yeah, it's the only one in this volume.
And this is one of those moments, man, that they can drag out with the imagery. It makes me think of like the Frank Miller approach and stuff that he talks about that he would put into Sin City, like that car hitting the dude and just rolling up on the hood.
It also it feels like if you need to make up some deadline time, you can do a little bit here.
I mean, this could be a whole sequence, you know. Like, imagine getting your issue of Young Magazine and you just like watched the moon get pockmarked.
I've been drawing cosmic stuff all week for an illustration job, so like going through this was really fun to kind of see a different angle of that.
It's beyond Wally Wood, man. You know?
Yeah.
Because that's like, that might be is that duotone? Nah, there's zip dots on there.
I was trying to figure out, like, I feel like some of it could be photos too. Once again,
Yeah, like a photostat,
right?
and then pasted down or something. That's what I'm saying. I went out there looking for tricks, man. Found no tricks. So of course, when you fuck up the moon, man, that's gonna create some climatic issues.
Climactic, climate. Yeah.
I guess weather. Climate is a pattern. His shirt's too tight though. He would get busted on in Homestead.
This is spectacular, but also like Death Star, right?
Totally. And just like the thinking about like the debris being in orbit of the moon. So totally, he ain't no dummy. How about that? You co-sign that?
Yeah, I'm on board for the different face paint. It makes me wish that Sting had found this instead of the Crow.
Right.
This is great. The way they slowly start to realize that the water's coming. It's just
Yeah, they build it. And then not only is it water, but it's salt water, and we're kind of landlocked. So what the hell? Where is this coming from?
Atomo even does a bunch of different water. Like, as this water's coming in, it's sharp edges. Like, it sells the force of, like, it's pushing through this tunnel like it would be bursting through a pipe. And he does it with those sharp edges, which we saw earlier when the bike was trying to skid through the water. It was the same thing, you know, where, like, usually it's soft and bubbly, but not in this case.
You know,
this is dangerous stuff.
That's such a good note to sort of keep in mind. Such a good tool. And just why, like, it's always set up. It's always approaching, you know. And just from the storytelling, you just assume that all of this is not there to the next panel. And that was a display enough, man, where the girl's like, all right, cool. Let all you little gimpy fucks jump into my head. Let's do this. We got to get serious now.
There's that reflection again.
Yeah. And we got a little
Super cool.
psychic thing happening there. Little Gil Kane montage.
The thing's super impressive from page to page, but then you get these moments where it's like above and beyond, like something just really, I don't know, the drawing just really steps up.
Yeah, it's like, it's conceptual. You know, he's clearly trying some stuff.
And there's your black helicopters again. All the conspiracy theorists are loving this chapter.
Yes, man. So the moon thing happens, and the other kids, the other numbered kids, they know that, like, if you keep extending yourself, there's a yin yang to that, man, where your mind is gonna have to compensate for what you just did, and eventually you're gonna lose control. And they build that up through dialogue a lot. So then the next time when you see Tetsuo, and this is a pathetic image, like, he's a pathetic person after doing the most incredible feat in all of humanity. Like, this is what he's relegated to. That ain't a good thing, man. But then he no-sells it.
Yeah, because the other kids talk about at some point his personality is going to fall away, and Karma Tangi on the ship is talking about the fact that his body is a prison that the power wants to escape from, and you're getting these clues, but that's the first kind of visual confirmation of something going wrong.
And then just to oversell it to you, man, it's the moon that did it. He also looks kind of Caesarish with that hair and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much like a robe that cape he's wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the convergence of everybody, it's so impressive. It's one of my favorite moments in stories where, like, everybody is now coming to this one point. And he has so many players that are coming into that position.
This is where Kaneda, like, it was really becoming a take charge kind of guy. There's that submerged in water, but it's a still moment. Doing her ablutions, right? That's just the religious component to that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, baptism, right?
Yeah. And then this is that thing that you get in pop culture every now and then, where it's like, he's been pining over this girl for 3,000 pages already, and it's finally the moment she's ready to do the do. It's that like, the plane's about to crash kind of thing. So, like, why not? But he's like, you know what? Just doesn't feel right.
It's getting cold feet.
Yeah. He needs that blue chew. But she's a little zonked, you know? She looks a little zonked.
He's a gentleman. He's not taking advantage.
Yeah. But there is that sweet moment where he bounces. Is that right here?
This is great.
Yeah, and then he comes back.
When they're dropping in, like, look at how rough this looks where they're
Choppy.
heading. Well, yeah, and also like the city's in blackout.
And this is poison water, like in floods. Like if the flood doesn't get you, this brackish, nasty water will. That's hard as fuck.
It's great.
Yeah, that's a beautiful poem.
He's done this a couple of times. Like when AKIRA wiles out the first time, you would get these like little squalls or
Twisters.
whatever.
Yeah, this is the point when he leaves.
The hero moment, man. He's going off to go do some work. You know, he's piss and vinegar. He's ready to do his thing. Boom. But then he shows up. Yeah, here it is, man. Then he shows back up, gives her that kiss. Next time I'll stay with you. Like it's some big prize, man, to have Kaneda.
They're so close, though. That's such good drawing. They're so close together. Even the shadows on their faces, because they're so close, light isn't even getting in.
The shadow sells it, and it's a real dramatic choice because I mean they're close here, you know, but there's just that still moment.
And it's the stakes, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go try to kill this dude before he kills you, and then I'll get back.
And
if it works.
he has no plan. I'll choke him. We just saw a dude pockmark the moon, and he's gonna kill this. But that's the youthful part, right? That's why you want 18-year-olds in this man's army and shit like that, man, because they will have that kind of bravado, that kind of machismo, to try to do some impossible shit.
Yeah, I think I hung out with only those dudes in high school.
I know what you mean.
That might have
yeah.
been the only dudes that went to high school.
Some of them got to keep their fingers. Some more of that white zip. So, so do you draw a super complicated thing in black line, and then you say, I'm going to obscure that with some white zip now?
Or do you tell your assistant to draw some super detailed stuff, and then be like, you know what? Put some white on that now. This is amazing to me, too, consistently throughout, where we go from these like hyper detailed panels and spreads, and then you have like these like more wide open areas to kind of breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know how you figure that part out. That feels like a weird intuitive balance thing that maybe one day.
He really looks to Kaori as his one piece of stability, man. One piece of humanity. And there's a part, like, I feel like I have, like, one or two friends that I've kept since, like, I was a kid. And to me, it's like, they're my tether to, like, my old life. My young life, man. Like, they know those stories.
That's where it's funny with that the characters are kids, you know, because they have these actions that feel like more mature,
Yeah.
or figured out, or as an older reader, it makes sense to you through a certain, you know, your own perspective. But with the kids, it's kind of advanced. Now we get to see what else Joker has procured here in the afterworld.
He is the Deus Ex Machina character at this point, right? Like, he's got all the tricks.
Microchip.
Yeah. And he's getting less ambitious with his makeup, by the way. The tire tread was a good one. But I guess you sacrifice a tire tread if you have some very complicated backgrounds to draw a couple pages later. Look at the fear. He's a boy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a little boy right there. He's a scared kid. But he's also scared because he's outed, man, because that's his jack-off arm, and it's way stronger than the skinny one. Ooh, Ginza, the fashion district. Now you could go get some Gucci loafers, man, and celebrate the end of the world.
This is a great scene. We were talking about this character earlier on, and just like the giant, when he loses his glasses when he's getting killed, this is the first time this guy's blindfold has been taken off, and it's when somebody that first panel top left, when our commando guy, when he sneaks out and he's almost like some kind of creature,
Right.
just like a shadow moving. It's just tremendous. And then, of course, the blindfold comes off, so that what he's actually seeing with his eyes is the pavement coming up to greet him.
It's a sudden stop that gets you. Here he is greeting his dudes, and they were instructed, if Homeboy seems normal, you listen to every word he says, but if you're the least bit nervous...
It's what you were saying earlier on, Jim, about the introductions. And we've seen this commando all the way through this book, but this is the first time those Marines are seeing him, and that's his introduction. He gets rid of that all-seeing eye in the sky.
Yeah, that's how you earn your men's respect.
Yeah. This is nearly Mother Sarah imagery. Here's our boy, dude. Starting to absorb nuts and bolts and...
You know, he's growing. Like, we keep seeing him now in these big panels. I talk about him being like these breathing panels, but really it's almost the character is growing in stature.
Sure. That head sure is. That hairline. He's got the
That arm.
He's got the 5 head, man.
You know, like he's the equivalent of these dudes. He gets one page, and we get to see like armies on the following pages filling up the page to come confront him.
That's so true, man. Like we've got a couple big panels. They were all Tetsuo.
This is so nice. That crack of light in his face at the top of the page there. Yeah, just as the door's shutting over.
It's really interesting. There are times when Otomo will use the zipatone completely to show the shadows and stuff, and then there are the other times where he has the holding line. You know what, Jimmy? Volume 6 time, it would be good to have those epics, as many as you have, because there was full Steve Oliff like color shit that over top of the line art that is completely different than this stuff. So
I'll tell you, man, going through this volume, I'm so eager now to go back into volume 6.
Totally, man. That pockmarked moon ain't got nothing on our guy now, because he's a full-on H.P. Lovecraft Cthulhu. Like, this is just a shucked skin, right?
Yes.
And it's like these wires and drains and stuff. It's almost intestinal.
Yeah, it's really organic.
Some of the wiring stuff almost reminds me of like when you take a Xerox and you move your drawing partway through and the lines just kind of like extend.
Yeah.
It almost feels like that's him like going off into the abstraction of whatever those lines and wires and tubes and everything are.
And it's great the way the Colonel, for all his training, for all that he's been on it the whole way through, just that moment, what he's confronted with, which is something he's never seen before, and he doesn't take... By the time Tetsuo disappears, he's missed his moment.
I like thinking the Cthulhu Lovecraft stuff here, because I think kaiju was was sort of my impulse, but the Cthulhu stuff really works. It really kind of is that idea of like his personality's gone.
Right.
You know, it's like something else that's being channeled here.
And it's that trying to visualize what has never been seen before, what the human brain can't conceptualize.
Classic superhero pose, and also
The Marvel Studios joint.
dude, I see Barry Windsor Smith in certain elements of that drawing.
No, I get it. Ooh, now it's Domu versus Akira. Look at that, dude. Just got plucked right in the chest. And what's he say? That hurt. And now we're firmly in the territory of like stuff that you kind of see in the anime flick, but like really being able to like expand upon it and do a lot more with it. So much more control over the where the story's going.
This is more of that Lovecraftian stuff where you see like this hallway that we've seen so many times with the perfect lines, and now it's this organic mess. You know, it really feels like you're in a nightmare world. And jeez.
And look at this. That first panel where you've got what we were talking about earlier on with the light behind Kay, and we've got the light being cast from the blast in the sky. We've got the light outside the windows in the second panel, and then we've got that incredible brightness of the first panel on the second page, just burning out. And then zooming into just a section of that, just the black and white. It's kind of chaotic looking. It's amazing choices that he's making.
It's that contrast thing to sell the brightness. Like, this is a different level of bright than that because of that contrast.
The water being white too, and just the line for the surface.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those sequences where it's like, this is what it's all about. You know, these are people who have dealt with the bomb, and it is now firmly a part of their culture.
It's neat how the smoke resembles some of the forms that we've seen Tetsuo's, like, whatever he's turning into.
Yeah.
Kind of resembles that, like, curling and turning in organic shapes.
Interesting choice, like the haze with the zip over top of the line. Like that's done for a reason. It's like what, coming back into focus or something.
Yeah, it's like a blurring.
Yeah. And now this is not the impotent little boy crying on a girl's lap. That's over.
Yeah. This dude has a super cool haircut and looks intense.
He gone Super Saiyan.
Reflection in the visors of that white.
You really want him to draw this once and then just like put a photocopy right there, right?
That's right. That's what I want him to do.
And the opposite page there, up the top, the military guy, top right, he's walking along the corridor, but he's just glancing at the deformed wall that's bulging out, you know.
He knows this ain't good.
No.
You know, this is titanium
This is my
or something.
shit. Yeah.
You're not trained for this. There's no part of his training that covers that.
What was that one? Like, is it the Manhattan Project or the Philadelphia experiment? Yeah. Like that. Like that's going through his mind right now. This moment of like recognition where that pilot.
Yeah, that exchange between the pilot and Tetsuo as they pass each other.
Frank,
And then one of the pilots in the next page says, you know, like, nothing on deck or something. Maybe it's a
nothing
different
unusual on
pilot.
deck. I don't see anything.
This reminds me of your work in a way. Like, I feel like this is something that, I don't know, affected you in some way, spoke to you. There's something about the scale and the stillness and the moment.
Like some authority era.
Yeah,
artwork or
just
something.
I always think like comics are really great. You find the right moment to pause.
Yeah, for
And,
sure.
and this has that moment of like, I don't know, it's godlike.
There's a lot
just
of that,
something that's
frankly.
just massive. You know, everything's implied. I know what happened for 10 seconds before this and 10 seconds after this, and this is the greatest moment to like stop.
And he gives 2 pages for that. When are the other times he gives this kind of real estate? Giant explosions. Kind of directional devices with the
It really is.
speed lines. Is this about where you discovered these comics? Or is this the first stuff you saw, Frank?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's amazing.
The thing that really sticks out is when he actually starts fusing with the so that panel on the left where the aircraft is starting to kind of like fuse around his body.
Yeah.
And that top panel on the following page says the monster, and he's like this parasite, this creature that's attached itself to the aircraft and it's controlling it. It's just so these are really early memories for me of the first time I saw Akira.
There's that old, I think it's a World War II phenomenon of the gremlins on the airplanes that are the people that, like, you know, the little creatures that take the wing nuts and stuff off the wings.
It makes me want to see the color version, you know, the Steve
Yeah.
Olaf version of the interpretation
Yeah.
of that. And it's almost still attention to character detail, right? Like characters are still doing stuff like, give me those binoculars. I'm your superior. I need to see this.
And here we go, man. Techno-organism.
That panel bottom left, where the plane is listing slightly, and the heat-seeking missiles are coming in, following it round. It's just such a good sense of movement there.
That's another one of those timing panels that, again, I associate with your work a lot. It feels like that. It's like, when do you stop when do you give us the moment in this panel that says the most?
Our boy has gone round the bend, man. This plane's upside down. This is some storytelling stuff that he played around with in his one short story called Memories, which has that magnetic rose story. And whenever the guys, and that's very Kubrick. But whenever you've seen the guys talking in the ship, the camera always changes. They're upside down, like they're facing different. And so like this plane, it's doing a barrel roll.
Yeah, and not without a target.
Yeah, by the way, man, that target, like, that shows you how far away this plane is from that, because that thing is a city on the water. Dun, dun, you know the soundtrack, man.
It's neat how these things mirror the missiles.
Yeah.
You know, the trial of the missiles.
Mm-hmm.
That is way too close to be to a fucking missile, dude.
That's so cool looking. Tetsuo's looking rough.
They gave it the best shot, dude, and he still kind of is smiling.
He'll read your heart. That's a great background. For her coming back,
Yeah.
that's such a cool visual.
Got a reunion. Miss Chiyako is back. Is back in business.
She would have been a good one to fight that giant.
Yeah.
You know, that would have been a good showdown.
I think we saw that. Was it
Yeah.
in one of the earlier volumes?
I think so.
Did he put her in that position? It's been a while.
Yeah, I can't remember.
She also makes me think of that big Native American dude from Cuckoo's Nest.
Juicy fruit.
And there it is, dude.
Yeah. Look at that page on the left. The cityscape and the rolling road that's all
Oh
cracked.
shit, yeah, man.
Yeah, and then them all coming towards us and their bikes.
Some of the glass is still in the window, some isn't. And when it's not, he's drawing like little office buildings in there, man.
There are even panels that have like pieces of glass in there.
That's messed up.
It is. It's too much.
Oh, dude, and you get to see the like the Joker's
The
on
stadium
Yeah, that's so sick.
in between the buildings, yeah.
That's so
He
sick.
just looks to his left and catches a glimpse of it as he's flying past.
He has some geography now. Homeboy knows where he is. Special forces dude, shooting some people up. And then, this is like so Japanese to me. It's like, we got rid of Big Giant. Now we have Eggplant Man. He calls himself that, right?
Yeah.
Eggman.
Eggman.
I think he called himself Eggplant Man in
And this, the way he grabs that guy's heart
yes.
and just says squish as he closes his fist, and you turn the page expecting to see blood, and it cuts to a different scene. We just know what happens.
Yeah, man. It's so hard. Finally has his own FaceTime with AKIRA. What a way to end this thing.
It's hard not to have to read Volume 6 after you finish this one.
Yeah.
There's so much momentum for it.
Yeah.
There it is, man.
Just what you were saying earlier about when all the characters start converging, you know, and you've got this impossible showdown, you know, and what's he going to do with it?
I wonder if, like, as they were selling this stuff, if all the readers knew that this next volume is it's over, you know, like the volume 5 is going to be we're in the home stretch. It's all going to be done soon because so many of those stories. I mean, it's 27 volumes worth of stuff. It's 30 volumes worth of stuff. Golgo 13 still going on, but if you allow the people, if you sell people on the idea that this last one is going to be it, like that could be some epic stuff. Frank, thank you so much, man.
That was a pleasure.
Inspiring.
Absolute pleasure.
Inspiring, man, to go through this thing with you. And Jimmy, when you hit on some of the things that you sort of identify with Frank's work, I sort of concur, man. Like, there's definitely some spiritual similarities, man. And I don't want to say virtuosity because that would disregard all the goddamn hard work you've done over time, man. But definitely hold you up in the same pantheon, dude. So it was a pleasure to go through this volume with you, especially since the shoot interview when you mentioned this volume specifically, man. Like, I felt like we had to save it for this kind of moment. People have been hounding us to keep going with AKIRA. Had to wait for the right moment.
I mean, it was it's great that you asked me to join you for Volume 5 because it includes my first introduction to AKIRA. False modesty aside, I'm not in the same pantheon as this guy. Otomo and Alex Toth and Mobius are 3 of a fairly short list of creators that are absolutely in a league of their own. And when you see elements of AKIRA that remind you of things in my work, it's just because I've been influenced by him, you know. And there's so much in his work. and we touched on it here, but I mean, like, you could spend so much longer. I mean, you could actually say quite a lot about every single page in that comic, and you can't do that in a, you know, like when you're having a conversation for an hour going through it. And for most people that aren't making comics themselves, they don't want to hear that level of detail anyway. But his work has got a level of richness in every area that very, very few creators can get to, you know, and he's so inspirational. He really is.
I think there was a
Great
lot of like a sphere of influence. I think it was Geof sent me a photo and was like, "You recognize these people?" And it was like the Wachowskis. It was the animation director Rentaro. It was Mobius and Otomo all chilling in the same room.
Jeez.
Just hanging out, man. Just hanging out. They respect one another. But then there's like Otomo. I have some old Otomo books where he's doing references to Fritz the Cat and Robert Crumb, who I think is actually another one of those guys who has his own world, his own language, like sort of his own kind of. He's in a league of his own when it comes to artwork and comic book making and stuff.
I think of this
Robert
stuff.
Crumb?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he's in some respects, he's a total pioneer, you know, and absolutely fearless, you know. And I know some of his work is generally seen as somewhat objectionable now, but, you know, like, what a contribution he's made. I mean, he's just, he is another one who's really in a league of his own. Yeah.
I think one of the great things of Akira, and it speaks to that richness that you mentioned, Frank, is the rereading. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I've been reading this book. I don't know when these Dark Horse volumes came out. That's when I first got hold of these things, but probably in the early 2000s, late
Like
90s.
20 years ago.
Somewhere around there. And I feel like I've been reading them ever since, like going back and picking up some of the color volumes just to see sort of how that works. But then also Kodansha releasing that new set. It's like, it's a great reason to go through them again. And I feel like I'll be reading them the rest of my life and finding new stuff in there.
I'll check it out like once a year, every other year, something like that, man, to just kind of get reacquainted. And just, it's good to wash yourself in this kind of consideration for the page, the things that can be done with a page with subtlety, body language and stuff. There's not avalanches of text on every page to give you your expository
Right.
What you should be telling you what you should be thinking about the characters. He handles that also subtly. He has the page count to do everything he wants to do. It's a humbling work, man, and
Yes.
super cool to go through it with you, Frank. Let me ask you, man, any comic book artwork in the future? Like, what's going on?
I am 3 pages away from finishing something I'm doing with Mark Miller just now. So I've been kind of doing it all the way through lockdown, and I keep stopping and doing other things. Obviously, I've also been doing covers, but it's really only Mark's thing and covers that I've done comics-wise during lockdown. I've been doing some illustration work outside of comics, which has been really refreshing. It's narrative illustration. It's storytelling in single images. And I've written a bunch of short stories that I want to get around to drawing myself at some point, and but people just keep offering me things that are interesting or well paid or whatever, you know. And it's such a temptation to, when you work with somebody you haven't worked with before, or if you're doing a job that's new to you, you know, or working in a different field or whatever, you know, it's always a temptation to go and do something like that. But so I don't know when I think the thing I'm doing with Mark is getting solicited within the next month or so, because he's actually been hassling me about where the last few pages are. So that's coming soon. And it's a thing where Mark's written a bunch of issues, and he's got different artists doing different issues that deal with different characters. So I'm looking forward to seeing the whole thing when it comes together. A bit like Grant's multiversity thing, you know. I kind of did my own piece, Pax Americana, in isolation, and then without really knowing what was going on with the rest of the story and who the other artists were and all the rest of it. And then when you see the whole thing come together, it's actually pretty satisfying. So I'm hoping it's going to be a somewhat similar scenario.
That's very exciting to hear, man. We've been deprived of some Frank Whiteley pages for some time, man. So it's awesome that you're getting back to the comic game. And would you come by Cartoonist Kayfabe again when this thing is announced and out there? Come by the channel, promote it, and chat it up a little bit.
Sure, of course.
Sounds great.
Good to go, Jim?
I am.
Frank, thanks so much for coming by. Much appreciated. Okay. Let's do it again whenever you get these 3 pages done. Uncle Mark Miller, sorry we kept Frank so long, but we had to talk about this volume of AKIRA. It was important for the good of the culture of comics.
That's right.
And I needed somebody to blame for being late with Mark pages.
Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name's Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Geof Darrow's in the house with us to talk about the final volume and the legacy of AKIRA as we look at volume number 6. But first, I want to invite you guys to like, follow, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit that bell icon so that we can notify you when fresh videos are available. We put up new stuff every morning at around 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you watch these videos to the end, that helps push our video content out to other comic book loving YouTube viewers, helps us grow our channels. We're up to a little more than 60,000 subscribers, and we're trying to get 600,000 subscribers, man. So we're only 10% of the way there. We could use your help. But Geof, thank you so much for coming by.
Here's hoping that I won't bring the numbers down.
Oh, no way, man.
I'm mostly here to test people's patience. It's like, oh, not this guy again. Oh, man.
Not at all. Geof, the people love you. And tell us about the new Shaolin Cowboy. When's that thing coming out? Is it out?
It starts next week. It comes out May 18th, Wednesday, May 18th, finally comes out.
There it is, man.
And then every month for 7 months. It's like the longest run of a comic I've ever had.
It's the epic, man. It's the big story, the big Shaolin Cowboy epic.
It's the big one. It's the end of my trilogy that began in Chef Buffet, even though I don't know that people will make that connection, but there is. Not to scare people off. There are no zombies in this one. But,
the imagination is off the chain, man. Some of that stuff you've been sending our way as you get your freshly colored pages, man. That is the highlight of my day, checking that stuff out, man.
You need to have better days.
Jimmy and I have done variant covers for various issues.
Yep.
Who are some of the other people who did variants?
I got, first of all, my daughter did a wraparound, and I got Mike Mignola. I got, I hope I don't forget anybody, James Herron. I got Duncan Fagredo. I have, who else?
Quietly.
Frank Wiley, and I got movie director, Chinese Hong Kong movie director Choi Hark did one, and I got Arthur Adams came through the last one in the door, and guess there's who else? It's horrible. I'm forgetting people. Stan Sakai, and
there'll be a new 1 or 2 every issue.
Yeah, there's like, this is the most variant covers I've ever done, because I made a mistake and asked, but people like, oh, I'm over it. And like, they said, well, it doesn't matter, we can have, and then you guys volunteered. And like, wow, that's fantastic. So, I guess people like them, and you guys have done such amazing work. I was really flattered that you put my character there with your, your characters from Red Room and.
I asked you if I could get some pages and take a look and see what was going on in your issues, and you were like, I instruct my guys that not to look in the comic, do what you want, and I wanted to have a bunch of people, so I had to.
I was really tempted. I was hoping, but I know that I didn't think you would. I was hoping that Jim would put Street Angel in there. But I figured you don't want to add water to your wine. And that would I was afraid of like.
I know, Jim. Why are you so highfalutin, man?
You know what?
You too good for Shaolin
it's a big regret, but I'm so happy with that cover, and it was such an honor. I'm thrilled to be part of this group of artists. Like, what a collection of artists to be part of.
Let me get that trade paperback with the cover gallery.
Well, I sure hope I haven't forgotten anybody.
Let's talk Akira, Uncle Geof.
Yeah.
From earlier conversations, I'm not sure if they were on the record or if it was just from our chatter as we're inking pages, but you revealed to me that you were collecting Young Magazine, and for the Otomo strips and kind of cutting out, because those books are this thick, cutting out the Akira portions, saving those. Did you do that from the beginning? How did you know? Did you know Otomo before Akira happened?
Yeah, and I brought some show and tell stuff here with me. This is the first Otomo book that I found. And I don't know if this one has ever been printed in the U.S.
It has not.
And if you look at it, it's falling apart. It's because I've looked at it so much. And that's how I found out about him. And then I found this one,
Domu baby.
And once again, it's falling apart. And I would just go to this Japanese bookstore in Los Angeles named Books Kinokuniya, I think. And I happened across, and there's my original copy, my collection of Akira, once again, falling apart. And I asked the people about it, and they said, well, I saw that in the back as a Young Magazine. I asked them what it was at the store. I said, well, it's this weekly thing. And they showed it to me, and it was in there. And I said, can I subscribe? So I subscribed because it was cheaper to subscribe. So I subscribed to it for years. And I'd get them, and, I think I still have, I hate to say this, you're going to kill me. I don't know if I have all of them because there were so many of them but I always kept the title pages because they were so, and I had the books, and I still have some of them, but yeah, I'd moved to France, and I had a friend named Kevin Frank I went to art school with, and he would go and pick them up for me, and then he'd cut them out and send them to me in France.
That's awesome. And, these would often be the title pages for those weekly segments, and if you guys were able to get hold of that Akira Club book that was sold independently and also sold as part of that box set, every single one of the title pages is included in Akira Club. In the sort of weekly or bi-weekly installments, there would be pages that did not make it to the final tankobon. So like you're getting Otomo in there that you don't get, in the final form. And the other cool thing about Akira Club is that there is a timeline checklist kind of thing in the back that lets you know the exact frequency and how many pages each installment of the book came out, which is pretty freaking cool. I remember always reading this, trying to imagine like where the episodes would end, and sometimes it's pretty cold. Like it seems like Otomo just got as many pages in that period as he could, cut it off, and keep things rocking.
Well, and you'd have like the closest thing to almost American comics is those pages. They're like splash pages, or these title pages. I don't know that any other mangaka, I don't know any other series, like, I don't know all of them that had that. And that was like, to me, I really look forward to that because I know he's just this drawing that he would do that, it's extra work for him, but gosh, they're brilliant compositions. And yeah, I just, I think I took a bunch of those with me to France. And I remember when it came out, and I ran into Mobius again, and I had introduced him to Otomo because I'd shown him Domu, and he took it home, and I had a hard time getting it back from him. But and then when Akira came out, I showed him that he had took that, and I got them both back, but because he was. Yeah, we're both just flabbergasted because I could see the influence that Mobius had on it. And
you sent us you sent me this photo. It's the Wachowskis, it's Rintaro, it's Mobius, and it's Otomo. like what was that scenario? Was it like on the Matrix set or something?
No, that was I was in Japan working on the aborted Shaolin Cowboy movie, and the Wachowskis were coming over, and there was a master animator that lived near Kyoto, and we were going to see him to get him to agree to animate a section of the film, and it's a guy that only does like two or three scenes a year on a movie, so he's very selective. And he said, but we'll go to the head of Madhouse and we'll go to Kyoto and see him. And at that time, it just happened to be that I found out Jean-Giraud Mobius was going to be there doing a lecture symposium about comics with Otomo at the university. And so I went down to meet the Wachowskis and went over to the office where they were in Kyoto, and there was in this room Rentaro and the Wachowskis. There's another. There was Otomo and then Jean and a couple French gentlemen, a gentleman named Morvan, and they were all there, and they were like having a break, and we just all got together. And I just remember because I've met Otomo before, and I walk into the room, and Otomo's talking to Jean through this translator, and Jean sees me, and he leaps up from his chair mid-conversation and runs over and hugs me. And I look at Otomo, he's like, "What the hell?"
Oh, that's a good move, man. Like he was selling you to Otomo. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, because we met before, because we had maybe I've told you this. Stop me if I've told you that he was in town for Steam Boy in France, and Jean called me and said, "Oh, you have to come over. Otomo's going to be here." And I said, "Oh yeah, it's cool." So I went over there, and the meeting was at 4:00 in the afternoon, and I'm waiting outside because I want to get there early because I figured he was working. So I'm just sitting out there, and I see this limousine pull up, and out comes Otomo with all these people, and there were like 3 or 4 of them, and I just kind of walked in behind them with them, and I went and I sat in the back of this room where they were, and I just let them talk, and I just listened to them. And, it was kind of funny. Because Otomo really admired him, and Jean admired him. And at Jean's funeral, there was at the head of his grave, there were a huge bouquet of flowers from Otomo and from Miyazaki. Neither one of them could be there because that AKIRA show was going on. He had to be there before it just started. But anyway.
Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comic books that we make in stores right now. Red Room Trigger Warnings, issue 1, 2, and 3 are on the stands. Murder on the Dark Web for fun and profit. Every issue completely self-contained. And you could grab the Antisocial Network trade paperback, which was 2021's season of Red Room Comics. Jimmy produced Hulk, Grand Design, Monster, and Madness, both in stores right now, where he's taking the entirety of the Incredible Hulk storyline, distilling it down into 2 40-page comics, giving you the entire history, 60 years worth of Incredible Hulk comics in one handy package. Get them while they're hot, while we're done paying the bills. Let's get back to this video. Let's start to crack open the book, man. Volume 6. This is like what it's all been building toward, dude, and like it's a fight scene. It's a 500-page fight scene. What you got, Jimmy?
So I brought a couple of these AKIRA, the Epic editions, which Steve Oliff was coloring at the time. And it's interesting, I thought, maybe to compare a couple of these because the painted watercolor pages from Otomo, they're line art. You know, like this is slightly different art. And then, of course, it's colored. And you can see some stuff is flipped, some stuff is not.
Right.
Which is interesting, but just seeing the different approach to the art and the fact that there's a line art version of this that exists.
Yeah.
And the face on that one panel is different too, isn't it? The one in green, the one on the right hand. Those two, it's like the chin is.
It could be skewed because you see it got inverted, and you know how that happens.
I don't know. Well, maybe yeah. Yeah, so, I never, and I think Steve Oliff is a master at coloring, but I never picked any of those up.
They're really interesting because you can see his evolution. In the beginning, I think they're very dark. You know, it just doesn't quite work as well for me in the beginning. But by the time you get to the end of the volumes, it feels like maybe the technology of digital coloring is caught up, and him seeing it in print, he's made some adjustments, and I think it looks pretty good as those volumes go on towards the end.
I think those early ones, when he was first using the computer, they had to use they had just black and white monitors. So they had to put the color together in black and white and just kind of hope for the best. But color monitors existed at this point.
The other thing that's strange is where he does have a color reference. He would have had reference to this, but goes in a different direction.
Right.
Which is kind of...
I just never saw the need to, because with the tones that he put into it, and I don't mean to offend Mr. Olive. I thought it was sacrilegious to touch that stuff at all, because it was so beautiful.
There was an issue of Marvel Age that showed Otomo visiting Marvel, and he was always pushing stuff like the kind of animation they were doing, the orchestration of the music that went into the Akira anime, and it was per his request that they had state of the art color technology, like to the Japanese. American comics are color comics, the superhero comics, and this is Marvel, so he wanted it to be the cutting edge, Marvel comic, and sort of chose that. He came to America to visit Steve Olive, and vet his colorist and stuff. So if it was sacrilege, it was sacrilege in the way that the Star Wars special editions are, where it's per the director's request.
Well, that's just me, and I'm not saying it's just because I just that's the way I saw it, and that's interesting because I didn't know that. I just love seeing the line art so much.
Absolutely.
The color on it, it's just anyway.
It's really interesting too to look at now we have several editions just sitting here. We have 3 or 4 editions of Akira in English, and you see the evolution of manga in America, because at first it's flipped and colored, and then it's flipped but it's black and white, and then it's unflipped and it's black and white. It's almost like we're learning how to read manga over time, and Akira's there for each version, each iteration.
Absolutely, man. They chose a good one. It made sense when they started translating manga. They chose the right ponies in a lot of ways, man. And this being the sort of apex, everybody was trying to get Akira, but Viz didn't have the funds at that time, and of course it would go to Marvel. Remember this dude we introduced him, the Eggplant Man, in Volume 5. He was such an ominous tough guy. Gets dispatched in a page after getting his hand shot off. we have several warring factions at this point. It's a big schmoz. You got the Americans, you got the Great Tokyo Empire, you got Kaneda and his band of misfits, and then you just have Tetsuo and Akira thinking thoughts and making bad stuff happen. You have Kei and Lady Miyoko or whatever.
I mean, if you couldn't afford to go to art school, you couldn't afford to go to take classes in cartooning, you pick these books up and you just look at them and look at them and look at them, and you're going to learn storytelling, because it is just, like I said, I read them in Japanese, saying that I didn't read the characters, I just looked at them. And I mean, there were things I couldn't quite figure out what was going on, but for the most part, I understood the story. And my God, I mean, just the creativity of it. And there had been nothing like this in Japan, nothing. This was like a whole new, just like Toriyama created his own style. And before it was Tezuka and probably Sanpei Shirato, they had that school. This was like a whole new school of drawing comics in Japan, which I don't think anybody has ever really managed to do, except for the gentleman that did Mother Sarah, but Ugasawa, I think his name is.
In various episodes of Man Ben, Urasawa and crew, they basically say the same thing. Like when Otomo came out, that sort of changed the whole game, changed the whole trajectory of a lot of people's artworks. And the Frederick Schott book Manga came out, and it mentioned Otomo's name. Domu is on the cover, like in kind of a montage, but it's not mentioned in the book. Like there's just the early stuff, like that war book that you showed, and some of those other, not One Piece, Gun Report, and like some of those. Like he just did like little one shots up to that point, but it was clear that
Yeah.
he was a special cartoonist and like one to kind of keep an eye on.
Well, I always wondered if he ran into any resistance when he was coming in, because it was so radical from anything else. Like, because they're very like, well, manga is this way and this way. Because I remember in the late '80s, they were inviting people from Europe to go over there and work for a couple of years. So they thought that manga was kind of not. They thought that might have reached its saturation point, and that they needed to put some new blood into it. So they were hiring European guys to go over there. But most of the European guys that went over there, like they kept trying to do it exactly the way it was before. But him, I'm really curious to if there's a resistance. He says you see nothing like it. I mean, you got, I guess Golgol 13 was somewhat realistic, but it's pretty. I mean, there's still a fair amount of cartooning in it. And, I mean, I know people think that. I've never found these the faces. I always found this thing very realistic. I don't know if some people think it's the faces were cartoony. I think they're stylized in a way, but God, the structure of the faces and the perspective on them, and it's just amazing. I mean, everything about this is amazing. That shot, his effects, the explosions, and the technical thing is like you have a guy that's maybe good at figures or maybe good at cars or good at science. This guy's good at everything. He can do anything.
Yeah, just inventing stuff like this, like I just can't imagine you work that out on the page. It's too good for what it is, and he's writing this story. It's not like that Eric Larson thing where it's like there will be no cars in my comic. He's like, I'm gonna have a laser come from the sky and just cut through an Olympic stadium that I'm drawing over and over and over and over again 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Going through this volume, it made me think like going to like in Japan, there's the Tokyo Edo Museum, and it shows the various versions of Tokyo back when it was called Edo throughout history. And this, I mean, the original fire departments were created in Edo because Tokyo just fucking burnt down all the time. Like you go you go to that museum and you realize that part of the city being so state of the art is that it got burnt down in World War II, and
the earthquakes. That's why you have it. Sometimes you see in the samurai movies, a guy walk through the street, clacking a couple pieces of wood, reminding people to put the lights out in their paper lanterns, because one fire, it turned into the Chicago fire. It would just be gone. I mean, and most of Tokyo was. I think they said that the Tokyo. The damage by the firebombing that the United States did to Tokyo is even more horrendous than some of the atomic bomb stuff.
They had an exhibit that just showed a map of Tokyo in the 40s, and then as the months go by, it was the size of a wall, this map, and then it would just start to light red the areas that got burnt down, like as the war progressed, to the point that it was like nearly all of it. And I bring that up because Tokyo gets destroyed in this comic several times over. It begins with the atomic bomb. AKIRA awakens, and then it creates this destabilization. And there's more versions of it where the Americans, who I think are the ones that hack Seoul, the satellite laser, they're like, set this thing to destroy Tokyo. Like, fuck Tokyo. Like, we need to kill everything in it as long as we get this guy, mission accomplished.
I think that I came across somewhere that after World War II, there was no television for several years, many years, like 6 or 8 years, because of the damage to infrastructure and things. And it makes me think, if that's true, that becomes a fertile ground for comics. Because at that time in America, it's like that's the rise of television.
Right.
And it's the end of the golden age of comics. And like in some cases we go, it's the comics code that kills comics in America. But it's also the rise of television, because now you've got competition. And if that competition doesn't exist, say, in the late 40s in Japan, it sort of is this fertile ground for manga, right? Is like, this is a place to find entertainment, visual entertainment, and storytelling.
I was going to say, have you ever seen the Ozu film, Good Morning?
No, I have it, though. I have all that guy's stuff.
It's a fantastic film, and it's about this kid that wants to get a television, and his parents don't want it because it's like that. They saw that would be the end of their tradition or their way of life to introduce that monster box into the. And they go on to, I don't think, I think is that they won't speak to their parents, and but it's fantastic, and you get that. I mean, you have me. I mean, recently Miyazaki, he blames the end of Japanese culture on Ultraman. When Ultraman came on TV, it introduced this whole thing with toys, this and that, and kids got addicted to TV and blah blah blah. Which I was going to say something earlier when you had that. There's that. I was fascinated by the pattern on that the tile on the floor. It's like because it's perfect. I mean, and it has a bit of a roundness to it. But I remember looking at it and going, figuring out the perspective of it because they're all perfectly done and they're all perfectly in perspective. And it just there's so much stuff like that it's a funny thing to pick out. But,
there are shadows on rocks here.
Yeah. It's like those little things that people don't do it. They don't have to do it, but my God, it tells a bit of a story. I mean, it's like, everything's affected. Even this kind of a pristine looking floor, there's damage everywhere. Even those planes, for God's sake.
It is incredible that he's able to draw everything, like from a long perspective to a close up of somebody's face, and it all works.
Yeah.
I wonder I think this volume's really good for showing that, because we're going to see big battles, cities, close up stuff.
That stadium shot, like, oh my God, Jesus.
I wonder if there's stuff storytelling wise that he's making deadline choices, because there will be sections where, to me, this is less rigorous or less time consuming than even drawing that floor, in perspective and cutting out all the screen tones and having shadows of rocks and debris. This is much more organic. So I wonder, as we go through this, as we see.
But even as organic as it is, there's a lot of work in that.
Yeah, just figuring out the flow of those clouds, I imagine, is not, you can't dash that out.
In the action on the panel above, you can see it coming from the center where the blast was, and you see that there's wind. You know that there's wind pushing this stuff away. It's not just going everywhere. It's going in a certain direction, which is a lot of thought. There's just so much thought in these things.
Jeff, I'm thinking about some of the stuff that I see in your work, like when there's like a splatter effect and you're drawing every bead of water and there's a direction that all that stuff is going and it's drawn physically. It's not toothbrush spatter or anything.
With my anal retentive stuff, but it's so, my God. But I wonder, because I know I don't know if you've talked about this, but he had assistants. And I brought a book because I know who this guy is. Because I met this young man, and he's the first guy. He worked as an assistant with Otomo, and he told me about working at AKIRA and doing buildings and this and that. And this is this gentleman Keiichi Koike that does this.
Yeah, man. Last Gas just put that out.
Yeah, I just picked up a copy of that.
Yeah, he was an assistant with Otomo for a little bit.
So weird that Otomo would be so protective of that, because he would say that there were no assistants or that they just would fill in blacks. But then there's images on Twitter where you could see him in a club or something, in a booth sitting with people that he credits as assistants. So it's pick one.
And there's no way, if you sat down with a piece of tracing paper and just tried to trace it, there's no way one guy could do all that in a week by himself. And there's no, because if you've ever you've seen his storyboard, the storytelling, it's all him. And if he has some guy that comes in, is going to do some buildings or cars or, they've got a lot to work with to begin with.
Yeah.
So, nothing, it's just, my God.
And that's Jeff Darrow talking. This is a fellow who would know about pencil mileage and what you can get done in a day.
I just love that. God, my God, that panel of, him, that thing is just, that'd be like one Marvel comic image, and not even, I hate to say, not even that good. But there's every page has at least one thing like that on it. Like your money shots. This thing is like the bank of the world in terms of money shots.
you see Tetsuo normal, and then you see this thing, and it creates this like pulse effect. Like we'll see him normal soon, and then we're gonna see him all goofy again, and it really is just like this like undulating like pulse that's happening.
And the thing that gets me about it too is when you think that he had done the movie, which was an enormous amount of work, and I think to go back and have to finish the comic, it's like, how is your energy not depleted on this problem?
Let's not bury the lead. Let's just go right to the very final page real quick, because because this goes with the conversation. So in AKIRA Club, you know where I'm going with this? This page is drawn twice. Like he wanted, and you can't even see it in the tankobon, but there is a little gap of air, like a little bit of sky in between these buildings that in his original drawing was not there. So he redrew this 2 times, and this is the second attempt to give a little air in between, of which you don't even see in the binding because there's so many pages. It's kind of sick.
But it'd be like that. Well, like that panel you got your finger on. That was probably like that. But that's what you need. That's what you would need to, as you're drawing it, to at least to me, to do the drawing. If you left it out, you couldn't accomplish it. It's like drawing through. I mean, like I myself, I'll draw like, even if the figure's going out of the panel, I'll draw the arm going outside the panel all the way through so that I know that, it's not too long. And the same, even with buildings, it's like, I want to make sure that they don't get funky as they get towards that vanishing, disappearing point.
Geof, do you like to the millimeter, like measure out your window spacing and stuff? Because that all seems really solid in your buildings.
Yeah, well, because I would, I do a lot more guessing now because it doesn't really matter. But at the beginning, when I was trying to figure stuff out, I would grid things. When I say grid things, I'd draw the first row of windows. I knew that they'd go to the vanishing point, and there's this whole technique that you do by drawing a square with an X through it, and you find the center. And then you can find what the exact, in perspective, length and height of the window. It's hard to explain. And I would do that, and it drove me crazy because it's a lot of work. So even doing that, and I know somebody was doing that because they had to get that thing the way they were. So there's no way that he's doing all that. And once again, it's not, of course, I could be wrong. Maybe he's just like he just sits down with a pen and draws it straight out. But I don't think so.
I would love to see that art show, the one that Otomo had couldn't miss for the Mobius funeral, because some of those panels must have been cut out, and you just let your assistant work that out while you work the rest of the page out. I imagine you can't just stop production on the rest of it to draw a big cityscape. I'd like to see if there's paste ups or something.
Yeah, I did one or two. If it's like I did the figures, I've got the perspective here. Now I need these buildings, and they hand it over to the guy that's really good at buildings. Because the consistency of the buildings, you can't tell that, there's a few different hands on this thing at all. Whereas in some manga I've seen, it's like, they got some guy. The buildings all look kind of, I don't know, very industrial.
Yeah.
His architecture all has character. That's what I love about it. Just like in Mobius too. Character. It's not just a square. There's architecture, and there's
drawing to it. Like a lot of that stuff is really just traced photographs in, say, the Sanctuary manga, Ryuichi Ikigami. It's traced off cars, and it's traced off buildings, and he's drawing things.
This is a pretty wild effect where you're doing screen tones for your speed lines.
Yeah, sick.
That's another one I think you hand to your assistant. Cut very thin screen tones here.
I think you lay it out, and then you whittle away.
And then putting that the motion stuff on the ground below her, which sells it even more.
Yeah.
I mean, the lines at the bottom would have been enough, but and then you got the shadow over here. It's like, my God.
Yeah, and it's quiet.
There's a whole motion, because if you look at where she's at here, the next panel it's progressing,
Mm-hmm.
and the shadow's the perfect part because it continues to just move each piece.
It pushes you to the next panel. It pushes you off, so you know that there's a bit of a story going because she's going.
Yeah, look at that, man. She's like one of those little biological agent darts.
Yeah, and the shadow, creates depth. He's really good at at creating depth. I mean, and he does that by putting things on top of things and on top of things, and it's a hard thing to do, and sometimes it's really disconcerting to have to cover something up that you drew. But if you put something in the foreground, you create this incredible amount of depth, and my God.
Look at that, man! Like a bullet going straight through a boy, and it hurts. It hurts him, man.
Yeah, even the eyes rolling back in the head. Like, how do you make that face expressive?
With all that gunk going on around him, he's like trying to keep his cell structure intact. God, and the effects. I wonder, maybe him, but I wonder if there's because having worked over there in animation, there are all these guys that go, "We need there's an explosion guy." When I was working on the film, they go, "We have to wait for so and so because he's the #1 dust guy, so he'll come in and put the dust in later." I wonder if he had an explosion guy or of course, probably just did it.
Watching some old making of Disney documentaries, man. There was one of the 9 old men was really good at characters touching. That was his thing. So it was a blessing and a curse because he always had to work, but then he always had to draw the most complicated stuff.
Well, they had a guy when I was working on this film, and he was the gun guy, and I'd go up and talk to him about the guns that I wanted. I'd say, "Well, I want it to be a Magnum, but I wanted to have the snake symbol on it that Clint Eastwood had in the Man in the Game," and he did it, and at all angles. And it was just, yeah. And he would dress kind of like a cowboy. This guy was funny. He had a leather vest and had a cowboy hat.
Here's a great storytelling piece, man. The death of Kaori, as she's running away to try to warn Tetsuo to, the great Tokyo Empire guys. This stooge. They're going against him. He puts her down, and you get several minutes. It is almost like that Hotel Harbor View, bullet shot piece, man, where hits her. There were some good moments like this in the very first volume, as she.
And that little panel, you just had your finger on, just the lesson in perspective there once again, because it's not a straight corridor; it's a curve, and you figure that perspective out by you've got your vanishing point and your vectors and this and that, but man, it's perfect.
It's so strong directionally too. Your explosion, his eye, the bullet, the arm. It just you're just moving across these images as you read them.
Tetsuo feels it
coming out of it.
Interesting little choice right there.
Mm-hmm. There's got to be somebody laying those patterns down, because my God, who's cutting that stuff out? And this thing is mind-boggling.
It really is, man.
It's depressing.
Be really happy to draw just one page of this in your entire life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and doing 20 of it a week. Because I remember when I was getting those young magazines, there were very few I'd get when I go, "Oh man, it's not in here."
Yeah, even while the anime was being produced, it wasn't quite the frequency. It was a little slowed down, but give the guy a break.
Yeah.
Here are these psychic dudes doing a little bit of work. See, that's like K. It's like K on the big Tetsuo. They're like, what is this?
Yeah, it's so interesting to think of seeing her figure on a kaiju or whatever, and then it's the same kind of idea with a bullet here on a regular human.
And
yeah, that's neat.
Fools down, man.
I like all of the cast that he assembles too. By having soldiers there, it really gives it a certain, believable is not the right word, but it gives it a world.
Yeah.
Where you have these pieces that are all coming together that all have this interest in what is happening here.
Yeah, it's all.
That's a big story.
It's all coming together, man. And everybody's going to have their arc.
And you never see in this thing at all, to me anyway, shying away from a difficult thing to draw or a difficult composition. I mean, about the simplest composition I could see is that one on the page there, just that guy talking. That's about as simple as it gets. It's beautifully done, but there's hardly ever that much of that. It's always.
I feel like this is like there are these panels that relate to other panels too that aren't on the same page. From Kaori being shot before, it's a similar size for her figure.
Yeah.
We're almost like continuing that sequence, even though we have all these other threads that are going on and moving at the same time.
He gets shot with those little biological COVID bombs, and it just energizes him. It hooks him up.
And I always something like this is the only person I saw that was also really good at this was Bernie Wrightson. When he would do, I think he did a Spider-Man where there was just these
hooky.
it was like The Thing almost. I wonder if The Thing too is something that he looked at, because it has that kind of that organic feeling of The Thing to it. Because man, it's really creepy and beautiful at the same time.
Remember that one Bernie Wrightson thing? It was like that ooze that goes down a mountain and creates a Frankenstein. It's like this gunk that some scientist drops down a drain, and the gunk goes down this mountainside and rolls into a graveyard and animates a skeleton.
That's a Warren story.
It's a Warren story, yeah. And now we're full on Lovecraft now.
I always wondered with Tetsuo's arm if that was something that influenced Rob Liefeld's Cable. The one arm.
Yeah, hey man.
That asymmetrical arm is such a cool piece.
I wonder if he was aware of that. I hear him talk about stuff, but I don't know him, but I've never heard him mention.
I mean, did you ever see? There's that Walt Simonson issue of Star Wars that has Cable. It's Cable, like Walt Simonson. Kind of.
I don't know it.
I think it's issue 16 or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think there might be a cybernetic arm on that fella.
Note
too.
to self.
Now that's a surprise. Flying here.
This was great on the previous page. We had a guy in the foreground, like really driving home the size of that face showing up.
Yeah. There's our stooge. He's dispatched with some biological stuff, and this is poison. And there's our little Akira, so innocent looking, but also you cover up those eyes with that little Buddy Bradley mop top, and it adds a little bit of sinister.
It does.
It's like Ju-on. There was that horror movie Ju-on, or some of those '90s Japanese horror movies where they take that little boy, cover up the eyes.
Amazing.
When I bought these, I was buying it in Japanese, and I knew the name of it was Akira. I had no idea who Akira was in the story because I couldn't read it, and I always kind of thought it was Canada.
Yeah.
And then I think, well, it must be him. But
yeah, I think
I was surprised to find out that it's the little kid, so he's Akira.
Yeah, I feel like that's everybody's introduction. It played on USA. I think in 1990 or no, it was when the Sci-Fi Channel was brand new, and during wrestling there would be commercials for Akira on Sci-Fi Channel, but nobody had it in Pittsburgh, couldn't get it, and just assumed that the dude in the red coat, that's Akira. Why not?
Yeah. God, that drawing of the guy, the guy holding the gun is just that's a hard thing to draw. Man.
How about this twisted figure with the really good obliques and lats and the twist? It's just beautiful, observant figure drawing.
All of the figure stuff, because that's not a man yet.
Yeah.
Being able to draw, I don't know, 15, 16-year-old kid, it's not a little kid either. Man, that's nuanced.
Look at the weight of that. Talk about nuance, right? The weight on that front leg, with the swivel of that hip, just so subtle.
The gesture.
Bern Hogarth can't do that. Bern Hogarth is a dude, and American comics teaches you stretch that motherfucker. Every pose.
Yeah.
There's this American with his little chicanery. That's going to be done with.
Yeah.
What an expression.
Yeah, that page there, that middle page after the exploding the head thing is oh my God.
Going straight Cronenberg with that stuff,
totally.
Dude. Turning this dude to a pulp. That's funny as hell. Good way to end your American filler. And then this continues it. It's not only are we going to dispatch you, but we're going to make sure that your family can't even get one smidgen of DNA.
We're on the molecular level here.
That's the end of his genetic code. Yeah.
It's still, he's still able to capture that expression, you know, even with that face heavily distorted at this point. There's still expression in those eyes. It's remarkable. And then you cut to a page and it's like you're reminded of, oh yeah, he also does like all of this hardware perfectly.
Yeah.
I'm curious as I ask you this, because the putting in the sound effects. I was why not just leave it in Japanese? Because I mean, you have to know what it's trying to say without having to.
I agree 100%, Geoff. And we looked at the like the box set. We looked at one of those books too, and they have the Japanese sound effects intact. And then it makes me think like, is Otomo putting down the sound effects too? You know, like it's got to be part of his compositional thinking.
Yeah.
How that stuff works, and it's one of the glaring pieces of the Dark Horse edition of this.
Look how fly that is too, like in the original, because like the sound effects are in the same perspective, going to the same vanishing point. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's definitely. I'm glad you mentioned it because you know you could even see it. We saw this panel with Akira, and the sound effect is wrapped around his head, where it's almost a line right across his eyes. You know, it's like leading your eye as a reader across there compared to, I don't know, fill up the space and express Vara.
Right.
And for me, maybe it's an artistic prejudice, but it almost is sort of like a, Adam West Batman thing. The way they're laid in there, it's just like,
yeah, it's straight up
so elegant and sophisticated that these are. And I don't know, the lettering. The lettering is good.
It's a contrast with the style.
For the record, the reason we're choosing this one is just because it opens better for the flip for the camera, because the other one's a little tightly bound.
No, I was just curious. I mean, I just curious how you guys felt about it.
I love talking lettering, so I'm glad to hear you point it out, Geoff. I think it is something that's like, especially, we have a lot of people that make comics watch this channel, and it's like you got to think about all this stuff. Like it's a big graphic element on your page.
I mean, I used to draw, and I stopped. Hardboiled, I drew sound effects in there. And then I got to the point where I said, well, and there's nothing wrong with it. I just thought, well, if that guy's getting hit, I was thinking like radio. The sound is in my head. If it's drawn convincingly, I make up my own sound, but that's just me.
There was
I don't do it. I don't hardly do it. I don't know. I haven't done it in years.
I liked Ted McKeever's Metropole a lot.
Oh yeah,
and it switched. Like there was Metropole, and then there was another series. It was Metropole that I think Epic published. One of them, the editor required sound effects or didn't allow sound effects. I can't remember the switch, but I remember reading an interview with Ted McKeever where he was like, "The sound effects are so stupid. I don't know why I had to put those in there." At some point, we'll have to look at that, Ed, and see the kind of the difference between the two, but. I hear cartoonists complain about like word balloons being awkward also. And it's kind of like, I don't know, they're just part of the comics language to me. So I'm down with sound effects, but these are not the best fit.
Because sometimes it almost looks to me like it's like two different people doing them.
Totally.
Yes.
No. The guy who's good on Voob. Let's put him on there.
You would always see that in like the early manga translations where they talk like Studio Proteus, and you'd have different people talking about like lettering touch-ups and stuff, which when you think about it, like they're drawing things in here to eliminate the original sound effects. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, and once again, I go back to my sacrilegious. You're touching his artwork. It's so like something's going to get eliminated because those, maybe it just seems like, well, they seem to take up more space than the Japanese, the kanji stuff, the katakana. But anyway.
Got to get our boys back on motorcycles a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I worked on a version of the AKIRA movie, and what I was asked to do was the motorcycle. Yeah. And they wanted to redo the motorcycle. And I was like, you're going to redo the AKIRA motorcycle? Yeah, we want it to be cooler. So, well, it's really pretty cool and it's iconic. But they had some kind of deal with Ducati or something. So I had to draw these motorcycles based on existing motorcycles that kind of look like his thing. But I go, man, this is talking about sacrilege. Just. It was no longer, in Tokyo. It was in Neo, New York. I digress.
So this was for like a projected live action movie.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I think they had Ken Watanabe was going to be the only Japanese actor in it. It was, I think they called it Neo York or something like. Is it going to be in New York?
It's so weak.
But they were keeping the names. AKIRA was still going to be there. Like, you know, I guess, well, in the future, AKIRA is going to be. It's going to replace Todd and Beth is the most popular baby name of the year.
Look at the weird screen. I don't know what this is. There's such a strange pattern in that background.
Yeah. I
And
can't even speculate.
that's an odd. That shot over there, the one on the left. That's an odd.
Yeah.
Mm.
And once again, maybe this speaks to your
No, actually, I misread the drawing. I thought there were two faces there because I could see the lines here, and I thought it was like a head in the foreground, and then the other one was in profile.
Yes. The Marvel Studios jump sequence, right?
Very true. Love this effect of the black, like, you know, triggering that explosion or whatever. It's so cool looking.
Really animated.
A new kind of explosion. Yeah.
You see it here as like a reverse shadow. There's some.
Yeah.
It's so thoughtful. It's inventive. Like, you know, here we are in the last volume, and it's still inventive. You know, like new parts of this story that we haven't seen before.
And he never scales down. The sense of scale. Once again, we're back in that auditorium. Just the little rocks and everything. Little tiny pieces of. There's so much motion in that drawing.
It's so important that we have you to go through this with us, Geof, because a lot of the stuff you say, like I think about when I see your work, and the little attentions to detail in the backgrounds and stuff.
Except his means something.
Yeah, right. Man, your stuff is super solid.
Yeah, this is awesome with the tiles. Now your perspective tiles are flying up.
You look at the one on that page, and oh my God, you know, they're like, it's like on a sphere. It's like, Jesus, let's get the tile guy back in here.
Imagine trying to make that look like it has weight and power.
Right. And it looks like there's like tension on those fingertips or something. Like,
that's what I'm
like
saying. It's an impossible drawing to make.
When he did that one piece in Domu where the guy's pushed up against the wall, it looks like he's doing more versions of that, like throughout this thing.
Yeah. Oh my God, there we go, another one. Jesus, he's getting rid of those tile floors.
and it's all drawn line. You know, it's not just any kind of mess like we would see in a lot of American comics where you just kind of like draw a bunch of weird lines, cut some stuff in there with white out.
How about this for chaos, but also very clearly directional device coming down your page?
Yeah. But he understands there's a center to an explosion. It's not just, you know, an explosion is because you see a lot of people and, you know, draw explosions and they're just clouds and this and that. But you can use rocks, you can use objects to create that center and to direct the eye. And him, Jesus Christ.
Man. I don't know what I like more, the planes or the clouds behind them.
Right.
Yeah. Gosh. And then I was wondering, I'm once again, I'm going to go back to the sound effects, but I'm curious as to like the sound, like ring. I don't
Is this a Studio Proteus?
Who's deciding? Yeah, who's the sound is? I wonder if they had to consult with them, like instead of whatever Agarashi, could it say win instead?
Yeah, it's funny how like onomatopoeia, like conceptually, you just imagine it's all the same. Ha ha ha.
You know what? I have that New Engineering Yokoyama book, and every sound effect has a footnote at the bottom, like a translation, and it'll be like sound of jets flying, or sound of building collapsing, or sound of lawnmower cutting grass. And it's so weird. Like I talked to the publisher about it because like I can't wrap my head around what that means. But it's weird to think like, you know, sound of explosion, sound of a series of bombs going off. Like it's just very different.
Or they'll have like a katakana character that doesn't say boom. It says a majestic entry,
Right.
as opposed to us, it would be like, or
That's what I was trying to get at when I was talking to this guy. I'm like, if you're reading this in Japanese, is there something communicated in this sound effect that is, majestic entry? Because if not, it's really interesting to like, you could almost caption it or something, if you were trying to communicate these concepts, like how would you do it? Because like kaboom and varam, it's pretty limited what we can do with these onomatopoeias. But if you could add that extra element of communication, it'd be great.
How about this, man?
Yeah. Casting a shadow on like the vapors behind him.
Yeah.
And it waves. The shadow's sort of like following the air currents.
I love it's like the Wally Wood double lighting kind of thing. Always giving you those planes, on these soft faces.
This is when we talk about figures. To me, this is some of the great figure work. When characters are sitting, lounging, drawn in a perspective, and it just feels like real weight.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's that stuff that Mobius would talk about. Like one of the hardest things to draw, somebody laying down.
I mean, look at the wind up and delivery.
See that once again? That's how many? It's almost 2 pages just for that wind up and hit, but it means so much. And
I believe this is the sequence in AKIRA Club where he shows maybe 4 or 5 different names of trying this sequence out.
Yeah.
A bunch of different poses and stuff like that, and this is what he arrived at. And it's like fairly obscured. Like there were Kirby-ish compositions.
that panel, the smack panel, that is really daring because he's covering up, the impact. And most people's, the instinct would be to show the guy that's delivering the punch as well. And somehow you're cheating it, but man, it's so powerful. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that black smoke coming off of Tetsuo, it's almost like it's an extension of his psyche, like he's so consumed with, like he's kind of just evil at this point, right? And I feel like that there are many of these drawings that they just illustrate that. It's like the external, what he's surrounding them with in the composition is them.
Yeah.
And the design of that station is like, oh my God.
And once again, it's drawn. It's not like just some traced off thing. It's soft.
No.
All the aircraft carrier stuff just blows my mind.
I've got some of those books. You can buy these books over there that, I'm sure you've seen them. They got like cross sections of aircraft carriers. They got like, the plans. You can build one yourself. Wow, there we go.
I love this stuff, man. This is the part in the film that gets memed a lot, man, because it's all Tetsuo, Akira, Kaneda, Tetsuo. And he's just like, I hope you choke. Still boys, man.
Oh, gets a good throat shot in.
To the larynx.
These are probably the 2 simplest pages we've seen so far in terms of,
It's a romance comic, Same ingredients.
Then the soul laser penetrating from the sky, and it's a different interpretation than we've seen before.
I love this. It feels like it's cutting through whatever cloud cover is up there.
Yeah.
I wonder what the sound effect was on that ray there in the previous page. Because that bugs me that it's cutting across that thing.
Right.
I wonder what the Japanese thing, if it says, because a lot of times I don't think they do lettering. They do. I'm sure they must, but I bet it's not black, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, let's take a look. Usually that stuff is cutting. Like if they put it cutting across, like usually that's the starting point of a piece. So let's see, what page is it?
One more page, I think.
I'm just curious if it's just line or.
Oh, that's gonna make you mad.
There you go.
Yeah. You know what, man? This is embarrassing me. We're gonna use the Japanese.
No, it's okay. It's just.
This is open and fine.
Yeah, well, and no, look at it. No, that's there it is. There's, it's like, or even that one that you got your finger on. They put it right across the ray. Why would you do that?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you can't touch that laser beam.
And look at the sweeping motion of it, dude. It's a lightsaber.
Yeah.
And look at
the path of destruction is just.
given a dark edge on like where it's going.
Yeah, it's really a good choice.
And you can hear the sound. I mean, I hear it as I'm watching it. I'm making this. In my head, I'm making this razorish kind of horrible vacuuming sound because it's just.
And they sell it running from it.
Yeah.
You know, it's perfect.
Very much, man. They got the Dutch angle to it. More using the medium of Zipatone as like its own art thing.
Yeah.
They don't teach that in school.
No. It's a painting.
Yeah,
the guy's
it is.
painting with Zipatone. It's just like it makes my head explode.
When he has this like sharp white, he will just lay the tone on everything else, just make everything else dark.
God, even that little shot there of those rocks. Look at those rocks. Right. My God. I mean, that kind of stuff it's beautiful. It's so simple, but
Casting shadow.
Yeah. My God.
There's a period of Kirby where he would do rocks like that, and I can remember like responding to that early on and looking at Kirby where it was like they feel heavy.
Yeah.
They had the shading, like it all made sense, and it was rocks.
Jesus.
Lady Miyako's Stooges are super cool when they start to get in formation and things.
Oh, there we go. He gets, I wonder if he's drawing the. I can finally stop drawing this goddamn snake. Draw the shit out of it.
But I just feel like, we've seen that earlier drawing of it intact, and I feel like all this stuff is still the same. Like he's keeping all the geography of.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. Because you've seen that video of jets taking off from the back, and like he's bending that. The heat always like bends the light, the way that looks.
Yeah, that little mirage.
Who draws
thing.
that?
Just that amount of stuff, like like the headlight beams. I remember the first time I saw it, I'm like, what is that? And then I'm like, that is the headlight beams.
Right.
And he's drawing that in black ink. Amazing. Yeah, he really did not choose easy stuff to draw. This isn't like even Domu though. Like it's an apartment complex, but it's like so intricate and detailed.
It's the impact of this laser hitting the ship and hitting around the ship. It feels solid, like
water pouring off the ship. Jesus Christ!
And he plays with scale so well because, like, we've seen massive stuff, right?
Oh,
there it is.
Aircraft carriers, and then when you get Tetsuo's close up, it's like, oh no, he's the biggest.
Right.
Like he's the destructive force that we are witnessing here. You believe he's an equivalent of an aircraft carrier, or the superior to an aircraft carrier.
This looks like a day's work.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And once again, it's that like, is it a photostat? Because it's like there are different color dots, and it's not a moire. Like it's not over top of each other. It fades.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. That's really mysterious to me because you're going lighter on a screen, but you're not going white on the screen.
Right.
Like there's a different screen on top that's giving you the lighter water reflection kind of piece.
But then it's zip enough. Like maybe there's a photostat down here, and then you add zips up top. I have no clue.
I don't know either. This is another one of those great, like any of this water stuff, the damage coming out from that center point.
And this is done by scraping. This is one Zipatone screen with work being done on top of it.
look at the drawing on the guy going. Yeah, that one. It looks like the Joker there. It's like he's really excited. It's cool. Like because every once in a while he just does this great exaggeration that just. Man,
look at this.
Yeah.
Jeff, how long does it take you to draw this page? This piece right here.
Oh, that'd be 2 weeks to draw that. Fuck.
It's so good, the cross section. This reminds me of like the Silver Age Marvel would be like the Baxter Building, in cross section. Except it's in perspective and part of the story.
Yeah, there would be some of these shots, man, where it's close enough that he's drawing offices inside there with acoustic tile ceilings.
Look at the light hitting too. You
Yeah.
know, like we're getting into evening now, and that's your setting sun hitting one plane of that stadium ruin.
There's such beautiful drawings. The two, like her and the two of them together. It's just.
It gets really like heartfelt as we move on, as we start to establish more of these ghosts. And I don't know too much about Shinto religion, but I wonder if I knew more, like this would have even more impact.
It's a gorgeous spread. You know, that whole spread is selling that mood, that moment.
Yeah.
I mean, even the following spread here, you know, like we see the darkness has fallen.
Yeah.
If only they had found the Infinity Stones, they could have.
The Joker becomes a boob character. Like he's like the toughest bad guy, and then he becomes R2D2.
That's a Japanese thing. You have guys that will start out as bad guys, and they'll have these arcs, and they'll end up being good guys. I mean, especially in Dragon Ball. I mean, there's always the super bad guy, and they always end up being friends at some point. In America, you can't. It's like, nah, you're gonna stay that way. Yeah.
We hold grudges.
Yeah. Is Magneto or Magneto? Is he still a bad guy, or?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
I couldn't even tell you what book to find the answer in.
The last little pills for our guys.
Well, Ed, you should know, for God's sake.
Oh man, I didn't know they made X-Men comics after issue 300.
They did.
The K character really is a standout.
Yeah.
She feels the most competent. Like Kaneda's going in with bluster, but she's psychically attuned, and they sell it really well in the verbals.
I like this drawing, how all of this tech fades into just the gray that he's walking into.
Yeah. Yeah, could be another one of those things. Like, let's not draw all of that right now. We got pressing things.
Don't need to.
Yeah.
You know, I don't feel like it's missing anything.
I don't either. Wow.
We've seen this almost this exact shot when last volume when Joker's coming by in that little sky cycle thing, and he just spies the stadium from in between those buildings.
I don't know about you guys. I feel like there's something different in the drawing in these last few pages.
Yeah.
There's like, I wonder if, it's every once in a while I wonder if he stepped away from it a little bit, because it changes. Especially
There's a polish on some of these pages that's kind of strange, a thinner line or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of that Mother Sarah line.
Yeah.
It's almost too clean. You know, like her temple background and stuff. It's just.
Yeah.
If I didn't know better, I would almost say it's like a digital component has entered.
I feel like, I bet when you see stuff like that and you feel like there are more hands, there are going to be some money shots coming up that Otomo was spending some energy on.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I wonder too. Everything at this point, I feel like you earn every benefit of the doubt. So is it a storytelling device? Are we getting super clean because we're about to get very dirty?
Now it's time to descend the elevator piece, man. And geez, was it volume 2 where pretty much the entire volume is just going down?
Oh my God, yeah.
So we know how deep this is. And there's that one part I remember like reading. There's that one part where it's like, yeah, you better hope your legs are strong enough to get you back out. And I had this vision, like I had like this fear of being so far down in like a chasm that like I die of dehydration just trying to walk up it.
Yeah, it's a good moment. I had the idea of like aging relatives wouldn't be able to walk up these stairs. Like if they ended up down here somehow, that's their end.
Exactly. Might be our end. I mean, it's
That's
Mount
true.
Everest you're
That's true.
climbing.
Oh, I remember being in Japan, and there was like this, the studio. We all went to this temple that has like these 2,000 steps to get to the temple. Not everybody would make it. I was thinking, oh man, I don't want to be the guy that can't, like that has to turn back halfway up.
You get real fit in Japan, man. Like by the time I left, like I was able to walk from the time I woke up to the time I went to sleep that night, and I could have kept going.
Yeah, walk. It was like Paris and New York. I mean, it's a walking town. I mean, my daughter's in Los Angeles now, and she walks, and everybody thinks she's crazy. Wow, man, jeepers.
For Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Little Akira's like triggered, and it's really cool because you almost only ever see him from behind, except for this moment of recognition where he's like, okay, I'm where I'm supposed to be. There was some exposition along the way to explain how he's kind of like in tune.
Just him busting through the roof of that place is just masterful.
Yeah, and like one panel sells it. You don't got to keep doing it. But then this is when you start to get the mirror.
Yeah.
You start to get the mirror, and it just becomes so sinister.
It is. And Lady Miyako saying, you know, like his ego has collapsed, combined with this art, that H.P. Lovecraft stuff is just coming through here.
Yeah.
Like you've crossed a line, you've lost yourself. It's bigger than whatever a human was. It's neat to come back to these locations too. Like there was a scene in the aircraft carrier earlier where water's like flooding the hall and they're running, and it calls to mind an earlier moment in Akira when they're in the tunnels and the water's, you know, crashing behind them.
I mean, that's a straight up submarine.
That's incredible. That's just
Hallway.
Incredible. Jeez.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I went on when I was in Oakland. I went. There's an aircraft carrier you can go on and walk through, and I don't know if he got on one and got some pictures, but man, he was able to nail it. I mean, those things are literally like being on a city on the water. They're just so huge.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
It really is. You figure, like, how much runway do you need?
Right.
Yeah.
And then just the amount, the volume, fleets of airplanes on there.
I mean, you literally, but I think I was on the deck of it. You'd walk from one end to the other. It's like a 15-minute walk. Jesus Christ.
This is such a powerful moment right here, I mean, because he's not the little dictatorial jerk off anymore who's pockmarking the moon. He's hurting, he's scared. This is his friend, and he has recognition in that, and it's all in the eyes. Like, this is my buddy Tetsuo, who I grew up with.
I don't know how you guys feel, but the drawing, the characters look a little different to me.
Yeah.
Like,
it's that thing too, drawing them over and over again. You come up with your iconography for how they look. Like, Kaneda definitely changes a lot, even just in the first volume.
Because have you ever? I don't know if he would work. Satoshi Kon, you know who he is, right? His comics are very, are really beautiful, and they're. I think he may. I wonder if he worked with. I can't remember if he worked with.
I think he did. I feel like some of a collection or a book that I had of his, like that's one of the early in his career working with Otomo, I think.
It could have been on stuff like Robot Carnival, though.
Yeah.
Or the Memories movie.
Did you ever see those? Wow, that thing is just mind-boggling.
Yeah. Like, just draw that. Yeah, like, and you're done. Your career is made.
Yeah. Just the steam or whatever that is, the liquid pouring off that thing is just.
The mirroring stuff is solid. What you looking for, Jimmy?
You know, I was wondering if our line quality has to do with reproduction. And, you can see, like, the Dark Horse, the newsprint, there is some dot gain. So, this does feel a little bit darker, a little bit heavier, a little bit rougher.
Consequence of better paper.
Yeah, better paper, better reproduction. But you can even see, like, in the screen tones, it's a little choppier, heavier noise. The edge of this, like, canyon.
Yeah, that the sky's darker.
Yeah, I think it's just a slightly more dot gain on the newsprint may account for what we're seeing in terms of the line being a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. Do we have the dispatching of Baby Akira? And they all feel it.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
This is just...
That should have been the only page in Young magazine that week. Each one of those is just that'd have been enough for me. I'd go, you got my $1.50 or $2 whatever it was. I'm happy.
There's
$2.
There's a interview with Otomo that is broken up in 3 or 4 parts on YouTube. You could find it, and he has 3 like composition notebooks that are actually pretty thin, and they're like Smythe sewn, you know, not like spiral bound or anything. They're small, 64 pages a piece, and he pulls out like a section. He's like, this section to this section, it's like 2 sentences. He's like, that was 80 pages of comics, something like that. That was a whole sequence.
I believe that. Yeah. Do you think though? I mean, like if you did that in a Marvel comic, people would be mad, right? You couldn't do that kind of this type of time that he does. People would feel like, well, nothing happened.
I don't know about that. That's kind of the standard issue now. You know, like we rail against like decomposition. Decompressed storytelling all the time, because now it's like everything's a 6-issue run, and you don't get that much in 20 pages a lot of times.
We looked at that Miller Eisner book and Miller talks about that as a deficiency of like what's required in an American comic. It like costs all this money, and the people feel cheated if they don't have a good reading experience. So you put more in there than is comfortable just to give them their dollar's worth.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of the opposite.
What do you guys think? Because I speaking with Frank, because I think this is so cinematic.
Yeah,
it's just like a movie on paper. And Frank would say, well, he would argue a bit about that. He thought that, well, no, movies and comics are two different things. You can't do movies and comics. And I thought, I don't know.
Yeah,
A lot of the Japanese seem to be able to do it, but I mean, maybe it's because once again they have more space to play with, and you know they don't have to like put it in 23 pages. Or
films like our codified visual language, like it's almost inescapable if you're going to do comics to not, even if you try to avoid that, the reader is just, that's the language, you know, especially if you're 35 or something, you know. At this point I think there's so much visual input that there might not be a standard language, but I mean for decades, for generations, it was film, so you're only going to escape it so far. You know, what techniques you follow is probably the thing where you draw lines as to like, I'm in favor of this or I'm not. But to think that you can escape it completely, like, I just don't know. You know, Jules Pfeiffer maybe or something like that would be outside of films.
It feels almost like a semantic conversation in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because what I think, because first off, like Miller like was known for, and it was suggested that his stuff was filmic and cinematic storytelling, but like part of me thinks what he's talking about is like, make sure you get some cool long panels and just do stuff that can be done in comics, but it could still be composed in a familiar kind of quote unquote cinematic way. When he does this like bottom 3/4 shot, like we saw that in Domu, the little old guy bending over, like, and it all looks rooted, and the pieces look like they're in the face where they should be.
Yeah.
It's not a million lines, but that is not easy to arrange.
It's not, and the hair is just it shows the placement on the ground, and it gives weight to it, because that's hard to do too. Just get the hair to fall the right way on a flat object without just looking like a bunch of lines. That
it even has gravity as they pick the boy up right there.
Yep.
This is like sweet, nice. Like there's a lot of heart to it, man. It's like Akira's going home. All his homies are there. Like you could you could cry. Like you could cry like during this part, man, because it's all his peoples. You know, he's 28. They're whatever number they are. You presume that he's meeting all those guys, and then when they revert back to like who they were when he met them back in the 80s or whenever it was, like, look at our girl, we've seen her so long and this is what she looked like. That part, even in the anime, is a beautiful moment, man.
Love all their body language too. It's another one of those where you look and go, that's a pretty simple panel compared to some of the stuff we've seen, but if you look closer and start paying attention, like all those kids are sort of posed differently, crouching differently, leaning in different directions.
and the right body types. I know a lot of people when they draw kids, they just
They look like little wrestlers.
We make fun of a lot of kid drawings.
they're little bobbleheads. It's like just as long as it's got a big head, people know it's a kid. They'll have they're really cut. Sometimes especially in Marvel comics have little kids, and Franklin was always really cut.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Could see every muscle in his arm.
I didn't point it out, but when Lady Miyoko lets her hair down, it's really awesome because it's like the transformation of that character.
Sure, I mean here she goes, and then she just becomes like, you see this in like Kurosawa movies, like a witch.
Yeah, yeah. Or in the end of Ran when he's totally lost it. Yeah.
Who thought it would be Kay who would be up there at Seoul? Miyoko doing her bit, dude.
That's incredible, right? Like, what a transformation of her character from that point to this warrior making her last stand. Outlaw comic blood.
Yeah, man. Dude, and there's fucking organs.
Yeah, it's hard.
Look
at that. Incredible.
These textures. Just being able to...
Yet another version, right, of that sky, fire from the sky.
Gosh.
Diverting the beam.
And this is that effect I pointed it out earlier, where it's almost like the we've talked about. It's like if you put your hand in a projector's path, the black that comes out of that shadow.
Yeah.
It's so like a leitmotif of Otomo. It really is the bomb burst in that Kaba book, first volume. Before he even did Akira, there was an image like that, and it was a watermelon.
Wow, yeah.
And it literally looks like there could be a light bulb behind that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's luminous.
Yeah, when you said about, if you can't take an art class or whatever, Geof, but study these books, I feel like it's almost the negative space that he's making these explosions out of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And surrounding it with all this detail that gives it scope and tiny detail that just makes it's a huge city. It's not a fake city. It has life and weight.
It's also the like these were not cities that we would see in American comics, especially at this time. Like we were looking at cities that were sort of like, I don't know, from the 40s or something. It's like cars. Like you would always see people draw cars that were 20, 30, 40 years, like these old sedans out of date. I never saw a city that looked like this in any Marvel, DC superhero comics.
Because they're mostly just because they're drawn at it with a certain amount of time, and they're just like cubes.
Yeah, it's shorthand. It's like these like I think of crumb backgrounds of cities where it's like that flat kind of outline, but like you read it as city. It's like that's comic book language for city until you see this.
For me, the first time I ever really saw cities in comics was in Europe when I was in French comics. I go, wow, in Tintin, wow, that's like a real building.
Yeah.
Do you see a lot of that kind of French clear line whenever you look at Otomo's work?
Oh yeah. And I I don't know for sure, but I think a lot of it does because from his love of Mobius. Yeah.
This is one of those things that in my mind is an impossible drawing. That you're having two of these gigantic white balls, combining and battling, and like I don't know how. Imagine this in a script form.
Yeah, and taking no shorts because now you are cutting a bunch of different zips.
This is really a cool effect. Yeah, completely abstract.
God, wow.
And just like little water jets through the streets, some water coming out of windows.
Gosh, I can't. Oh my God, I'm wondering how. It seems like that would at least take a week to do that thing. At least, I mean, my God.
Little kind of silos and airplane hangars.
The energy. It looks like a creature.
Yeah, it does. It does, like a big fetus.
Almost like a fetus that.
And as hard as this would be to draw, Just conceiving of it seems impossible. What do your sketchbooks look like when you're trying to work this out?
And so much of it is like, why would you? Like, why would you put yourself through that torture?
Yeah, you've written yourself into a corner here.
Yeah. What was I thinking? A giant eyeball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's God. And these weird shapes, like
Yeah, that's a new piece of language.
that's like that, like the Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein.
It is. Until you get to the ends, whenever it's like making the transition from those lines into lesser lines into the white, and they're almost like circuits.
Yeah, they are.
You know, it's not organic anymore. You know, all of this. That's that same kind of line pattern.
The DNA.
And then what is this? Is this like the same exact moment in about 15 different places in geography? Like that's what we're looking at right here?
Yes, along with almost like characters' lives flashing before their eyes, right?
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Got a couple pages of that.
Yeah, I love it.
The layout is just suddenly, you know.
In the different angles where it's like
You've never
rotate
seen
these.
before. Yeah.
And you get your little bit with everybody. You know, you got the remnants of your clown gang. And then, this is like the life flash before Tetsuo's eyes. Yeah, this is his whole growing up.
Almost
Yeah.
Domu.
It is.
Yeah.
I still feel like this is the first page of Domu, you know?
I always thought the Domo was like the prologue to this. This is what.
I always feel like it's the same universe.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this is a sequel to Domo. This is what.
Because there's also Fireball, too. Like and Fireball's in the same universe also. Like I feel like Domu happens in the 80s, and then what would happen if you get your hands on some psychic kids? You're gonna chop those little fuckers up into mincemeat and turn them into weapons. So they did that. Like to me, the girl in Domu is number one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
This feels like a CG.
Or number two.
Yeah. Yeah, that little old man might be somebody.
I love that little old man. I love what's wrong with that. He looks so cute. It's so horrible.
It makes me wonder if you come up with some of these ideas like playing with photocopiers,
right?
You know, where you're moving art while it's scanning. I mean, like I've done that. Like,
I've done that. Yeah, it's
because there's just so much like inventive imagery.
Jeff, you want to talk about sacrilege, man? You should see what this looks like in the epic reprint, because there's no zips, and it's all this vector. They use what you see here to create this vector color fetus that's like all blue, and it's all computer color. Like you don't see any Otomo artwork in it at all, and it's all done with blurs and
this
gradient tools.
Image here in black and white makes me think of the Kirby 2001. Some of the stuff that he was doing with that, even like the little snippets of like
a Kirby collage.
Yeah,
right there or something.
Yeah.
So you got the the Marvel ones. How many issues was that thing? Did they do the whole thing?
They did 38 issues, and then in the 38th issue, it has Mobius's Tetsuo.
Oh yeah.
A couple pieces he did, and then it has comics by American cartoonists doing Man on the Street in Neo Tokyo stories. Mark Texiera draws something written by Larry Hama.
Wow, that's pretty brave.
This is that stuff that's super hard to conceptualize, and then you get that glimpse, man.
Yeah.
Of more innocent times. Little do these guys know. Here goes your Kubrick.
Yeah, I love that.
Right, that's that shot of that little boy as the camera pulls up in The Shining.
And then speaking of just the drawing madness.
Yeah.
That's incredible, man. His little face tucked in there.
Yeah, see, like in Fireball, there was versions of this shit. I'm telling you, man, that's all the same. It's all the same universe, and then leaving them like these little husks.
Yeah.
Trying to perfect it, trying to figure it out, and then they got too close to the sun, man, with wings made of wax, and fucked with AKIRA. And then we saw what happened there. Even her hair is only so long here.
Right.
See, that's beautiful.
And another great example of his ability to draw figures and in perspective.
Yeah, 3-point.
Not not an easy panel. None of them are.
Great drapery. Oh, the meeting. This is in the anime.
The playground also calls to mind Domu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now you gotta draw some natural disasters.
I can't tell how they're rendering some of that.
I know, like so much of that gray is lost on me. And look at this skewed stuff. Like,
right.
Like,
Yeah.
could the line art of that have been just a skewed image? And
Yeah,
then
what
you
if
add
he
it.
took- Yeah, he took like and did a photocopy of it and a kind of on the machine, the Xerox machine, lifted it up to get that, so he could then go over it again, trace it.
Yeah.
In that new Dave Sim book, there are all these panel recreations, and they're in those distorted perspectives. And they show the way he did it was like he had printouts of the panels and he would photograph them. And then that's what you would get is the photographs with the weird perspectives that you could then go over and, manipulate. But it'd give you some idea of like, how does this look from, these bizarre angles?
It's just, I don't think there's another comic that is this epic. I mean, I can't think of any.
What would you do? It's hard to conceptualize something this epic. Like climbing through the ruins of the city.
And once again, rebuilding. What are we gonna call it now? Neo Tokyo? Nah, man, it's the great Tokyo Empire, AKIRA. And then they're kayfabing that Akira's still around.
Yeah.
Look at that shit, dude. That's tough, man.
Man, it's just leveled too. All of these kind of images, where we've seen cities all throughout this thing, and now it just looks like.
Because that's really hard stuff to do, that curvature of the earth and just all those, just to create something that just doesn't look like a bunch of little lines or just, it's beautifully drawn. It looks, it's not a photo, but it seems like it could be. It's so well done.
It makes me think of like, what do you look at for reference for this? And
Yeah.
it's got to be places that have been devastated
Yeah.
by apocalyptic flooding and things.
And that's that perspective that does go to like you see the horizon line, and this is one of those things that Mobius would do that I could just stare at forever when he has those distances that go off, because any line could disrupt your perspective, and it never happens with those guys.
Right.
And because he's getting closer, you're getting the curvature of the earth, so you got to put it in perspective in curvature as well. It's just,
It's amazing.
I want to do that.
It's amazing, man. Because like, what's the comic shorthand of that? Just like the straight line. You just tilt the page, you just straight line it. Got excited, man. I hit the camera.
God bless America. Here we go.
Right. Just coming in like the cock of the walk.
And there's such an emotional release at this point as a reader, but the drawing doesn't stop. Like these are some of the as intense as any pages we've seen in terms of the drawing.
Yep.
Huge cast of characters, all detailed.
Mm.
You can see what those soldiers are carrying on their belts, canteens, and pouches.
Giving her chocolates to the kids and whatnot.
Andy Warhol.
A couple of those Project A, or what's it called? Juvenile A scientists
Right.
re-meeting each other. There's the Kubrick one.
Code name, Juvenile A.
Yeah.
A reminder of, again, a carefully composed panel there, right?
And these very capable Americans coming in. Boom, disrupt that with some missile fire. No, motherfuckers. We didn't ask for you to come. We don't need your help. This is our town. Pack your weapons, get out of our country. There it is, man. The Great Tokyo Empire, AKIRA. That's an epic moment.
Oh, yeah.
They're taken back.
And extremely cinematic.
Yeah.
And, this is another one of those great, you're going from a bazooka into this rolled up sign that's now unrolling. Transitions.
Yeah.
These are Alan Moore in the early 80s kind of transitions, right. Some of these panel-to-panel moments. The visuals.
And once again, you got to get your boys on the bike.
It ends where it begins, right?
You got to. Which also is another Alan Moore piece. The Bookender. Look at that badass team. They're going to make babies and repopulate Japan. Them two alone.
So,
deserve it.
just one note. Let's change this bike. Let's make this bike cooler.
Yeah.
And look at that, like back wheel drive. You feel the propulsion. A little bit of white zip or something to smooth out that perspective.
Yeah.
The great motion.
Ah, that's sick, dude. Yeah, I got to revisit our guy, and he's proud. He's proud of his young soldiers.
Talk about a character that's had an arc throughout this, man. That guy has gone on a journey.
You know what's so crazy? I might have to reread volume 1.
Yes.
It is a kind of perpetual motion comic to me. Like I read it every year.
It's wild to look at issue 1 and think who survives.
One last glimpse, man, and
Can
then
we
see
go back
this.
just a second? Can we go back a page? I was just curious because, now, that's probably the page on the right there. It's probably the only thing is like, I bet he's thinking, do I draw the whole tank, show them all leaving? Man, the tank is starting to hit empty. Maybe thinks I'm going to do this because, and I don't blame it. And they're beautifully drawn. It's just like, I wonder if 100 pages ago he would have chose a different composition. Man,
Yeah, you know what? Like when we start to see the reprieve and stuff, there is so much more. Like he had a day's rest before he drew that page.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to go back for comparing is looking at like the motorcycle scenes from volume 1 to now, and think of like his evolution.
Yeah. They start off so strong too, though.
They do for sure, but
Yeah,
I mean
they
this
are.
is a different world. Like this is a different artist. Think of the thousands of pages since the beginning.
It couldn't end any other way. It was David Mamet who said that like the ending should be a surprise, but also expected. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's a stunner.
Drawn 2 times. This page, this spread.
Well, when you get to this point, you can't phone it in. If you're looking at that last spread and thinking like, oh, it'd be better this other way,
You got to do it.
it's a lot of momentum behind you.
This book is dedicated to the editorial department of Young Magazine, who created this opportunity for me, the international and film departments, the staff who helped me along the way, the readers who loved and supported it, and the great Osamu Tezuka.
Yeah.
What an epic story, man.
I feel exhausted.
This is a book that every time I look at it, it's like, why bother? You can never. I mean, if I can never be him, and I wish I could, but my God, it's just wow. It's inspirational. It's inspirational and depressing at the same time. It's so much. It's so everything. It just.
There's that old phrase, comparison is the thief of joy.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
this is one of those examples.
And I would say, I would say to my daughter, just try to be the best you that you can be, because, I remember the last time we talked, I always remember even Mobius would be like, oh, I could never do that. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Well.
Incredible, man. Long legacy. I think you wrapped it up in a perfect nutshell, Jimmy, when you mentioned how like the many different iterations of AKIRA showed up in America in every kind of distribution mechanism that we were able to receive it at the time, the way we were able to understand it. Prestige format, color comics, flipped, not flipped.
Well, do you know the history of because after the Marvel stuff, was it out of print for a while, and then
Long
Dark Horse
time.
picked it up?
It was out of print
I wonder why
nearly.
that was.
It was probably now the last couple issues of the AKIRA epic. It took some time for them to come out. So I think they came out like 91, 92, and then it's like the year 2000 when Volume 1 of the Dark Horse stuff came out. So there's like 8 years in between. Still not quite as big a gulf as like Mobius's work. You know, like we still don't have a good Arzak
Well, that's
reprint or anything. You know,
there's legal stuff for that.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it worries me a little bit because that stuff should be out there because I don't ever want to see them be forgotten. But what are you going to do? I mean, that's the humanoids and the families. And,
yeah, it's one of those things. Like we have these masters of the comic book medium, and I guess even part of it, like Otomo, you know, he's not keeping all of his stuff in print here. We have this one translated version of Memories that we had to get. It's an Australian publisher who did it one time. You know, you have to get it on like British Amazon, and now we have that up, and it costs $300.
well, I'm curious because now that they're doing the complete Otomo series, or there's like two of them two of them have come out, and they're printing some stuff I've never seen, some really obscure stuff. And they're kind of jumping around because the first volume is I don't know if it's number 1, and the next one is number 4, and it's Domu. And I think the storyboards are part of that the re-release of it. But maybe that will goose somebody in the United States to make a deal, or maybe Kodansha themselves print it in the States, all that stuff. There's so much of it that we haven't seen. And, you know, even gosh, put you know, his those illustration books. Is it Kaba? Is that what they are? There's 2 of those that, you know, you can't get over here. And,
yeah, very expensive, prohibitively expensive. And even when you go to Japan, I thought that it was going to be a cakewalk, like go to the place where the stuff is, and still that Kaba Volume 2 is still expensive over there.
yeah, when it's gone, it's gone. I remember I got it because I went over for Mobius's funeral, and it was next to his bed, the bed that he died on. And he got just a little bit before, and I just remember, I was like, well, I got to get this. And I picked it up. I picked it up at the Japanese bookstore in Paris while I was there. But that's something that I sent it through a person. I sent a note to Otomo to let him know that he had the book, because Otomo had sent it to him, and that was by his side.
That's so cool. Geof, it's such a pleasure to celebrate Katsuhiro Otomo with you on the sort of epic finale, AKIRA Volume 6. When we first put this channel together, I didn't think for 2 seconds that this kind of episode would be possible, man. To crack the books with Geof Darrow, man, that's a dream come true type stuff.
I think you're on crack if you think that.
You would not be the only person to say such a thing to us, man.
Well, it's an honor and pleasure. You know, it's a humbling experience. I mean, you open one of his books, it's extremely humbling, and is it inspirational, because anybody, even if you don't want to draw it, you can learn from him so much, and just the dedication to have done that. That's just, you know, it's mind-boggling, the amount of work in that thing. Jeepers Christ!
Absolutely.
Any one of those volumes would have been enough. Would have killed anybody. It's like, okay, that's it. I'm never going to do this again.
Visiting the editors, like at Kodansha, like they really, you know, they don't have much knowledge exactly of the American system of comic making, but I showed them some of the stuff I was working on in the first issue of Red Room, and they were like, why do you draw your backgrounds yourself? Like, why do you concern yourself with that? And if you read, did you ever read Bakuman by the Death Note dudes?
Yeah.
There's the part in when the guy becomes an assistant, where the other assistants, they go to the main mangaka and they were like, do not concern yourself drawing cyclone fences. You must work on this story. You must work on the main characters. And like it's like they know that it's upon them to handle all of that stuff, and they just can't believe that we do everything.
That's time, though. You know, that's the big difference in that example, is like the time. Like if you're really like, okay, we've written the name in 4 days, and now you've got 2 days to draw the art for this chapter.
Yeah.
You know, it's a time. It's a
Yeah,
very
yeah,
different...
for sure. But there's cultural stuff here too, because just everybody would, and I think they would deserve their credit for it. But it becomes it's not no longer it would no longer be an Ed Piskor comic. It would be Ed Piskor and this guy, that guy, this dude, and everybody would want their specific credit for like what they did, and then we're very, very ego driven over this way, man.
Well, because that's something I'd ask. They'd ask me over there when I'd meet a few mangaka, and they'd look at what I did, and I'd go, "You did this all by yourself?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, but I'll have a lot more time to do it than you guys that are, doing out 20 pages or whatever a week."
Jimmy, man, I think we got to decompress.
Yes.
From this comic. Why don't you give the people the marching orders, man? We're going to be on our way.
Read more manga.
Uncle Geof, the Shaolin Cowboy coming out next week. You said May 16th?
18th, I think it is.
18th?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wednesday, whenever new comic book day is.
On a monthly basis for seven months. Scoop up that new Shaolin Cowboy. We'll be out.
But it's no AKIRA, that's for sure.
And opportunistic ding, right to cap it off.